Okay, it is 10:12, and I'd like to call this September 9th, 2025 special meeting of the Harris County Commissioners Court to order. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Before we begin with our regular order of business, I'd like to recognize a moment of silence in honor of Judge Amy Martin. We lost her, I believe, yesterday, and so just want to send thoughts and prayers to her family and closest friends, and incredible loss to Harris County. So, moment of silence for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That's a tragedy. I had no idea. Thank you. Okay, so some housekeeping notes. We have one item that needs minor changes due to errors. On item 13, page 3, changed $293,333.81 to $226,255 with no required match, etc. We have 21 items on today's agenda. We'll first hear from speakers before moving on to discussion items. Then we will look at item 2, budgets and tax rates, and item 16, ARPA reallocation. Then item 1, grievance committee for elected officials, and item 9, appointment of salary grievance committee. Following that, we will move to item 21, constable elected salary, and finally we'll conclude with item 19 in executive session. Those are economic development negotiations. So within item 2, the first one we will go for, that is the port tax rate, flood control tax rate and budget, Harris Health tax rate and budget, general fund tax rate and budget, discussion of the proposed hiring freeze, standard operating procedure, and then countywide offsets and savings. So the offsets is taking from one department to pay another one, and savings are other cuts. Okay, so let's start with the speakers. Tiffany, if you wouldn't mind getting us started.
Speaking on item 2, Nabila Mansour, Linda Morales of Precinct 2, Jacob Clementage on items 2 and 20 of Precinct 1, Razia Nathani on item 2 of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, County Commissioners Court. My name is Nabila Mansour, and I'm really proud to work with the fastest growing racial demographic here in Texas. That's the Asian American community. We make up more than 7% of the population, and we have grown by over 40% in the last decade. Families in our community rely on the investments made through Commissioner Briones' office and her precinct services. When the county invests in quality parks and youth programming, our children have safe places to play and learn. When the county builds safe sidewalks and infrastructure, families, seniors, and young people can move safely through their neighborhoods. When the county raises wages for its workers and contractors, families can make ends meet and live with dignity. When the county supports the Apprenticeship Advantage program, our youth and workers can access real opportunities in trades and technology careers.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Linda Morales with the Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation, Judge and Commissioners. As you deliberate this year's budget, I urge you to continue to prioritize the folks who make Harris County run, and that's workers. Yes, this body was a leader in increasing pay for county employees and contract workers, but let's not stop there. The cost of living continues to rise, and the county must adapt as well. Equally important is supporting workers and improving their skill sets through apprenticeship programs, as you have done. Apprenticeships in construction are already showing success, and that must continue. And despite all the anti-DEI or English-only efforts, the truth is this: workers must be drawn from communities they serve, whether they speak Spanish or any other language. Our diversity is a strength, and our county's policies must reflect that reality. also boost the county's ability to prepare for and respond to disasters. Leave no community behind on this issue. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just so you know, the proposal on the budget, I was, if you don't mind, thank you for coming. The proposal on the budget right now would stop the contribution to our rainy day fund and would harm, of course, workers and residents in terms of cutting funded for the fire marshal's office, indigent defense, using one-time funding to pay for recurring expenses and other limitations to pollution control services, libraries, et cetera, et cetera. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, and just know that the damage is not done yet until we vote on the budget. So I'm hoping that my colleagues here will listen to what you're saying and not cause all these cuts.
Judge, with all due respect, I know you guys are big boys and girls, and I know you all will do the right thing. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Razia Nathani, and I'm the Advocacy Director at An-Nisa Hope Center here in Harris County. I'm also a resident in Precinct 4. The Domestic Violence Assistance Fund is nothing short of revolutionary. Before this fund, there was nothing like it. No flexible resource that truly met survivors where they were. Today, it has become one of the most powerful tools we have, not only to keep families safe, but to empower them to rebuild their lives with dignity. Because of this fund, survivors have been able to prevent car repossessions, make repairs so they can keep working, families have avoided eviction, parents have had childcare covered so they can bring home a paycheck, it has paid for attorneys, medications, groceries, and the list goes on. It has given families emergency hotel stays to flee safely and furniture when they're starting from scratch. This is life-changing, life-saving work. Commissioner Leslie Briones has been a huge champion for this cause, ensuring that survivors are not just escaping violence, but are given a chance to thrive. I urge the court to continue and strengthen
Thank you.
this
Your
fund.
time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to mainly talk about resolution number 20 by Leslie Briones, so give me about 15 seconds. It's coming. Come on. It's giving me a headache. I screwed up. I didn't get it. And then it was bicycle race, where the lyrics go bicycle, bicycle. And well, Leslie was promoting cycle, and so that's what I wanted to hear. Well, it was cycle, because that is very important. And so, I know that you called the County Judge Lena Hidalgo some of the commissioners the GOP 3.
Thank you. Your time is
Here's
up.
the GOP for you.
Thank you. Yes, they should get one of those. Thank you.
Oh, I went to a Harris County GOP thing.
Thank you. Your
the other
time's
day.
up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Nisi Hamilton of Precinct 4, Nisreen Poonawala of Precinct 3, Shirley Ronquillo of Precinct 2, Alan Gutman of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Nisi Hamilton, and I am a resident of Precinct 4. Good morning, my Commissioner. I've served 8 years in the United States Navy as a military police officer, so I've been 2 decades in law enforcement. Good morning, boss man. I love you, Commissioner Garcia. we have heart services in Precinct 4. Right now, Precinct 1 and Precinct 4 are the only hotline services that we have when it comes down to human trafficking and domestic violence. We took over 20,000 calls for heart, and it lowered the pressure on our 911 calls. Precinct 1 with human trafficking is huge. We have never seen a pregnant woman or a woman with children who has been a victim of domestic violence or human trafficking in 1 and 4. 2 has done the training. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ramsey, for your work and getting the cameras in our high population areas with human trafficking. This is a huge deal, from rehousing and as well as job placement. This is heavy on me. It's heavy on every advocate that's in Houston or in Harris County. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for your service.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nashreen. I work in healthcare and primarily mental health. And I wanted to thank Commissioner Briones for the Heart Initiative. We used to get so many calls where police interjected instead of the residents getting help that they needed from clinicians that could actually intervene, de-escalate, and get people who are facing mental health, addiction, homelessness, the correct care that they needed. And I think that this initiative is huge in helping everybody. So thank you very much for that. Also, the I'm okay, are you okay initiative that was started. I think it means a lot that a simple phone call could help save someone's life, and for everybody to remember that. The last thing was the advisory boards that have been formed. I think for the neighbors to come together to make sure that the county is stronger, safer, and just functioning better was a really big initiative. I just wanted to come out here and thank you guys for that.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
just a question. So today we're discussing the budget. What was the request for you to come and talk about
It was,
existing programs?
For the Heart Initiative to keep putting money into mental health. I think it's really important.
Yeah, okay. Just so you know, in the budget, that because of 2 colleagues refused to put $100 million pay increase to the voters, so one of the proposals in the existing budget cuts money for the mental health desk at the district attorney's office. And so I know some of you came, with this ask to come and complement existing programs, but that's we're destroying many programs, and we're taking the attention to celebrate programs that exist, and that's great, but it's taking attention from all the great things that are going to be cut. And I'm not complaining. I'm saying there's a way to fix this, and it is to not create this $200 million deficit that's not yet set in stone and that was passed unilaterally without negotiation and without letting the voters render a judgment. So nobody's saying to cut the HARP program. Hell, I think we started it and designed it before the commissioner even got here. If somebody's going to cut it, it's going to be them, because I'm not voting for any cuts. I'm pleading that we get rid of this deficit so that we don't have to cut all of the services that people are talking about. And right now, you're talking about robbing Peter to pay Paul, and they're bringing y'all to come and complement something existing, and with the other hand, cutting things that I bet are just as important to you. And so I just want you to be informed as to why you're here, and I hope you'll read the documents that we handed out.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge and Commissioners, good morning. I'm Alan Gutman, a longtime resident of Southwest Harris County in the Meyerland area. I speak in favor of continuing the fabulous progress that the county has made in recent years on the Harris County Bikeway, the Bio Bikeway program. I'm an avid bike rider, and for years I've biked from a poorly maintained, rutted bike path from the U of H to Gessner. And in the past several years, there's been astonishing progress in the maintenance of the bikeway. It's now wide, maintained, and unrutted, and it gives me great pleasure to see the number of families and cyclists and hiking bikers. And I want to celebrate the work that the county's done on this, because it's especially in Southwest Harris County, where I think that funds have not been allocated in our area. We're doing it, but I hope for continued funding of this, so it continues in a good progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. My name is Shirley Ronquillo, a resident and community organizer of East Stalling in unincorporated Harris County. In the tax day floods, more than 1,800 high water rescues were made, and 744 homes plus 400 apartments were flooded across Harris County. And 36 people lost their lives in Harris County, according to Harris County officials. This level of crisis means we should be investing, not cutting, flood preparedness efforts. We will not have to make a choice between the lives of children, seniors at unfunded raises had 3 commissioners not passed it. This is a well-documented topic. However, there hasn't been a study on freezes or raises. The rush to pass raises is at the cost of people's lives. I'll now read the names of people in my life who have been directly impacted by flooding. Pro Castañeda, Karina Mayorga, Joseph Mayorga, Aurelia Cabrera, Mayra Cabrera, Jocelyn Ronquillo, and the countless of residents from Allen Field, Rosewood Mobile Home Park, and Greens Road Mobile Home Park, whom I met and supported when they were forced to move out of their homes because of the
Thank you,
Harris
your
County
time's
buyout.
up.
Stop or delay the raises. No freezes, no cuts.
Thank you, your
Thank
time's
you.
up.
And just so you know,
Speaking on item,
these freezes, hiring freezes, what that means, and one of my colleagues didn't know what this meant until last week, one of the colleagues that caused this. What this means is that if somebody retires or somebody takes a different job or if somebody has a baby and doesn't have childcare, their position will not be filled. And the colleagues who are creating this deficit, they are not doing hiring freezes in their offices, only the other offices. And we have not had a hiring freeze since the financial crisis of 2008, and we're not in a financial crisis right now.
speaking on item 2, Irma Sanchez of Precinct 4, Linda Allen of Precinct 4, Judith McLaughlin of Precinct 4, Lauren Campos of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Irma Sanchez. I'm the president and CEO of West Chase District. On behalf of the West Chase community, I wanted to extend our sincere appreciation to Harris County for the investment in West Chase District through its People for Places program. As a result of this program, we're underway with 2 significant and much-needed programs, infrastructure programs, the reconstruction of Meadow Glen Lane and the West Chase Promenade. Each of these projects will strengthen the foundation for long-term prosperity by improving access, mobility, and safety for thousands of residents, workers, and visitors. Harris County's commitment to smart, community-focused development is helping West Chase thrive as a hub for innovation, commerce, and opportunity. Thank you for investing in the future of our economy and the quality of life for all those who call West Chase District home. Thank you.
We're at a meeting to cut things, so I appreciate people thanking us for things. I'm sorry that you remain to come here and compliment us when we're here to kill programs today. Yeah,
Judge?
yeah.
Judge, could we please ask when speakers are done to exit the room? We're at capacity in the courtroom. And I think as we did last time, if there are staff sitting in the seats back there, we'd ask them to step out during speakers as well so they have room for speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, so perhaps folks caught that. If you've already spoken, please step outside. You can watch the proceedings from outside. And then if you are staff, if you would please allow the seats for the speakers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Loren Campos, and I am a homeowner in Precinct 4. I'm here today to speak against the attempt to take over $100 million away from essential services in order to fund police races. I'm very concerned about the rise in authoritarianism and government violence, and I'm afraid that by increasing local police spending, we are feeding into this worrisome trend of terrorizing our immigrant communities. Houstonians do not want their taxes paid to separate communities through immigration enforcement and incarceration. Houston's immigration courts have 76,000 pending cases, and according to the Houston Chronicle, in May 2025 at Houston Gessner's Court, 36 of 37 unaccompanied kids had no attorney. The funding cuts you propose will reduce the chances that Harris County immigrants will go to court with representation. Stop or delay the races. No freezes, no cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Allen, and I would like to thank Commissioner Briones for the sidewalk she's been part of in her pathways to progress. But we are not done yet. The Morton Ranch Schools in Precinct 4 have been Title I since they were built over 20 years ago, and they have always needed sidewalks with the increased traffic from the 3 warehouses along Franz Road to the Grand Parkway. Safety is an increasing concern. Schools have a lot to offer students by the way of activities, but they happen before or after school. Athletics, band, study groups, robotics, they call them enrichment, which help in setting students up for success. School activities have always been a way to keep teenagers occupied and out of trouble. To get to school early, students walk, ride their bike, or find a ride. It's the same after school. I have seen students riding their bikes at 6:30 in the morning in the dark against traffic down Franz Road, which has no sidewalks. And if they're walking down well-worn pathways.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Judith McLaughlin, and I'm a director of One Creek West, a community organization located between Houston and Katy. In the ETJ, we rely almost exclusively on Precinct 4 to deliver the critical services that affect our life. There's been a step change in the quality of these services since Commissioner Briones was elected. The most visible is the construction of sidewalks, connecting schools to the neighborhoods they serve. Precinct 4 is also invested in our roads and intersections to address local congestion, and parks and senior centers. These improvements have made a real positive impact on our residents, but I wanted to highlight 3 changes that have made this work. One is making sure that the residents are engaged so the right projects are pursued. The second is the P4P program that has created partnerships for funding in our area, primarily with the MUDs. And the third is the Katy East Community Plan we completed that gives us a roadmap so we can continue to build on the successes so far. We hope you continue to invest in or to fund the precinct's work. It's good government, and it has made a difference in our lives.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Felix Kapoor of Precinct 2, Bill Baldwin of Precinct 1, Becky Sell of Precinct 2, Wes Rucker. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, commissioners and judge. I'm wearing this hat today because it seems like a lot of the commissioners will only listen to the police force instead of to the community. So here I am. My name is Felix, resident of Precinct 2. In 2023, there were 80,110 evictions filings in Harris County, affecting roughly 1 in every 10 renter households. According to Princeton University, in early 2025, we saw triple the evictions compared to New York City. Not only are we seeing more evictions, but our numbers have stayed far above pre-pandemic levels, and I want that to settle in, putting many more families at risk of housing loss. The funding cuts that are being proposed by the 3 commissioners right now will exacerbate this problem. Our eviction crisis is a well-studied topic across the city, and there has been no study on the freezes or raise. 0 study on that. I will now read the names of some of the 437 people with hearings on today's eviction docket.
Thank you. Your time
Kidder
is up.
Finley, Aquesta Molina, Josefina Ortiz, Lavanda.
Thank you. Your time is
When you
up.
cut off before you leave the stand, stop or delay the freezes.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I first of all want to thank you all for your service. I know these are difficult times, facing increasing needs, at the same time dealing with limited resources. I hope all of you will continue to work together to meet the needs of today and the needs of tomorrow. As you prepare to vote on next year's budget, I urge you to continue to focus on fully funding public safety, infrastructure projects, and public health, while supporting our valuable county employees. And most importantly, balancing the budget without cutting core services. I hope you will continue also to find partnerships with local municipalities like the City of Houston to reduce duplicity, resulting in more efficient government for all. There's enough division in all of our lives. What we need now more than ever is cooperation. compassion, and a mindset that we can accomplish more together than apart. Thank you again for all of your service.
Thank you. Thank you. And in that spirit, I am pleading with my colleagues that we negotiate over creating this deficit. None of us, we pleaded that we put it to the voters. They would not allow the voters to render a judgment, but this is not done. We can still negotiate on it. We can ask the voters next year, or because they didn't want to ask the voters this year, but we can ask them next year, or we can give some of it this year and ask the voters next year. So I really want to negotiate on this, and I hope my colleagues will join me at the table. Any negotiations on this is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's not a negotiation. Please.
Hey, my name's Becky Sell. I'm here because I'm terrified that Harris County Health Services will be cut unless one of you changes your mind today and goes with the judge and delays this $100 million raise. If these cuts happen, it means my friends and my community will die. I want you to think about my friend who's at Bentall right now, my age, after a freak accident put him in the hospital, and he's stuck there because he's uninsured, and it's the only place he can receive dialysis, which his life depends on. I want you to think about my friend, also uninsured, who had emergency services for a miscarriage last month and went to Harris County Health Services. I want you to think about a 16-year-old I met outside Kroger this summer. We spent a day together calling every homeless shelter that takes youth and women in, couldn't find anyone, and brought her to Bentall, the only place she could receive services. I want you to think about my friend, who's a nurse at LBJ, and in the last 3 months treated 3 bystanders from police chases that put them in the emergency room.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Stop or delay
Thank
the
you. Your time
increases.
is up.
Thank you.
There's no cuts.
Speaking on item 2, Ivan Sanchez of Precinct 4, Joy Davis of Precinct 2, Victor Mendoza of Precinct 2, Luis Mendoza of Precinct 2.
Good morning, Your Honors. My name is Ivan Sanchez. I came to this country from Colombia fleeing as a kid from violence. That's why public safety is so personal to me. And here in the southwest part of Houston, where I live, in zip codes like 770, 36, and 81, the FBI has claimed these zip codes to be some of the most dangerous zip codes in the entire nation. That's why I support the commissioner's budget. She's making sure that it goes straight into the community, expanding mental health so families in crisis get care, not just police sirens. She's funding support for domestic violence survivors, paying our deputies so we can keep the best in our streets, and raising wages for our county workers who serve us every single day without raising taxes. That's the leadership Harris County needs, and that's why I stand with the commissioner's budget. Thank you.
To be clear, no services are increasing on the budget. The numbers may be increasing, but that's just because of inflation. So to keep the current level of service, you have to increase the numbers. The budget is only cuts, and we could have done both things, and we can still do both things. We can increase salaries and not cut the district attorney or the public defender or other things that are also about public safety. So anyway, when they're sending you this information that there's services increasing, that's not accurate.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to speak to you guys. I wanted to tell you a couple anecdotal things about my experience. My name is Wes Rucker. I'm a native Houstonian, my 3rd generation Houstonian, and I want to actually bring up some things I've noticed just in the last few years that are very positive in this county. First of all, with the flooding infrastructure, our home flooded during Harvey. We saw many instances prior to Harvey where we were almost flooded out of our house. Since the projects that have been undertaken by this group have been implemented, we haven't seen a drop in the street. And also, as far as the parks, our kids of our communities have enjoyed Freedman Park, Benwood Park. We coach practices there. The safety that is at these parks is an astounding, and I've noticed that in the last year and a half as well. So I wanted to commend you guys on your work, and I would support further infrastructure work on these. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joy Davis, and I'm the Senior Field Organizer for Pure Justice and resident of Precinct 2. Today, I speak for the people too often invisible working families, our unhoused neighbors, survivors of flooding, and trauma survivors like myself. Our budget deficit is largely pushed by raises for law enforcement and pay parity. I have attended a number of town halls and other events where the commissioners were present, and I appreciate the ones who were transparent with the information being given. And thank you, County Judge, for your continuous advocacy is now going unnoticed. These are not abstract numbers. People's lives are at stake. Meanwhile, those pushing for diversion, counseling, preventative services are asked to function with scraps while law enforcement budgets grow exponentially. Remember that saying, an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. Imagine redirecting just a sliver of $142 million towards mental health intervention and housing. We could truly address root causes of crime instead of expanding reactive and punitive systems. Commissioners, I'm asking you, when you balance this budget, choose prevention and not more regression into incarceration and privatized safety. We can't go back if you do. Thank you.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Victor Mendoza, and I am a member of Pure Justice and a resident of Precinct 2. I am someone who cares about the future of Northline. When I walk through my neighborhood, I see challenges that affect the youth in my neighborhood. It's the lack of after-school programs and a nearby community center. After-school programs are more than just safe spaces. They are opportunities to learn, grow, and to stay out of trouble. Without them, too many kids are left without guidance, support, or even a place to just be kids. We need programs that provide tutoring, arts, sports, and mentorship, but we also need transportation to get them there. Flooding has also become a regular part of our lives. It's not just a natural disaster. It's a social justice issue. Protecting our homes from disasters and investing in our future are not separate fights. When we have community resources and strong programs, we build thriving communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Luis Mendoza. I'm a member of Pure Justice, and I reside in Precinct 2. I come before to you as not as just an individual just to scrape around, but I'm a proud member of Northline. I live and breathe it. Incarceration is breaking apart families who have been the heartbeat of Northline streets are becoming discreet, and businesses are losing their regular customers. We are the children of resilience, and we do not let fear define us or contain us. My African and Aboriginals and Chicano ancestors surpassed chains of systems meant to eradicate them. We are the city's history and forevermore will always be. We want to have funding towards disaster assistance, including flood prevention, youth programs, and assistance for the local businesses who are being limited. We can't depend on FEMA anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Isan Baha of Precinct 1, Charlene Jones of Precinct 1, Lanita Robinson of Precinct 3, Monique Jackson of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Isan Baha, and I'm a constituent of Precinct 1 and a member of Pure Justice. I'm going to be honest. Healthcare should not be a privilege tied to wealth and status. Funding stronger community healthcare clinics, increasing mental health services, and funding veteran services not only saves lives, it will save money in the long run. When people get the care they need early, they avoid costly emergency room costs later. Harris County has the opportunity to invest in its residents, and I urge you to prioritize health care funding in the 2026 budget and not more raises for law enforcement again. Too many people are having to choose between medicine and groceries. I know what that feels like, to wait months before you can get to see a doctor. That should not be a reality for anyone in Harris County,
Thank you. Your
whether
time
they're
is up.
veteran or civilian.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
So on the robbing Peter to pay Paul, there's a proposal to reduce the cuts to the public health department a bit. They'd still have to make up for the end of federal grants, but that's taking from the public hospital district, which itself has a lot of federal money at stake. And a gentleman mentioned FEMA, so we're not contributing to the rainy day fund because we're waiting for federal money to come. That hasn't come. But one of the proposals in the middle of hurricane season is to not contribute to the rainy day fund this year.
Good morning. My name of judges, Harris County Judge and Commissioner. My name is Charlene Jones. I'm a member of Pure Justice and I live in Precinct 1. I'm here to talk about the need to increase resources for flooding protection in areas like Third Ward. We demand that flood funds protect our blocks, that public health funds build clinics to serve even more people, and that housing funds create more affordability and homelessness prevention programs. Our budget already pays a significant amount for law enforcement. The county budget doesn't need to make way to pay for law enforcement. Our communities have been underfunded for too long, but hundreds of millions in dollars go to law enforcement. Could you imagine what hundreds of millions would look like to organizations putting the work in and getting results? We can't keep turning our heads at our communities and keep funding law enforcement. It just doesn't work. And also, people are being laid off because of these budget cuts. I have a few friends, and they're in their 60s. The health insurance is getting ready to go away.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Harris County judges and judge and commissioners. My name is Monique Jackson. I'm a member of Pure Justice and a resident of Precinct 1. I see firsthand as a real estate agent the devastation of the housing crisis. I witness people who have rented into our society not to be able to find jobs or have stable housing due to having a felony background conviction. The heartbreak of hearing from people who are consistently denied housing is alarming. They feel like giving up. People have to live in substandard conditions because no one else will rent to them. When their freedom is based on paying fines and fees as a condition of their parole or probation, it is setting them up for failure. People deserve a second chances. They have served their punishment, yet they are still being punished by not being able to gain employment. Please consider voting in favor of additional housing funding because that will also help to decrease the jail and prison population. Thank you.
Black residents are less than 20% of Harris County's population, but nearly 50% of the jail population. This isn't safety, it's inequity. The current budget is not holistic when policing and the legal system hoard nearly half of the resources while essential services are cut. The latest proposed budget reduces public health, housing, libraries, holistic defense, early childhood, and even pollution control. Services that actually prevent crime, reduce harm, and strengthen families. That is not a balanced vision of safety. Commissioner Briones, what is your interpretation of public safety beyond policing? Commissioner Ramsey, you call the budget, you say that the budget is business, yet where do businesses approve 69% raises while running a deficit? Departments run pay parity means tripled workloads and layoffs of non-essential staff. Leadership means serving all residents, not just law enforcement. Real safety comes from equity, investments in health, housing, and opportunity, not just jails and patrols. I urge you to lead with vision, not fear, and vote no on this budget.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Lanita Robinson, Tiger, TSU-EMBA, and Gator from UHD with a BA in Computer Information Systems. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Gregory Anderson of Precinct 4, Jasmine Tellez, Leola Cornett of Precinct 1, and Doris Brown of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
All right, good morning, Harris County Judge and Harris County Commissioners. My name is Gregory D. Anderson, Jr. I am a member of Pure Justice and a resident, Precinct 4. I have been viewing the ongoing discussions about the Harris County proposed budget. I am very concerned about what I have been hearing. The push for law enforcement to continue to get raises is not my priority. And it seems as if there is a disconnect between what the people want and what is being proposed. If raises for law enforcement widen the gap of communities getting resources like healthcare, housing, jobs, and flood protection for our communities, then stop the increases for law enforcement. We should invest more in violence prevention, community mediators, youth services, and real protection that includes food, housing, and mental health. Fund programs that proactively address public safety in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Tellez, and I am the proud daughter of a single mother. I grew up very poor, and as a little girl, my mother would rely on our community and public services. The Barbara Bush Library was my home growing up and helped my mother grow her business by attending their computer lessons and typing courses. And I'm really proud to say now that my mom runs a small, like $200,000 business, and me, look at how amazing I've come out. As you vote on the budget, I urge you to prioritize families and communities over policing. A few weeks ago, I watched you vote down a proposal, something to put on a ballot initiative, and you shut it down, calling it a half-baked proposal. I want to hear from you what data and research you are using to back up the increase in law enforcement and how that will benefit our communities and families. I urge you to keep in mind how your decisions will impact our communities in the long run, and I urge you again to prioritize families. We are watching you, and we will hold you all accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. And why not go to the voters? I ask my colleagues, what are they so afraid of?
My name is Leola. I come to you today to ask you not to cut the funding for LBJ and Bentub, because when you do cut the funding, you be cutting the funding for health clinics and MHMRA. And when you do that, do you really, you really don't need to know, you really need to cut that because you no longer have the services. Do you have any idea the people that you were voted for you when you cut the services? You're giving the police another raise, and the only time you see them is when somebody is dead, and you see 50 or 60 standing at the scene, standing around talking. I come to you today to ask you to put the money back in the hospitals and in the clinics where they belong. And I'd like to ask you one question. How do you sleep at night when somebody needs health care and can't get it from Harris County? Thank you.
Thank you. And to be clear, because I see some folks shaking their heads about no police increase, I for one think that they do need to be paid more. But see, we don't have to shove cuts down the voters' throats. We can ask the voters, do you want to see the police being paid more at the expense of basic services? Or do you want to see the police not paid more? Or do you want to see the police paid more and keep basic services? And we can ask the voters. And that needed to be on the ballot in November. But they don't want to hear from the voters. So, okay, let's put it on the ballot next year. And let's not cut basic services unilaterally. All we said is ask the voters. I think they would support it. I don't know. But to force it is unimaginable. I don't know about the sleeping at night. I mean, these cuts, I hope folks look at this chart. These are all the cuts. I've been proposing raises to law enforcement for years. I think they should be paid more. But to do it in exchange for this, and then to call the early childhood proposal half-baked, and then don't even want to ask the voters about this, I appreciate you bringing this up.
Hello, my name is Doris Brown. According to a University of Houston study released this summer in Harris County, air pollution doesn't impact everyone the same. Fine particles, PM 2.5 and diesel soot, peak in central and eastern neighborhoods, while asthma among kids, heart disease, and COPD are most common there. In places like Third Ward and Cashmere Gardens, where poverty and lack of health care overlap with pollution, families pay the highest price. The funding cuts you three will reduce the support for chronic health conditions that our neighbors are coping with. We would not be having to make a choice between our health and unfunded raises had 3 commissioners not passed it. This is a well-studied topic. There has been no study on freezes and raises. I will now read the names of people in our lives who are directly impacted by this issue. Doris Brown, Dana J., Leola B., Malcolm W., Johnny T.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Stop or delay the raises. No freeze or cuts.
Speaking on item 2, Pamela Davis of Precinct 1, Lawrence Sims of Precinct 2, Bakrudin Sabir of Precinct 3, and Elizabeth Lumia of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Pamela Davis, and I'm a member of Pure Justice and a resident of Precinct 1. I am here today to advocate for funding towards our communities and not law enforcement. Yet there is such an urgent push being made to continue increasing funding law enforcement. The people are coming to Commissioners Court telling you our communities need resources to help with housing, health care, mental health services, climate resilience, flood prevention, and child care. Yet these priorities are not even ranked high enough as our goals. Something is wrong with that picture. Hurricane season is here. Are you ready for another Hurricane Harvey? When our communities flood, we will be looking at the decisions you have made to increase funding for law enforcement. I'll end with the quote from James Baldwin. It is certain in any case that ignorance allied with power is the most ferocious enemy justice can have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Judge and Commissioners Court. My name is Lawrence Sims, and some of you might remember me from a meeting that you had to discuss funding for foster care youth. And at that meeting, I proposed an apprenticeship program back in 2019 to educate these youth in information technology, to allow them to become field technicians and help desk operators. Unfortunately, someone in that meeting said they didn't want to be responsible for those youth. And today I'm coming to propose an initiative that could impact the neighborhood and this community by $1 billion over a 10-year period of time by developing a theme, an amusement park, and a
Thank you. Your
robotics
time is up.
technology program.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Commissioners, Judge, and dear guests, good morning. My name is Sabir, and I represent a community of about 2,000 first-generation immigrant families that have settled in Cypress and Katy areas over the past 50 years and have established roots with businesses and schools, and we and our children call Harris County home. Today, I'm here to express our community's sincere gratitude to Harris County infrastructure team for all the improvements that we are noticing in the recent years in our neighborhoods. Initiatives for closing critical connectivity gaps, increasing public safety, improving access to parks, all these programs have made a significant impact on our communities. These sidewalks have created a vital link between the residential neighborhoods and places of worship. Seniors, children, and adults can now walk to centers of worship and schools with peace of mind, fostering a sense of safety, health, unity, and belonging. I echo a similar
Thank you.
sentiment.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beth Lumia. According to a leading air quality experts in Harris County, Air Alliance, ExxonMobil of Baytown, Lindell Bazell of Channelview, and Chevron Phillips of Baytown were responsible for 60% of chemical emissions between 2018 and 2022. Communities under the purview of Commissioner Garcia and Ramsey. However, the funding cuts the both of y'all propose will reduce the support for not only the chronic health conditions that these emissions inflict on your constituents, but also will be a kick in the knee to our ability to monitor and mitigate the pollution they put out. We should not be having to make a choice between polluters and unfunded raises had 3 commissioners not passed it. This is a well-studied topic, and there's no study on the freezes or raises. I will now read the names of people in our lives who are directly impacted by this issue. Carolyn Stone, Greg Moss, Jacqueline R.,
Thank you.
Sam
Your time
R.
is up.
Stop and delay the raises. No freezes, no cuts. Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Tracy Hamblin of Precinct 2, Paul Burks of Precinct 1, Lenora Sorolla Pullman of Precinct 4, David Espinoza of Precinct 2. You each have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Tracy Hamblin, Precinct 2. According to the Children's Assessment Center, CAC, nearly 40,000 reports of child abuse are received in Harris County every year, and more than 3,400 children make abuse disclosures at CAC itself. Federal cuts to CAC have already been huge. The funding cuts and hiring freezes to the CAC that could result from your choices would exacerbate the problem. They could threaten therapist funding and impact our county's ability to support and treat children with the greatest needs. We would not be having to make a choice between children's mental health and unfunded raises had 3 commissioners not passed the raises. I will now use my remaining time in silence without reading the names of the Harris County children who may be impacted by this issue. Stop or delay the raises, no freezes, no cuts.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul. I'm with NET. I'm here to talk about, today I came to talk about, today to talk about because I am afraid and sad your proposed budget will cut some of the only resource that helps victims in domestic violence. I grew up in a home with domestic violence, and it affected me every day. I worry about everyone else that is experiencing what I did as a kid. We need more help, not less. If you freeze hiring and allow the budget cut, you will decrease pretrial protective support service for families in danger and decrease mental health support for the traumatic they endure. I'm asking you to stop the police raises.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners and Judge. Honored to be here. I am Lenora Sorolla Pullman. I'm a second-generation Houstonian, so to say that I've been here to see a lot of the changes and good changes that Harris County has done. One thing is spending money and helping the community within 610 Loop, because before, some of the commissioners that are on here, we never had money. And I'm an owner of a home for 33 years. So yes, I have put my tax dollars in here, and I do want to know how they're spent. And I do appreciate the commissioners and how they think what's more important to us, because yes, we are going through a recession right now. It is hard. And the last thing I need is to think of my taxes going up again or having to think of a tax increase. And my thing is, the other thing I want to talk about is law enforcement. I'm a widower of a Law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Judge and Commissioners. My name is David Espinosa. I'm a resident of Precinct 2. And I'm here today alive because of Harris County Hospitals. Those services allowed my working class family, my immigrant parents, to afford to have me born at LBJ. And when I developed childhood asthma, that's where I was treated. It allowed me to be here to do a 5-mile run. I mean, like 10 years ago, I got a beer gut now, but I can if I want to again. Totally. But I'm concerned just because I was treated doesn't mean I'm not worried about the next generation. I have cousins who have developed asthma, and there's people who are constantly dangerous. Especially we live in a very dirty city that's not zoned. I live next to a freeway, and there's a concrete batch being built near a park, which I know Commissioner Garcia helped stop. But I'm
Thank you.
for
Your
that.
time is up.
But yes,
Thank
stop
you.
or delay the raises, no freezes, no cuts.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Christopher Rivera of Precinct 1, Craig Howard of Precinct 4, Isha Archer of Precinct 1, Devontae Pope of Precinct 3. You each have 1 minute.
Hey, everybody. My name is Christopher Rivera. I work with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and as you heard from everybody, no one wants this increase for law enforcement. You're only going to put us in a predicament where, all these services are going to be cut. People are going to face more eviction, and they're going to be put out on the streets. And the only service that's going to be provided to them is that a constable or sheriff or HPD will come pick them up and take them to receive the services in the jail. And that's ultimately what's going to happen here if we continue to fund law enforcement. The only services that will be provided will be through law enforcement or a jail setting. So please don't put us in that scenario. Please invest in the public. You've heard everybody here. They want flood control. They want housing protection. They want eviction protection. They don't want cuts to these services. They don't want more money for law enforcement. But yet every year we come here and we tell you this, and the budget continues to increase. So we're at a loss. Like, what are we going to do here? Like, are we always going to just come and play this game with you guys, or are we actually going to cause any change for people? Don't give the budget. Let's do this.
Thank you. Thank you. I know about taxes, there's this article today in Houston Public Media, actually September 3rd. And so the city council member is saying, quote, "We have to find a way to generate more revenue, and we're going to have to make an unpopular decision in order to give the residents of this city the services they deserve." This is after calling for a property tax hike. So we're going to have to raise taxes in Harris County if we go forward with these raises, because once the raises are done, there's no reducing them, and we can't we can only cut services so much because there's statutory necessities for services. So that's why I'm begging the commissioners to come to the table, because not only are your taxes going to be higher already due to appraisals, but they're forcing a tax increase next year or the following. We did this by copying what the city was doing, and they are our future, and this is what they're having to deal with right now.
Good morning. My name is Craig Howard. I'm a new homeowner in unincorporated Harris County in Precinct 4. My wife and I are active seniors. We've enjoyed the programs at both Weekly and Raddick Community Centers. One of the things that's important is that services don't have to be all about dollars. We had a Molly Pryor memorial orchard near our apartment, and we asked Precinct 4 for help. Not only did they provide small plants to help improve that section, but they also incorporated Girl Scouts and members of the community in order to beautify an orchard, a pocket park that is surrounded by apartment complexes. We are excited by some of the initiatives of Precinct 4, specifically the initiative to install sidewalks in the busy roads around our area. It makes it safer for us to get to bicycle paths in the Bear Creek area. They've also put in two pickleball courts at Precinct 4.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good morning, Commissioner Court. My name is Devontae Pope.
I am a graduate of Alabama State University with a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice, and I'm also a credible messenger and mentor here in Houston. And where every year Houston continues to pour money into policing, while youth programs, mentorships, and community spaces are left underfunded and overlooked. But here's the reality. You cannot arrest your way out of poverty, you cannot handcuff away trauma, and you cannot jail away hopelessness. True safety comes from investment in our young people, in their creativity, their education, their mental health, and their opportunities. When we choose to invest in youth, we don't just reduce crime, we build stronger families, stronger neighborhoods, and a stronger city. Houston has the resources. The only question is whether we have the courage to shift our priorities. Let's stop starving prevention and start funding possibility, because the future of Houston depends not on punishment, but on the potential of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Archer, and I am a resident of Precinct 1 and a local volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a movement dedicated to keeping our communities safe from gun violence. I am speaking today in support of expanding the HEART and RISE programs. Programs like these have proven their value in Harris County by resolving non-criminal issues with compassion and crisis intervention, rather than arrest, allowing law enforcement to focus on fighting crime. In Cypress Station alone, HEART has diverted 4,500 nonviolent calls and freed over 2,100 deputy hours for response to other calls. It has connected nearly 2,400 residents to services, which has reduced repeat incidents. Prevention is always more cost-effective than damage control, and is definitely less traumatizing for communities. I urge commissioners to vote to support public safety in favor of expanding HEART and RISE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Rosie Turnipseed of Precinct 3, Roshan Evans of Precinct 1, Larry Freeman of Precinct 1, Lola Mikkel of Precinct 3. You each have 1 minute.
Thank you, Judge Hidalgo, commissioners. When we cut resources from the most vulnerable just to give to law enforcement, it makes our communities less safe. If our shared goal is community safety, then continuously ballooning law enforcement budget takes us in the wrong direction. Law enforcement will always be reactionary, and it cannot address the root causes of crime. Safety is built before an arrest even happens through prevention, care, and opportunity. Since it appears the budget may pass regardless of the pleas from the constituents with the greatest need, I ask, how can we work with you to minimize harmful interactions between community and law enforcement by investing in true prevention? Specifically, I urge you to consider removing law enforcement from all non-safety traffic stops, expanding funding for mental health substance use treatment, increasing law enforcement accountability oversight through independent third-party entities, and freezing law enforcement budget over the course of the next 5 years. If the
Thank you.
data
Your
is
time is
clear,
up.
if we want safe
Thank you.
communities, we must
Thank
invest
you.
in
Your
the
time is up.
vulnerabilities of the people and not criminalize poverty.
State your name.
And for the record, my name is Roshan C. Evans, organizing director and co-founder of Pure Justice.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners. My name is Rosie Turnipseed. I am a member of Pure Justice, Executive Director for Choice and Chance Center for Change. I don't have a script. I don't have anything to give y'all this morning, but what real life issues are happening, because I'm in the trenches daily. The HEART program, I was a former employee. All I'm hearing is reducing calls. What about the resources after you get to the call? Also, we're speaking about more law enforcement. We need more mental health. We need more reentry programs. We need more housing. We need more of everything. I have people coming into my office daily without the resources that are needed. We can care less about anything else that's going on right now. I understand the police are needed and more money is needed to help fund the police, but we don't need that right now, because guess what? Your police officers, they need mental health services too. So guess what? We need these services in the community, and I'm not going to stop.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Lola Michael, a member of Pure Justice. I too don't have a script. I have experience. I am an Iraqi war veteran of the United States Army. I have had to call Harris County several times over the past year, and I haven't seen not one sheriff show up. My home was burglarized earlier this year, and I never spoke to a detective. Instead, a business card for me to reach out to, which they never returned my call, and yet we're here pushing forward a budget for raises for law enforcement, and we're going to cut funding to programs that our community need. I think it is a great disservice to people of this community as well as veterans. I'm also a first year in a Master's of Social Work program, and this budget seems really hopeless. So please help
Thank
the
you. Your time is
constituents.
up.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Larry Freeman, and I rise to applaud Commissioner Adrian Garcia and the work that his precinct is doing with the RSO initiative. Our company is a participant in that initiative and have won 4 bids that have allowed our company to grow. I also want to acknowledge the Biz to Empower program that I participated in and several others that we've actually contracted with through the RSO program to help their small businesses grow across Harris County as well. I also wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Ellis for his leadership on the Opportunity Fund, the establishment of that. However, there's some things I think we can do to strengthen it by creating a microloan program, short-term microloan program. And finally, I just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Your constituents are pleased when we're out there working in their communities, repairing sidewalks and ADA ramps. So thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Mo Cortez of Precinct 3, Rosalind Blake of Precinct 1, Sadef Patel of Precinct 4, Stephanie Valdez of Precinct 2. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'll say it again, I sound like a broken record probably. Invest in care, not cages policy, and hire more grant writers. We need more money. I hear that. The message is loud and clear. That's why, some of y'all went to France to try to get more money, to get more, awareness and more people to invest in us, right? Invest in people directly. I know y'all have tried that already, right? But why not try to like a once a year, one-time stipend? Or maybe give people loans and then forgive them, like 5 minutes later. I know the state has their initiatives, but really investing in people directly is crime prevention. And, investing in the police is a race to the bottom, and it is a clear and present danger for our society. We say we live in a society, a civilized society where we care about people. We have compassion. We gotta act like that. We can't just keep investing in bullets. We need to invest in books and in children and in food and resources that people really need. And I know this is a tall order.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Invest in care, not cages.
Okay, so, hello, my name is Rosalind Blake. According to the Coalition for the Homeless of Houston, over 3,200 people are experiencing homelessness at any given moment. In 2023, more than 23,000 received some type of homeless service countrywide. But this year, the federal government cuts are putting more Houstonians onto the streets. Cutting services or sidelining the Housing Trust Fund puts all these lives at risk. We should not be having to make choices between more people without a roof over their heads and the millions of dollars in raises 3 commissioners passed. This is a well-studied topic. There has been no study on the freezes or raises. I will now say recite some names of people that are homeless.
Thank you. Your time is up.
George Foreman, Greg Smith, and
Thank
Alice
you. Your time is
Johnson.
up.
Thank you.
Stop the delay. Okay,
well, come on, man.
I'm coming. Stop the delay. Rate it and the raise. That's for you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sadaf Patel, and I'm from Anissa Hope Center, here to advocate for the Early Childhood Resiliency Fund. Children who grow up in homes with domestic violence are silent victims. They carry fear in their hearts, anxiety in their bodies, and self-blame in their hearts. Without intervention, many go on to repeat what they've lived through, turning pain into another generation of trauma. And when a child continues to suffer, their mother cannot truly heal or move forward. But this grant changes that story. It does like it did for Ahmed, who's in our program, who was on the verge of being expelled for constant aggression and fighting. With just a few months of neurofeedback and play therapy, he went from being a problem child to a model child who helps his classmates calm down. Or Sarah, the 5-year-old who once hid from other children due to fear, today teaches her kindergarten class how to breathe when they're angry. Her mother told us with tears in her eyes, "My daughter has peace in her heart. For the first time, I feel hope for her future." There are countless stories that I can go on, but the bottom line is this. Your
Thank you. Your
investment
time is up.
takes broken pieces of childhood and turns it into building
Thank you.
blocks
Your
of
time is up.
resiliency, hope, and safety.
Thank you. And that is a program that's in the cutting block, in addition to the services ending for 20,000 families on early childhood education due to a refusal to go to the voters. Continue to plead with my colleagues for us to negotiate on this deficit. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Stephanie Valdez, and like so many frontline communities in Precinct 2, I'm living with the consequences of these counties' inactions. At 25 years old, I got diagnosed with 3 autoimmune conditions, SLE lupus being the most severe. Let's be clear, I'm not an exception. In East Harris County, 250 miles have been federally declared a cancer cluster, which most of that is in your precinct, Commissioner Garcia. And now we're here today talking about cutting those same departments because of the budget, pollution control and public health. And that stand between us and the greater harm. These conditions don't just happen, they are triggered, they are worsened, and they are multiplied by environmental racism and this county's refusal to fully invest in protecting our health. Commissioner Garcia, I want to say this to you directly. How can you show up at community events and yet justify the salaries? How can you justify erasing law enforcement while you balance this budget on the burden of the medical conditions on our backs? How can you say this, that you're going to fight for us, and yet we're the ones that are left to breathe this air and drink this water unprotected?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Commissioner Garcia, I'm asking for this from you directly. As an
Thank you. Your
Eastside
time
Houston
is up.
resident, stop the cuts, stop the increases.
Y'all, so we can only do the snapping. Is that what we call it? Yes.
Speaking on item 2, Maisha Coulter of Precinct 1, Dr. Carla Wyatt, County Treasurer of Precinct 1, Taylor Crawford of Precinct 3, and Markeen Dortch of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. I'm Maisha Coulter. I'm the CEO of AVDA, Aid to Victims of Domestic Abuse. I'm here in support of the Early Childhood Resiliency Funds. It allowed us to hire a trauma-informed therapist to help children who witness domestic violence. Since hiring our full-time child trauma therapist in April, she's already seen 44 children and is currently seeing 37 children in therapy. Because of the ECRF funding, it's made therapy consistent, possible for young people. And this is something that allows us to prevent deeper harms and improve school readiness, strengthen families across Harris County. One of our children who's currently being treated since April wrote the following: "I started going into counseling because of some really terrible times with my ex-stepdad. It was scary and made me feel really anxious and angry. At first, I thought I would never feel better. I
Thank you.
struggled
Your
to
time
manage
is
my
up.
emotions, and it made me feel like it was taking over my
Thank you.
life."
Your time
Thank
is
you,
up.
ma'am.
Hello, fellow electeds. I'm Dr. Carla L. Wyatt. I'm your Harris County Treasurer. First of all, thank you all for allowing me to stand here before you today. I'm here again I was here with my whole staff the last time, and we're still working very, very hard, and we really appreciate the support that you've given us. If I'm an elected, treat me like I'm elected. The only thing that I really have to say is do what you have to do with the budget. You guys know what you have to do. No one can tell you what to do, but you've seen the numbers. Numbers don't lie. So do what we can for the people of Harris County. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Carla L. Wyatt. Carla like the hurricane, Wyatt like Earp. Good to see my commissioner.
Thank you so much, Madam Treasurer.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Markeen Dortch. I'm the Assistant Treasurer for Harris County. I've been here a year and 5 months. I'm a proud TSU alumni, bachelor's degree in accounting, licensed financial advisor for over 15 years. While I'm here, I'm looking to be an example for all youth that come from HBCUs, especially Texas Southern University. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that Dr. Wyatt provided me. I'm here to advocate for my staff. We must increase our budget for the Treasurer's Department. Currently, our budget is $1.8 million, $117,000 more than last year. We got $3,700 that's allocated to the funds for raises and we got 12 people that's in our department. And that $3,700 has to be divided amongst those 12 people, which is only $316. So if you break that down monthly, that's only $26 a month. That's not even enough to fill up a tank of gas, so my staff feels undervalued and they work very hard.
Thank you. Your time
They
is up.
deserve a raise.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Taylor Crawford. I'm a constituent of Precinct 4. However, I'm speaking on behalf of all Houstonians today. Right now, Harris County is facing a financial crisis and a jail overpopulation crisis, yet year after year, we continue to pour millions more into police raises and law enforcement budgets that have already outpaced our revenue growth. We cannot keep repeating this cycle. Instead of investing in raises, we urge you to redirect $100 million toward reducing our jail population, freezing law enforcement budgets for the next 5 years, and expanding real community safety programs like housing, mental health care, and flood control. These investments actually keep people safe and save taxpayer dollars in the long run. We also call on you to end harmful practices like non-safety traffic stops, expand the acceptance of the enhanced library card, and strengthen oversight of law enforcement spending. True safety in Houston does not come from jails or more policing. It comes from stable housing, healthcare, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Sarah Raymond of Precinct 4, Heather Stottmeister of Precinct 4, Marcus Allen of Precinct 3. You each have 1 minute.
Hey there, I'm Sarah. I'm a teacher, a social worker, and artist. I live in Precinct 4. Hi, Commissioner Briones. So in the Briones budget plan, you talked about public health, public safety, and infrastructure as core programs that you will not cut. And I saw that you won't be cutting Harris Health and all these other things. But how is this freeze last year in the budget hearings, this hiring freeze that's been going around in the conversation, all these budget hearings, and these are vital positions that are community facing. How are you going to take care of those while you're having this hiring freeze to hire more police? I don't understand that. How do you say that you are funding community or supporting community, but you're also choosing to hire more police, but a hiring freeze for vital community services? You need to fund community and not cages. As you're funding the police parity, you're only going to fund more and more cages and jails. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Heather Stottmeister. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Family Ties Family Resource Services in the farthest northwest corner of Harris County that you can get, that touches Waller County, that touches the city of Waller. We cover across to Tomball and all the way across Cypress over to Katy. Currently, we're the only service that provides wraparound services, but I'm here today to speak to the Early Childhood Resiliency Fund. Thank you for recognizing domestic violence. Thank you for recognizing that we have to start with the children. We are currently doing play, art, and neurofeedback therapy. And one of my individuals who shared with me that the Resiliency Fund has saved her kids' lives. The DVAF program has saved them from being homeless. These are paramount programs. One of the things that I would like to say is we're not just providing therapeutic services, but we are investing in stopping the cycle of violence.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
So much.
Good morning. I'm Marcus Allen. I'm from Precinct 3. I live in the most northern portion of Harris County in Spring, Texas, 300 yards from Spring Creek River. I really enjoyed the passion this morning about everybody caring about people, and I'm glad we live in a place where we can do that. But I do want to express to the commissioners that the place we're at now with the budget comes as no great surprise because of the rate of growth we've experienced in this county. So please take into account when you're wrestling and arguing about today's budget in fiscal year 2026, what we need to be looking at 5 years from now, 3 years from now. Because a lot of this stuff that's going on now, it seems like we could have been more proactive about it. Specifically today, I want to encourage you to include funding for the Spring Creek drainage area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Aleja Newman of Precinct 1, Melissa Villarreal of Precinct 1, Alfredo Dominguez of Precinct 1, Gracie Israel of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Aleja Newman. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak on something like that everyone else is talking about. I don't have a script, I just have some passion. I don't think that you should increase the police budget. I know you've heard this so many times, but like, let's try something new, right? We've been doing the same thing year after year after year. And what is it producing? More people in jail, more people not being supported, more people afraid of police. Do something different, try something different. And our community really needs these resources. As people have already spoken to, people thrive when they have the resources that they need. They're less likely to commit crime. They're less likely to be involved with law enforcement. It's time for us to try a new method because what we're doing isn't working. I appreciate you also looking at me. The Texas legislature doesn't often do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Villarreal. I want to be clear that budget cuts do in fact mean service cuts. According to the Harris County Public Health Department, kids and moms in our county are dying at higher rates than the state and national averages. Our county's child death rate is higher than Texas overall. Let me repeat, our one county's child death rate is higher than that of the entire state of Texas. In 2020, Black mothers died at more than double the national average during childbirth. The funding cuts proposed will exacerbate this problem by limiting resources used to address and mitigate these issues. We shouldn't be having to make a choice between the lives of moms or children and new vehicles for law enforcement. These disparities are well documented in our county. Any benefits from the proposed raises to law enforcement are not. In fact, the opposite has been shown to be true, that raises to law enforcement budgets do not actually reduce crime. So who are we protecting? I'll now read a few names of people in our lives who are directly impacted by this issue. Isabella M., Baby
Thank
to
you. Your
be
time
M.,
is up.
David R., Maria C., Regina J.,
Thank you. Your time is
Maud
up.
H., Cameron V. Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
freezes, no.
Hi, my name is Alfredo Dominguez. Glad to see Commissioner Ramsey getting the steps in this morning. But I want to begin by thinking about America leads developed nations in two statistics of very few, but importantly, incarceration rate and maternal mortality rate. In this budget, you're choosing to continue to exacerbate these issues that specifically and directly impact Black Americans and Latino Americans the most out of all the population, even though when that's the most important part and the biggest part of the oppressed and marginalized communities in Harris County. How, as a county, can we continue to justify these raises in favor of investing in these very real problems when the reality is that we're choosing a budget document is really a document of priorities, right? And about what this county wants to do. We're talking about all these different programs that people have come up here that Precinct 4 is doing, that Precinct 2 is doing, that are super important. Imagine if we had $100 million more to invest in those programs. That's how we have to think about this budget, and that's the way we need to think about zero-sum budgeting. No
Thank you. Your
freezes,
time.
no cuts. Thanks.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Gracie Israel. I live in Precinct 4 and I speak for Texas Rising. About 2/3 of arrests are for low-level, nonviolent offenses. That's not because crime is skyrocketing, but because our county over-incarcerates. Yet the county continues to funnel money into policing instead of prevention and diversion, which only fuels more violence, widens racial disparities, and breaks public trust. The research is clear. Investing in public health services reduce arrests. The constable raises were justified with what ifs, but we cannot arrest our way out of a public health crisis. Lastly, if the early childhood program plan was half-baked, then it's $100 million towards police with no study done to justify it. It's just raw dough, not even in the oven. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking virtually on item 2 is Hillary Haynes. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Hillary. I'm a resident of Precinct 1 and a member of Pure Justice. I'm calling in as a healthcare professional. The budget cannot increase the sheriff's pay raise. I'm here to ask you to prioritize public safety with programs such as HEART, housing, and flood control. There are many instances I would have utilized HEART in my neighborhood where it's not currently available, and I won't call police. Folks in crisis, especially Black and Brown Houstonians, end up being killed by police because they are perceived as a threat or the situation is escalated by police to the point that they become a threat. Or the Harris County Jail irrationally becomes the treatment center, and I've been inside to see how unsafe it is. As someone with de-escalation training and interventions, this was also so evident watching the video of Mr. Cardenas being killed by police. We need to stop perpetuating the belief, based on the portion of our budget, that policing is the major way to keep people safe. Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Damaris Gonzalez of Precinct 4, Nicole Covarrubias of Precinct 3, Patricia Morales of Precinct 2, Cynthia Cole of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damaris Gonzalez, and I'm a community organizer with Texas Organizing Project. I'm here today to emphasize the urgent need to reconsider the proposed constable pay raises, especially given the $200 million budget deficit. It's concerning that amidst a time when families are struggling to make ends meet, local law enforcement departments are allocating millions of dollars towards unnecessary expenses, such as dry cleaning services, using our taxpayer money. This decision sends a misguided message to Harris County working families. I urge you to consider the individuals who are homeless, those facing job insecurities, and those who will soon lose their Medicare benefits. Meanwhile, you're considering increasing the police budget. As someone who has witnessed the harsh treatment of day laborers by constables, I question whether this budget will be used to genuinely protect and serve all the members of our community, regardless of their skin color or immigration status. To me, community safety means ensuring equal and affordable housing for all Harris County residents. It means providing good schools, affordable programs, and accessible health care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Jorge Martinez, and I'm here to support and translate for my mother, Patricia Morales, and my grandmother, Milagros Salamanca. Her remarks are here for, she's a proud member of TOP today. I'm here to express my deep concern about the purpose budget cuts that will take effect next year. we can ensure basic public safety in our communities without dishing out big pay raises to constables that come while cuts are made to other county services. We firmly believe that everyone deserves a fair shot at making a comfortable living. So I have to ask, why do some individuals seem to deserve an affordable and comfortable life while the rest of us struggle to make ends meet, living paycheck by paycheck? Investing in early childhood programs, affordable healthcare, and equal housing opportunities, and better paying jobs for all is what we truly make our community stronger. Won't be able to finish this next one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Cynthia Cole, ASME Local 1550, Executive Director and Advocate for the Community. And today I have a message. First, I have a question. What is it that the community doesn't know that means that so much money needs to be invested in law enforcement? What are y'all telling us? What are we getting prepared for? Because the balance isn't working out. Without community, you have no public safety because you have no public. You got sick people. You got unemployed people. You got homeless people. What you got that you protecting? What are we being protected from? Some of us may feel like we're being put into a position where we are vulnerable. Do not cut services. Do not cut programs. Continue with what you have and come up with a balance. Have a Coke and a smile.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Covarrubias, and I'm a resident of Precinct 3. And I'm here to ask that you don't cut funding for public health and housing assistance programs with this upcoming budget. While there is some balancing that does need to be done, I urge you to remember that healthcare and housing aren't optional services. They're lifelines for our most vulnerable residents. Ben Taub and other safety net providers already serve thousands of uninsured and underinsured patients, and further reducing funds will only increase our ER wait times, delay the chronic care that they need, and overwhelm our hospitals. On the side of housing assistance programs, stable housing is a public health intervention. Studies have shown that stable housing reduces ER visits, improves mental health, and helps families escape cycles of poverty. The county's investment in housing stability services and eviction diversion programs have kept thousands from homelessness. Cutting these services would only increase the burden on law enforcement, emergency services, and our already strained courts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Faye Koo speaking virtually on item 2. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm speaking today as the Chair of Economic Justice with the Houston Peace and Justice Center, and as a constituent of the Commissioner Briones in Harris County Precinct 4. The police cannot be expected to fix the problems of our county. When you expand policing, it just increases the violence. And if Houston is poaching deputies with giant raises, just let them go. Houston made a mistake, and Harris County does not have to follow. The real crisis we will be facing in the next 4 years is an economic one. A new report from the Gerald Huffs Fund for Humanity in partnership with the National Science Foundation shows 45 million American jobs, 1 in 4, are at risk of disappearing by 2028 due to AI and automation. Using police as a jobs program will not fix that. Yes, our public servants are underpaid, but when Harris County freezes hiring and cuts budgets, we must prioritize basic needs: food, shelter, clothing, clean air and water, and a healthy environment.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Koo.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Tia Richardson, Zoe Middleton of Precinct 2, Diamond Pham of Precinct 2, Quinn DeFarina of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Tuesday greetings, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Tia Richardson, and I am here with Pure Justice and a resident of Precinct 1. I am here today asking that you be open-minded to the concerns in the time that we're living in, a serious financial strain. Harris County faces many challenges that threaten services and support systems that keep us safe. These are lifelines, yet we are asked to consider to raise salaries for law enforcement. It's people struggling to feed their families and health solutions that can be rectified. Most of us are having to make optional choices on necessities. How do you expect us to justify a raise for law enforcement when we're still weighing out options such as law enforcement has enough of our budget while people are being turned away who is in need of shelter, food, clothing, if not all three. I am here
Thank you. Your
asking
time
for
is up.
compassion over power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zoe Middleton. I took the day off work to represent myself as a former county staffer because I was really, really proud of the progress that I got to be a part of while I was here. And the questions that some of y'all asked in budget hearings or your staff asked show that you know that we need to keep making progress on housing, and everyone has said that today. But I was a little confused because the answer to your questions were pretty simple. You can keep making progress on housing if you preserve the county's ability to invest. The macro environment makes investment right now all the more important. Local and federal budgets inform one another. There's absolutely no point. It's actually insulting to pretend that they don't and to not prepare for the impacts of the big, beautiful bill when you make this budget. It's especially important when we've seen the jobs reports, insurance volatility, and the impacts of tariffs on construction costs. You can't control that. You can control your capacity to invest. You don't address a housing crisis by adding to the deficit, necessitating cuts, and then rebranding those cuts as efficiencies. You don't put anyone in this county on a path to homeownership if they can't fight an eviction or you can't subsidize land or effective programs. There's no
Thank you.
reason to
Your
make a
time is
bad
up.
situation worse and prevent progress along the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Your
Solution
time is up.
here, stop or delay the raises, no freezes, no cuts. I'm good. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Quinn Dufresne, and I'm a practicing physician here in Harris County. Healthcare to our most vulnerable is being cut at the federal level with slashes to Medicaid. Meanwhile, budgets for law enforcement are skyrocketing, despite plummeting crime rates. I'm angered and frustrated to see that these same trends are being carried out within our county. Instead of stepping up and providing a stopgap for the cruelty being inflicted by the federal government, 3 members of the court have decided to mimic these egregious actions. When difficult budget decisions arose, you chose to cut public health, early childhood education, affordable housing, and environmental monitoring, all of which are foundations for a healthy and safe community. Law enforcement was not only spared your notions of fiscal responsibility, but you've increased spending, following the footsteps of the bad faith actors in Washington by prioritizing police over the well-being of health and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diamond Pham, and I work at Airlines Houston, where we believe everyone deserves the right to breathe clean air. As a resident, I live with the daily reality of air pollution, and so do thousands of my neighbors. We're surrounded by chemical plants, highways, and freight traffic, and it's making us sick. That's why cuts to pollution control and air monitoring are so dangerous. Air monitoring tells us what we're breathing, helps protect communities, and holds polluters accountable. Stop or delay the raises, and don't freeze or cut the protections that keep us safe. Fund the programs that let us live and breathe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Christopher Jenkins, Miriam Kamal Eldon of Precinct 4, Kelly Heap of Precinct 4, Courtney Revels of Precinct 1, Damian Kelly of Precinct 3. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mariam Kamal Eldin. I'm the Executive Director of Asians Against Domestic Abuse. I'm here to I'm here to talk about the Domestic Violence Assistance Fund This initiative has been revolutionary in addressing both the immediate and long-term needs of survivors in Harris County. For an organization like ADA, serving survivors from Asian and Middle Eastern communities, many of whom women face language and immigration barriers. These are not extras, these are lifelines. They are the tangible support that helps survivors rebuild their lives, regain their independence, and stay safe. We strongly urge you to continue this investment in our communities. The impact is deep, lasting, and life-saving. We are facing a lot of federal cuts, so we need the support from our county.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Court. I'm Christopher Jenkins. Since I filed a writ of mandamus, TRO, and a permanent injunction in JP5, I've just been going through the process with the budget, right? So look at the budget hearing meetings. I've seen a lot of things that was heard by us, explained, even questions that was asked. But I'm speaking on Agenda 1 and 2 because I have concern about the grievance committee. We're looking at the process of writing complaints. They should be setting standards and taking their roles more seriously. They rely on taxpayer dollars. I'm talking about JP. So, you know, they're supposed to be independent judiciary. The rep that was speaking at the budget committee said that JPs are knowledgeable, independable, and ethical. But I say different, especially with 3 and 6. And this is the same standard that they was holding over there at JP5, which will affect the whole budget. It will put pressure on the clerks. It will put pressure on the treasurer. It'll put pressure on everybody because if they don't use the diversion programs to stop people from being evicted, and implementing them in the right way, we're using venue shopping,
Thank you. Your time is
shifting
up.
their caseload and transferring their employees.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Courtney Revels. I live in Northeast Harris County. According to the County Public Health Department, in Harris County, kids and moms are dying at a higher rate than the state and national average. Additionally, if you live in my neighborhood, you can expect to live 20 years fewer than those born just a few miles west. The funding cuts that these 3 commissioners are proposing will exacerbate this problem and the life expectancy gap. We should not be choosing between services that we know protect mothers and children and massive police pay raises. These are some of the people that I know that will be directly impacted. Courtney Revels, Judith Revels, Sade Hogue, McKinley Tate, and Monica Revels, and that's just to name a few. Stop or delay these raises. No freezes, no cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Heap, and I'm the Director of Client Support Services at Family Ties Family Resource Services, located in the far northwest side of Harris County, an area that really lacks necessary resources. We are a recipient of the Domestic Violence Assistance Funds. Our agency would like to thank you for recognizing the importance of this flexible funding for victims of domestic violence, and I'd like to share in my support of that. Just one of the many examples of our clients that they've experienced job loss due to lack of resources that have been taken away from them by their offender. There are several of our clients who have lost their home or their utilities, and we've been able to use these domestic violence funds to take care of that for them so that they can stay in their place, find new employment, childcare, things of that nature. And so this program has helped to stop the imbalance of power between the offender and the victim and gives the client the ability to take their power
Thank you. Your
back.
time is up.
So thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Dr. Damian Kelly. This is Dr. Chikima Carmack with the University of Houston. We want to thank you guys for hearing us out today. We are working on a project with Precinct 4, mapping out mental health deserts. We are looking to map these communities out and look at people having access to mental health security in their neighborhoods. Of the 9 distressed communities so far in Precinct 4, 5 of them had less than 4 mental health counselors. One actually had 0 mental health counselors leaders in their community. Our community-driven approach is working with town halls. We're doing workshops in Precinct 4 to build local capacity. Our deliverables for you guys will be the public and interactive dashboard showing where services are most needed in our communities. We're trying to strengthen mental health access as our priority. And in closing, this partnership between Precinct 4 and University of Houston will create a model for innovation and accountability. By funding this, you will be supporting initiatives.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Buzzer, fantastic.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Richard Woods of the District Courts, Deborah Chen of Precinct 4, Amy Leary of Precinct 3, Edward Iglehart. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. Richard Woods, District Courts Administrator. Thank you for listening to my request regarding our FY26 budget. Our FY26 budget, we submitted a service enhancement request for 16 items. That total came up to approximately $12.8 million. 97% of those enhancements are for critical contract labor, as well as a few full-time permanent positions. Only 3% is non-labor. Our current level of service budget is $39.9 million. That's a net increase of about $250,000 above our FY25 budget. The breakdown of that is 85% labor and 15% non-labor. OMB's recommended budget offset for us for FY26 is approximately $1.1 million. While we appreciate not being asked to take the full 10% budget offset that we had projected,
Thank you. Your time is up.
Go ahead, you can finish.
what I wanted to say was in order for us to meet the $1.1 million budget offset, we're looking at having to reduce our contract labor, which in essence is going to result in an increase in the jail population, as well as an increase in our backlog, and then a reduction in our clearance rates. This is not good for the optics for Harris County. We know that a lot of the bills that recently passed out of this most recent legislative session were targeted towards Harris County, and I'm just hoping that we can be exempt from the $1.1 million offset as well, so that we can avoid having additional increases and me coming back again throughout FY26 asking for additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously that'll increase the costs of, because we'll have more people in the jail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Deborah Chen with OCA Greater Houston, here to speak in support of the difficult, pragmatic budget proposed by Commissioner Briones' office, which includes good-paying jobs of raising the minimum wage for Harris County employees to $20 an hour and $21.65 an hour for county contractors, to continue the Apprenticeship Advantage program for trades and tech careers. Not everybody wants to go to college. And AI in the future is going to eliminate many of these white-collar jobs. Continuing to support healthy communities by expanding mobile health and dental services. Many people do not realize that dental services or dental health is the first step towards a healthy body. Everything goes in through your mouth. You can't eat if you don't have good teeth. Strengthen our immunization programs and mental health access, and boost the county's ability to prepare for and respond to disasters. And lastly, to secure permanent funding for the Domestic
Thank you. Your
Violence
time is up.
Assistance Fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amy, and on June 20th of 2023, my life was changed in the blink of an eye when my ex-husband decided to body slam me to the ground and slam my head into the floor 6 times and threatened to kill me. So as a survivor of domestic abuse, I can already tell you that the limited sources that Harris County already has do not need to be cut. They will become less and fewer and further between. And as a survivor, I can tell you those resources are needed. So stop the raises, delay the raises, no cuts, no freezes. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so you guys know, it says here that there's no cuts to public safety, infrastructure, health, workers, or disaster response, but we'll go through this pie chart later, and it's a misnomer, like what is $21 million unspent funds? Departments use that, for example, to replace federal funding that is ending. They will have to cut cybersecurity assessments at a time where everywhere around the country we're seeing more and more attacks. This 11 million, that's a tech/software cut. This 18 million is a one-time property sales, so it's kicking the can down the road. We can't sell the same property again next year. This 41 million, the cost of the law enforcement raises was going to be 141, and they negotiated it down to 100. So they're putting the 41 as a saving, even though it's not any. It doesn't balance this because this anyway. It's fake, and we'll hand it out.
Good morning. I'm Elwood Agar with Collection Action for You. I stand here today because I care deeply about the future of the youth and young adults in Houston. But the reality is, too often, our city underfunds programs that gives our youth hope, direction, and opportunity, while at the same time overpaying and overspending for policing. We cannot keep pouring money into punishment while starving prevention. Our kids need more. Our kids don't need more police in the neighborhoods. They need more after-school programs, mentorship jobs, opportunities, mental health resources, and safe spaces to grow. Every dollar invested into our youth person saves their future from struggling violence and incarceration. I urge you to shift your priorities and invest in the people, not just policing. Let's build a Houston where young people see possibilities, not barriers, because when we lift up our youth, we lift up our entire city. Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Miriam Nasser of Precinct 1, Dua Faki of Precinct 1, Araceli Ramos of Precinct 2, Layla Khalili of Precinct 3, Felipe Sanchez of Precinct 3. You each have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Dua Fakih, and I'm an advocate at Asians Against Domestic Abuse, a nonprofit organization that serves survivors of domestic violence, particularly from the Middle Eastern and Asian communities in Harris County. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the continuation and expansion of the Domestic Violence Assistance Funds. Since their instatement, these funds have allowed ADA to assist 157 plus clients. Without these funds, our hands were tied when it came to providing essential needs for our clients and their children. Things as critical as car repairs, medication, and daily living expenses were beyond our ability to cover. And these are often the key supports that allow survivors to maintain their independence and safety. These funds are not just about emergency services. They allow us to provide comprehensive, culturally specific support to some of the most vulnerable women in our community. Without them, many of our clients would have been left with no way to escape abusive situations. I urge you to continue your support for these essential funds so we can keep providing the critical resources that our survivors depend on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Layla Khalili. I live in Precinct 3, and I'm really frustrated. We heard from every department last week. They all said this budget and the hiring freeze will hurt their programs, their staff, and their services that people rely on. I heard it with my own ears. We all did. So how can some of you sit here and continue saying it won't hurt services? You're lying to our faces, and it's not the first time. I don't understand how you could justify handing 100 million in raises to law enforcement despite overwhelming community pushback, while refusing to let voters decide on a penny tax that would have funded vital early childhood programs. And now you're wanting to raise jail phone costs to 10 cents a minute, squeezing millions out of poor families. You're supposed to represent us and protect us, not join in the federal government's attacks on our communities. You're sowing distrust and anger towards local government. No to cuts, no to freezes, stop the raises. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Miriam Nasser, and I'm talking today about the budget cuts that essential departments are facing. According to the Kinder Institute, renters and homeowners in Harris County face a major affordability gap, over $129,000, meaning the cost of a home far exceeds what most families can afford, and this gap unfortunately continues to grow. Ignoring the problem and diverting money away from the Housing Trust Fund would only make things worse. We should not be having to make a choice between housing stability for residents and the millions of dollars in raises 3 commissioners passed. This is a well-studied topic. However, there have been no studies on the freezes or raises that has been currently proposed on this budget. I will now read the names of some of hundreds of people on today's eviction dockets and courts that overlap with precincts 2, 3, and 4. Kay Barker, Regina W., Curtis W., Gary H., A. Vega, Hussein A. R. Jackson.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Hola, comisionados. Hola, Linda Hidalgo. Hola, jueces. My name is Araceli Ramos, and I live in long-term precinct 2. And I'm here to talk about my children and the Harris families depending on their libraries. Probably it's not important to you, but it is very important to me. My oldest son was at the libraries, and now he is a high school teacher. This is very, very important for us because it also can keep our children away from trouble. High educations, that's what our community needs. Also, I've seen at the hospitals when a lady rushed like 3 weeks ago, deliver a baby outside. I see it with my own eyes. Y'all need to see some stuff like that so y'all can have in your minds what we need in our communities. Also, I had an accident from domestic violence, and I was taking care of both of the hospitals. They took well care of me. We need that in our communities because sometimes as women that we take care of the house, we don't have the ability to the insurance, and we depend on our husband. As if they take it away from me, so what are we going to do?
Thank you. Your
Please be
time is up.
considered. Stop the delay, the racist.
Thank you.
No congelaciones, no recortes.
Thank you.
Hola, buen día. Me llamo Felipe Sánchez. Soy de Spring Branch. As a kid, I used to see cars get pulled over for speeding, and there would be one cop car there. Nowadays, I usually see 2 or 3 cop cars. How many people do you need to ticket someone for speeding? What do the ones not in charge of ticketing do? Our tax dollars are being wasted on thousands, if not tens of thousands of people just standing by. People in jail getting paid 10 cents an hour to pick up litter beside the highway do more meaningful work. How about we give them a pay raise instead? In exchange, we're cutting housing services, maternal and childcare, and selling off public lands. One-time sales that'll put us in the same spot next year. This is a vicious cycle. If you make it harder for people to get by cutting off vital services, then people will look to extremes just to survive. Don't make this mistake. It's okay to own up to a bad call. No freezes, no cuts. Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Judge Tiva Bell, Judge Latosha Lewis Payne, Judge Jim Evans, Judge Melissa Morris, Judge Andrea Beal, Judge Beverly Armstrong, Judge Natalia Cornelio, and Judge Kelly Johnson.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Jim Evans. I'm the Associate Judge in the 312th Family District Court. I ask you to fund high-quality judicial work in this county. Associate judges in family courts hear every type of case that the presiding elected judges hear. Our court dockets are basically divided in half, and we hear probably more than half of the cases. We hear numerous final trials every week. We decide whether to commit people to Harris County Jail and we decide whether it's proper to release them. In my court, I hear every single CPS case, from the emergency hearing where I have to decide whether to remove children from their parents to the final trial where I have to decide whether to terminate the parent-child relationship. The single thing that I hate the most as a parent and a human, as a part of my job. But I have to do it because I have to follow the law and Constitution of the state in the United States. Our decisions are appealed to the courts of appeal and to the Supreme Court. I know you want people in this county who are family lawyers who are good, compassionate, and experienced.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Go ahead and finish, and we'll hear from the
Thank you.
elected officials.
Who are good, compassionate, and experienced to know that they can take these appointed positions and be compensated with fairness. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. On September 1st, 2025, SB 9 went into effect. At the time, there were 5,635 individuals who were in custody under the felony district courts. Despite no changes in bond eligibility, that number rose to 5,745 1 week later, 106 people. It is clear that SB 9 will increase our jail population and SRJ 5 will have a greater impact. According to the Office of Court Administration, the only associate judges and visiting judges are authorized to assist with these cases. As our dockets grow, we face losing the only tool we have available to help manage this increase. We have developed a plan to hold 2 dockets per day, 365 days a year to address the cases and reduce the delays, especially with the changes to SRJ5 coming. But we cannot succeed without the assistance of our AJs. At the last time we hired associate judges, the process took months. Early data shows SB 9 has already increased the numbers, and SJ5 is likely to increase.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Judge, do you want to wrap up?
Just saying that because the numbers are going up, if we delay in making a decision until we figure things out, we'll end up in the same situation we are in Harvey. And it's taken a lot of work from all of us to get to where we are now.
So what would you like to see done, Judge?
We would like the associate judge program kept. They are the only people OCA will allow aside from visiting judges. We've tried to get visiting judges. So far, no luck. The numbers are going up, and that is our only tool to combat them. I understand y'all are factoring in the jail reduction and the savings you get from that, but if you're looking at the numbers and know that when this budget goes into effect, it won't be there.
It won't be there, right?
Then please help us, help you, the county, our communities, all of us. When that backlog, all of us suffered. And I'm asking to give us the only tool we have in place to help with those numbers and to help justice happen at a fast rate. We tried 276 cases in the felony courts in the last 9 months. We are doing the work. With y'all assistance. You helped us and came up with the idea for AJs in the first place. We're asking you to continue the support because that is how we're getting things done collaboratively with you guys in Harris County.
Judge, would you explain what the visiting judges and associate judges are and which ones are you looking to have to cut?
That we have visiting judges, what the visiting judges are doing in ERD type cases, and Andy will speak on that because we have the proposal that you guys requested. In ERD, what the visiting judges do is they try cases back to back. They funnel all the hearings over to the AJs and they try cases. They are currently in 3 different trials as we speak right now. The associate judges handle our bond docket, so if I'm in trial, I can send my case up to them. Associate judges have also agreed to come in on evenings and weekends and the holidays to hear these bond cases. The DA's office on the cases that are minor have been putting in agreed bond requests or proposals for an agreed bond agreement. Only problem is under SB 9, magistrates can't grant those, so those people continue to remain in custody. They don't get out even though the parties agreed day one that this was the appropriate bond on the case until 3 days later when they get to court. We're paying $200-something a day for an agreement that happened day one. We cannot afford to waste money knowing that we just went through this problem, and I know that all of y'all sat on committees to come up with different plans to help dig us out. I'm asking for you to please leave in place the only tool that we have in our belt to try to help reduce this docket.
And right now, the proposal does not include?
AJs are out of the proposal at this time, so I'm asking you to change it. And I understand that there's a budget shortfall, but if we understand that this $2 million will save 104.
But see, there isn't a budget shortfall, not yet. We haven't actually committed to the $100 million until today. That's when it ends. So it's the problem that you are facing. It's manufactured. It's not like we woke up and suddenly there was a budget deficit. So I think what you're saying is very valid, and I actually did not realize that we're here celebrating public safety. I did not realize that we were cutting the judges. Of course, we're also cutting other areas of the public safety system with the district attorney, juvenile probation, et cetera.
I just
Thank you.
appreciate y'all all have sat with all of you guys, and I know this is near and dear to all of you, and community safety is an issue. So I just implore you to please don't stop the work we've started and worked so hard on.
The way we can help you is by negotiating on this. Negotiating on, does there need to be such a shortfall? And so I really hope my colleagues will come to the table and do this instead of pretending like there is a budget shortfall that is not actually there yet. Thank you.
Thank y'all for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Morris. I'm the presiding judge of the 263rd District Court. I'm also a Precinct 1 resident. I wanted to speak in support of the AJ funding. As of August 31st, the jail population was 8,666. As of September 8th, the jail population rose to 8,733, and that was just in 1 week since SB 9. There were at least 216 deemed eligible, and the only people who are allowed to set bonds under this new law are district judges and our associate judges that, like the ones that we have. The requested budget for the AJ program is $2 million, and we understand that y'all are, pinching, but there are 6 AJs, 3 court reporters, and 3 court coordinators. This is the most frugal of budgets, and we ask that you continue to fund this program. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stacey Allen Barrow. I stand before you as the presiding judge of the 487th District Court, as a former felony associate judge, as well as a 35-year resident of this county, and I stand with my colleagues in support of the collective good of our community, a community that deserves to have the law followed, which requires us to set a bail within 48 hours of arrest. Our request today from Commissioner's Court is to partner with us in progress to fund the felony associate judge program for an additional year in response to the shifting criminal justice landscape. Here are the facts. On average, 20,900 people arrested will have to have their bail determination deferred to a statutorily required person to set bail, whether that's a felony associate judge, a visiting judge, or an elected judge. Although we are asking for, I think it's around $2.2 million in order to fund the felony associate program, that investment will reap benefits for us, because if we don't make the investment today, we will have to make it the investment in the form of civil rights and bail litigation when we are not following the law because we are not empowered to do so.
Thank you.
So
Your
please,
time is up.
thank you.
Hello, I am Beverly Armstrong, judge of the 208th Criminal District Court, and I also come standing with my colleagues asking you to please keep the felony criminal associate judge program. I just want to give you my own personal statistics. When I took the bench in January of 2023, I walked into 2,205 cases. Of those, 834 were jail cases. As I stand before you today, I now have 945 cases, and 395 of those are jail cases. I was able to make this great change because I used every tool that you have provided me, including the associate judge program. That is how I'm able to reduce these cases, and that is how my colleagues are able to reduce these cases. That helps every one of your issues, every one of the things that you're concerned about. So I know the commission is concerned about all of the judges not agreeing to this program. Let me say that we have the majority of us willing and wanting to use this program. Please don't let others who want to sabotage this program win. We need this. It's good for our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Judge Kelly Johnson, and I'm judge of the 178th District Court and have been a judge for the last 8.5 years. When I was the administrative judge, we judges worked with you to create the associate judge program to reduce the backlog, but now the backlog stands in jeopardy. So far, more than 4,000 cases have been referred, about 100 disposed each month, and there's an average of 15 and upwards to 40 jury trials that are handled monthly that free elected judges and move trials and pleas. Now, as spoken by my colleagues, SB 9, we face the biggest obstacle to efficient justice. In-custody outsourcing will increase by 50%, as some of the statistics show. And I know each of you value data-proven results and solid investments. This program lowers costs, reduces outsourcing, and keeps justice timely. The Associate Judge Program
you. Your
is a
time is
proven
up.
investment, and please put justice first.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Judge Natalia Cornelio, the presiding judge of the 351st District Court. As you know, recent changes in the law have required an expansion of our court operations. Specifically, our 24/7 magistrates are unable to set bail in an expanded number of felony cases, but the law requires that bail be set within 48 hours. The judges have built operations to work weekend shifts, holiday shifts to timely make bail decisions, but funding is required for these operations to exist, including staff, associate judges, and visiting judges. Associate judges have also been helpful in assisting the district courts with post-conviction writ applications and hearings, handling court business such as pleas, hearings, and setting or reviewing bail while we are in meetings or trial. I have an AJ covering my docket and taking pleas right now, so I'm able to testify here today. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Judge Andrea Bell, the presiding judge of the 185th District Court, which is one of our felony courts. I'm here on behalf of the Felony District Board today, asking you to please continue to fund the emergency relief dockets. I have a letter here signed by me, the head of the Docket Management Committee, and the judge in charge of the emergency relief dockets, saying what our proposed plan is and our commitment to take on the in-custody state jail and third-degree cases that are over 100 days old, so that we can make sure that we continue to reduce the in-custody population in Harris County, in hopes that we can work with you to end the contracts where in-custody people pre-trial are being shipped out to other prisons and jail systems in and out of the state. If any of you have any questions after reading my proposal, I know that I've spoken to many of your staff members. I am happy to answer those questions. This case, or this emergency relief docket program, to not fund it would be stepping over a dollar to pick up a dime. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Latasha Lewis Payne. I'm the administrative judge for the 67 state courts that we have here in Harris County. Funding the judiciary is a critical, core, essential service. Your objective is to make Harris County just, and the way that you do that is to amend the budget to make sure that you adjust the pay for the 14 family and juvenile associate judges. That amount is $382,000. They would stand to be the only judges in this entire county who did not receive a pay adjustment as a part of the budget. They've been a part of the general fund. Each associate family judge helps a judge handle about 1,800 cases. Make Harris County more just, amend the budget, and allow us to use the $1.7 million that is in reserves to start working on the language access plan. Make Harris County more just, fund the ERD, support staff, and the associate judges that have been requested, because they've shown that they will improve the backlog. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Nadel. I'm with a nonprofit called Families to Freedom, and we transport victims of abuse to safety. Harris County leads the state in domestic violence crime and fatalities, and I represent a small nonprofit that helps victims escape, and then we give them a ride to emergency shelters near and far, and then we also help our victims and survivors get back to family very far away so they can live safely. We're busy saving victims every single day across Harris County. This body, all of you, all up here, have the power to show that you too support saving victims from harm. On behalf of over 580 victims and survivors that we will help next year, that we will drive to safety, please fund Victim Services. Victim Services Assistance Fund, DVAF, actually saves lives. And I urge you to fully fund DVAF, to fund victim services for jobs and for victims directly to recover. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela Graves Harrington, presiding judge of the 246 Family District Court. County Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners, thank you so much for having me today. I stand before you to advocate for a necessary and overdue investment in the foundation of our justice system, a pay raise for our Harris County Family Court Associate Judges. These judges are the frontline responders to our most vulnerable citizens. The nature of the Harris County Family Court Associate Judges' work is unique and intense. They handle a high volume of emotionally charged, time-sensitive cases that directly impact children and families. There are other associate judges in Harris County that are state associate judges that make significantly more money than our Harris County and other associate judges in Harris County. And so I'm asking that you consider the specialization of our Harris County Family Court judges. There is a constant churn of high conflict contentious cases, and it creates a heavy and draining docket. Thank you so much for your consideration for a pay raise for our Harris County Family Court Associate Judges.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 2, Zitlali Alvarez Almendarez of Precinct 1, Michael Spates of Precinct 4, Randy Trevino of Precinct 2, Raquel Hernandez Bajorn of Precinct 2, Alondra Andrade of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Zitlali Alvarez, and my pronouns are he and they. I'm a PhD candidate at Harvard University and a researcher working towards transgender, indigenous, and migrant safety in Texas. I'm a DACA recipient raised in Northwest Houston and now a resident of Southeast. Allow me to add to the concert of voices. For our communities, funding police is a core part of the problem. This decision constitutes violence against us and our loved ones. Ironically, the last time I was present here before this court was in 2016 when our community overwhelmingly rallied to reject the 287G contract between ICE and Harris County. I know that Commissioner Garcia is well versed on this issue. Now, in an even more urgent state of emergency, I'm here unsurprisingly to circle back on this issue of policing, what I consider one of the principal roadblocks in progress, not just here, but across the country. Look around and confront what real safety looks like. Look around this room as I see many people whom I've counted on for safety, healthcare, warmth, shelter
Thank
for
you. Your time
storms,
is
water,
up.
electricity. In this room today, none of them are police. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioners. My name is Michael Space, Executive Director of the Young in Politics. I'd like to thank you all for this time and space right now, especially Commissioner Ellis. I want to thank you for the information that you've given throughout this process to keep us informed of everything. And the question before us is not whether the constables deserve a pay raise. We all recognize the value of their service. The question is this the appropriate time at a moment when our county is facing shortfalls, when testimony after testimony has shown us how critical programs are struggling, programs that actually keep our neighborhoods safe, reduce crime, and support families? Can we justify taking millions from them to fund pay raises? True, public safety is not just badges and patrol cars. It's mental health care, youth programs, hospitals, housing, and the resources that prevent crime before it starts. If we take from those, we weaken the very foundation of public safety.
Thank
The
you. Your
choice
time
is
is up.
clear. We must prioritize effective programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Trevino, and I am a resident of Precinct 2 and Executive Director of the Raices Collab Project, which is founded out of Southeast Houston. And the very reason that the organization was founded was because we recognize that not only communities across Texas, but in Harris County in particular, are in the front lines of what we're seeing across the country. Vulnerability when it comes to food, when it comes to health, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to security, all types of security, not just police force, but health and otherwise. And so what I'm asking here is, why are we pinching in the largest county in the state when the funding should be here? We have paid into it. I, as a property owner, pay into these taxes and know that they keep increasing. I know that they keep increasing, the cost of water keeps increasing. And so why is it that when we're pouring into this system, there is no safety net when we have vulnerabilities like we know we're facing right now?
And so I please urge you to keep supporting the residents that are relying on you as their
Thank you. Your
leaders.
time is up.
Thank you.
My name is Raquel Hernandez Bajorn, and I'm here to say that enough is enough. This isn't just about numbers, this is about lives. A budget is not just math, it's a moral document. The people didn't fail the government, a failure of leadership did. We don't have a money problem, we have a management and spending problem. We demand honesty, accountability, and leadership rooted in shared sacrifice and integrity. No true leader asks others to sacrifice what they won't sacrifice themselves. That's not leadership, that's hypocrisy. Let's be clear, a balanced budget should never come at the expense of the public's well-being. We shouldn't be choosing between safety and sanity or between services and survival. The single parent barely getting by, nor the deputy or officer working 2 jobs should have to bear this budget burden. We didn't arrive here overnight. This is the result of years of misplaced priorities, lack of transparency, and now despite billions in our budget, we're told it's still not enough. And I'm here to say enough is enough. Do better.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Alondra and I'm a resident of Precinct 4. I'm also here in support of Communities Not Cages. I'm asking for funding to go to essential services that protect our communities. As you all know, you've heard here before, the cops don't prevent crime, they respond to it. I am one of many, many survivors in this county, and I want to talk about just the fact that survivors don't trust the cops. And there's a reason for that, because whenever they do show up to places, they're there and they're causing more harm and more trouble to a survivor that needs assistance and safety. Therefore, I'm asking you to pour in funding into essential services that, again, prevent this from happening in the first place, like a woman having a safe place to sleep, having food, not being around her abuser, and not having to rely on her abuser. These are things that can be prevented. There's a report that said that
Thank you. Your time is
75%
up.
of survivors who called the cops
Thank you.
concluded
Thank you. Your time
that
is
the
up.
involvement was unhelpful.
Thank
Just
you.
really look at that math.
Speaking on item 2, Alexander Spike of Precinct 1. Speaking on item 8, Cody Miller of Precinct 3. Speaking on item 16, Adante Sterling of Precinct 1. Alex Campbell of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, commissioners and judge. My name is Alexander Spike. I live in Harris County, one of the most polluted counties in the entire country. I work with Airlines Houston, a nonprofit fighting for clean air and environmental justice. Every day, my neighbors and I breathe air polluted by highways, chemical plants, and freight traffic. It's making us sick. Harris County has some of the highest childhood asthma rates. These aren't just numbers. There are kids, elders, and our community members. We believe your zip code shouldn't decide your health or your life. That's why I'm here to urge you, fully fund Harris County Pollution Control. Cutting funding to this department in this political context means fewer inspections, less air monitoring, and weaker enforcement. It puts lives at risk. This budget shows what we value. If we keep overfunding police while underfunding public health, housing, and pollution control, we are choosing punishment over prevention. We need stronger tools to protect our communities and hold polluters accountable, not weaker ones. Fund the programs that help us live and breathe.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Cody Miller, and I represent the Greater Houston Builders Association. I'm a resident of Precinct 3 and talking not on the budget, but on item 8, the engineering fee increases. We appreciate the county's engineering's willingness to engage with our industry surrounding the proposed fee increases, but we remain very concerned about platting and permitting delays. These delays add roughly $500 per day per single-family lot in carrying costs and directly drive up the price of housing all across Harris County. We are not opposed to higher fees, but they must be tied to better service. So we recommend stakeholder groups that meets regularly to discuss engineering processes, fee increases phase in only after benchmarks are met, and require annual reporting to this court on measurable progress before any further increases take effect. Families in Harris County need timely approval so more homes can be built and housing can remain attainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners Court. My name is Adante Sterling. I'm a credible messenger with the Collective Action for Youth.
We, the people of Harris County, appreciate the police force. We know they put their lives on the line day and night to protect our communities, and we openly honor that. But here's the problem. Organizations like mine, who also risk our lives, our time, and our money, don't feel the same appreciation. We dedicate ourselves to our community day and night. We stress when they stress. We hurt when they hurt. Our mission is prevention, to step in so the police don't have to take on such a risk. So I ask, why cut funding from those of us working to save our people only to funnel resources into a system that often ends up destroying them? Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Alice Campbell, and I'm with Collective Action for Youth. I'm a resident of Precinct 1, and I'm here today to speak against the proposed reallocation of ARPA funds for the FY26 budget. ARPA funds were given to communities to maximize creative solutions to unprecedented challenges, to invest in community-driven solutions, not to make up for budgetary deficits. The young people that we strive to help at Collective Action for Youth and their working class families are counting on you all to create a budget that benefits everyone. Thank you for your time.
Speaking on item 2, Larkin Blackwell. Amy Smith. Speaking on item 16, Julio Medina of Precinct 1. Markinley Sharonfant and Michael Galloway of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Larkin Blackwell, and I'm here on behalf of Pure Justice. Every dollar directed towards increasing law enforcement salaries is a dollar taken away from essential services such as library, public health, and hurricane preparedness. Research shows that simply expanding law enforcement presence does not reduce crime. Instead, it increases long-term expenses and contributes to higher incarceration rates. What truly reduces system involvement are the very programs and mental health services now at risk of being cut. Investing in prevention lowers long-term costs such as policing, courts, and jails. The county budget should prioritize reactive strategies rather than proactive measures.
Hello, good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Julio Medina, a credible messenger from Collective Action for Youth. According to the U.S. Census, about 16% of Harris County residents live in poverty. Balancing the budget is important, but the way we do it matters. If the cuts fall on health clinics, housing, and youth programs, we aren't just trimming expenses, we're cutting into the safety and opportunity that families rely on every day. A responsible budget shouldn't leave families without care, young people without safe programs, or communities without resources. It should prioritize dignity, fairness, and the basic needs of people who live here. I urge you to adopt a budget that protects essential services and invests in our residents. Harris County works best when every family, no matter their background, has the chance to be safe, healthy, and supported. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Smith, and I'm with the Harris County Domestic Violence Coordinating Council. And first of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of you and all of your fabulous staffers who have worked so hard to preserve the Domestic Violence Assistance Fund. The Domestic Violence Assistance Fund has helped over 7,000 individuals since its inception. We appreciate the fact that it is still in the budget. We would like it to be fully funded, and we would like it to continue. The budget. This fund has helped people. We partner with 19 agencies. Some of our partner agencies tell us that they've been able to help victims. We have one child who was the victim of a domestic violence. When she left her home, it was discovered that she had been sexually assaulted. The Domestic Violence Assistance Fund allowed us to pay for her a new bed so she wouldn't have to sleep in the bed she was sexually assaulted in. It allowed us to provide a computer for a visually impaired woman so that she could get a job after she left her domestic violence situation. So thank you so much for everything that you've done, and I hope to continue it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Judge and Commissioners. Today I urge you to be merciful. Don't be indifferent. This budget threatens essential services. Approving will lengthen jail detentions, gut medical care to our vulnerable, and lead to recidivism of our most vulnerable youth. Last week, expert officials testified to the budget as an issue to our backlog and grassroots work. The police want raises, I get it. They deserve one, but not at the cost of lifelines. This unfolding calls for care, not more cages. Matthew 5:7 says, "Blessed are the merciful." We need mercy. Have mercy on the vulnerable. Vote no to increase police salaries. Protect ARPA. Protect medical care for our vulnerable. Protect grassroots efforts. Commissioners work for people, not police. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
For the record, my name is McKinley Sharon Font. I represent Collective Action for Youth, Florida State University, Texas Southern University, and Harlem's father. Thank you.
Here's an idea. Let's pay the cops more money and take away money from public health and all the other resources that we have for the 16% of our communities that are below the poverty line. That makes sense, right? Come on, man. Y'all don't even believe that yourselves. Real talk. Most of the people in here do not believe that. I've only heard people protest against this budget right now. And I'm here to speak for these 16% because they matter the most. How are we so focused on 12,000 police officers getting more money and they are not below poverty? When we have officials, we have people that work in Harris County officials that are below poverty line. $21.46 an hour is what it takes to be able to make it with no kids and single. Come on now, let's be real. Thank y'all.
Can you state your name for the record?
The Michael Galloway.
Speaking on item 16, Jasmine Stelly of Precinct 1, Evelyn Barron of Precinct 1, Jlyn Sowell of Precinct 1, Latricia Lewis of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jasmine Stelly, and I'm also a credible messenger with the Collective Action for Youth program. But I'm also here standing as a vessel speaking up for my community. The ARPA funds were meant to heal and prevent. This budget will hurt organizations that are authentically helping our communities with youth programs, affordable housing, and community health overall. Diverting active ARPA projects removes proven support for families. We should protect relief investments in our highest needed areas. As it was mentioned by Director Gonzalez that these neighborhoods will be impacted, such as Cashmere Gardens, Third Ward, and Baytown. If they continue with the proposed cuts, the county can expect higher recidivism and rising crime in these neighborhoods. So let's all come together in unity and help each other with prioritizing what truly matters for this impacted generation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I stand before you to address the proposed AARP reallocation $1 million budget cut to our community programs, a cut that is intended to fund pay raises for our constables. I want to be clear at the outset, our law enforcement officers deserve our respect and fair compensation for the difficult, often dangerous work that they do. This is not a matter of whether they should be paid more, it is a matter of where the funding should come from. To take millions from vital community programs is to unravel the very safety net that our most vulnerable citizens depend on. We are talking about programs that are offering housing assistance, not as a handout, but as a lifeline for families on the brink of homelessness. We are talking about job training initiatives that provide pathways to self-sufficiency for those who have been laid off or are trying to enter the workforce. We are talking about mental health services, after-school programs, and senior support, all which are fundamental to a healthy, stable, and community. These aren't luxuries, they are preventative measures that save us all money in the long run by reducing crime, emergency visits, and the
Thank you.
costs
Your time is
associated with
up.
homelessness. Thank you.
Can you state your name, please?
Evelyn Barone.
My name is Jalen Sauer, and I speak for the Collection Action for Youth. To be clear, these pay raises only make sense to the people that is getting the beneficial end of it. The money should not come from critical services that people count on every day. AR, AP funds get cut, more families end up on the edge of eviction. Kids fall behind in school, parents can't keep a steady work, neighborhoods become less stable. Community centers are essential where kids stay safe after school. Seniors find support and where people go when they don't have anywhere else to go. Taking these essentials services weakens the whole community. Pay raises won't fix these problems, but helping families and keeping the communities open will, and that should focus on the youth. Thank you.
Speaking on item 16, Latricia Lewis, Perla Flores of Precinct 1, Ariane Whittle of Precinct 4, Cynthia Cruz of Precinct 2, Maria Gloria of Precinct 1. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and Judge Hidalgo. My name is Cynthia Cruz, and I am a credible messenger with the CA4Y, Collective Action for Youth. And I'm here today because budget cuts are not just numbers on paper. They are lives, dreams, and future at stakes. Every dollar taken away is a resource stolen from our schools, our communities, and our most vulnerable neighbors. These cuts mean larger class sizes, fewer programs, and less support for the people who need it most. I can't stand by and watch our leaders balance the books on the backs of our children, our workers, and our future. I demand priorities that put people over profits and investment over neglect. We require prevention programs, not richer law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Mendez. True public safety is not just about what we respond to, it's about what we build. Our community programs are the heart of that effort. The after-school programs, the senior centers, the local clinics, they're essential services that strengthen our neighborhoods and create a sense of belonging. To cut these programs to fund constables' salaries is to weaken the very foundation our constables are sworn to protect. It's a trait that makes us all less secure. Let's invest in the community that makes our city strong. Thank you.
Good morning, and on behalf of Collective Action for Youth, I, Ariane Whittle, am extending gratitude for the opportunity to shed light on the matter at hand. Said budget cuts are affecting those wrongfully convicted, individuals in need, community service, job opportunities, essential resources, disaster assistance, legal representation, bereavement recovery, agency collaborative reductions, fundamental limitations, and increased ways for decreased support. Fitting into many of these categories myself led me to seek mentorship, where I put myself on the line for those who are in the position to handle, as they are needed, valued, and essential. Not everyone's path is conventional, so not only does this affect real people with real life situations and futures, your decision impacts those who believe in us as well. You've had the opportunity to reach the positions you are currently in, so the community deserves grace to reach new heights under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking on item 16, Perla Flores, Barbie Bashir of Precinct 4, Georgia Rodriguez of Precinct 3, Jade Miller, Edgar Sazo of Precinct 2, Will Harris of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here with you this afternoon. This looming $200 billion budget deficit is certainly a problem and a serious challenge, but I urge you to be bold and unified to find solutions that do not cut the investments in people. And that includes the reallocation of the ARPA funds. We cannot lose the momentum that we started. If we want safer communities, we must support the emotional, physical, and financial well-being of every resident. That means funding domestic violence initiatives, mental health care, public safety that's rooted in trust, and programs that give people access to affordable housing. Every dollar spent wisely on people today is a dollar saved in emergency responses, jail costs, and poverty tomorrow. Investing in our people is not a luxury. It's the most fiscally responsible thing that we can do. Please don't just cut to close the gap. Find ways to restructure, reallocate, partner with us in the community and the nonprofits. We know solutions.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Can you
You
state your
can
name
make
for the
this
record?
budget statement that Harris County people come first.
Thank you. Will you state your name for the record?
Yes, Barbie Brashear, Executive Director of the Harris County Domestic Violence Coordinating Council.
Thank you so much.
So I recognize the fiscal pressure this court is navigating, but pulling resources away risks interrupting progress and breaking trust with residents who are promised long-term recovery investments. Let me help you out a little bit by recommending 3 sustainable options already identified in the fiscal budget framework. First, targeted revenue enhancements. Beyond the $9.8 million already projected from permit and constable fees, we can responsibly adjust areas like eviction-related fees to raise revenue without cutting vital sources. Second, phase law enforcement pay parity. Rather than absorbing the entire $142 million cost in 1 year, we should spread it over 2 to 3 years. This honors deputies and constables while managing costs responsibly. I know you all know about incrementalism. Third, healthcare and indigent defense relief. Indigent defense is constitutionally mandated yet unsustainable at current levels. By working with state and federal partners, we can secure cost sharing or grant relief. In short, these alternatives address recurring expenses and recurring solutions rather than draining ARPA funds that we really need as a community. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Jade Miller, SMU, policy student.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Perla Flores. I am here because the proposed constable pay raises come at a cost our community cannot afford. It doesn't make sense to approve raises that lock the country into over $1 billion in new spending over the next 5 years while they plan to pay for it. When funding runs short, the cuts will come from the very programs that prevent crime, support families, and keep people out of crisis. That means higher jail costs, more court cases, and heavier burdens on taxpayers in the long run. Public safety isn't just about paying law enforcement more. It's about preventing emergencies before they happen by keeping people housed, healthy, and supported. Please use common sense, protect essential services before approving raises. That's how we build a safer, stronger Harris County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edgar Sasso with Collective Action for Youth. As a child, I went to school and was told that an entire country was started because the people who were in charge wouldn't listen to the people. Further than that, I live in a state that prides itself on the rebellion against overreaching government, about representing the people. And yet there's a refusal to let the people speak and vote on what was going to happen with this budget. And now we're sitting here talking to the commissioners about voting on whether there's going to be a budget that's going to take from the people and give to the government. That just doesn't sound American to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Georgia, and I'm a resident that lives in Precinct 2. I'm here to urge you to protect ARPA funding for community programs and oppose the reallocation that's been proposed under line item 16. These dollars were created for relief and for prevention. They're working right now. They're supporting families, youth, and neighborhoods that were hit hardest during the pandemic. Diverting funds steals capacity from grassroots organizations that are already making proven change on the ground. Community-centered organizations like mentorship programs such as the Credible Messenger Initiative are invaluable resources for people who need guidance and a positive role model. These programs show real positive results by preventing cycles of harm and helping young people build stronger futures. Our highest needed areas, places like Kashmir Gardens and Third Ward, deserve steady investment. Stripping relief here increases the risk of higher recidivism, rising crime, and broken trust. My ask is simple. Please don't cut the budget for essential programs and services. Thank you.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners Court. My name is Will Harris. I am a credible messenger with Collective Action for Youth.
First, thank you for the service and your commitment to the public safety, but I'm here today because true safety must reflect the values, needs, and dreams of the people, especially our youth. So I have to ask, how can we justify $170 million toward a vision that doesn't uplift our communities? We always say children are the future, but what kind of future are we building for them? Are we telling them their future is jails and punishment, or can we show them a future rooted in care, opportunity, and hope? You have a choice. We all do. If we can find $170 million for policing, then we can find it for the youth programs, mental health care, education, job, training, and the real building blocks of safety. We're not here to tear anything down. We're here to build with you a future for our young people that we can believe in. Thank you.
Speaking on item 16, Latricia Lewis, Anthony Sanchez of Precinct 2, Jada Ottman of Precinct 1, Jackie Ottman of Precinct 1, Marilyn Allen of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Latricia Lewis. I want to talk about the proposed council pay raises and why they worry me. Right now, Harris County has a bunch of constable offices and a lot of stuff that overlap with each other with the sheriff's office. That means the same neighborhoods get covered more than once and taxpayers are paying for the same work twice. Giving huge raises doesn't fix this kind of wastefulness. Over the next 5 years, these raises could cost over $1 billion. And some of that money might just go to the work that's already been done. That's money that could instead help families keep kids in after-school programs, support community centers, and pay for health clinics. If the office worked together, we would get more out of every dollar. Skipping this step could end up costing more later and force cuts to programs people actually need. Please think
Thank you.
about
Your
the
time's up.
families and kids who rely on these services.
Thank you. Thank you.
So look, check game. Is it not a strange paradox that those sworn to uphold justice demand greater treasure for their watch, while those that labor to ease the roots of the crimes by providing resources for the underprivileged community are stripped of their means? Tell me, what becomes of the moral code when coins weigh conscience? Does true safety spring from the rattled gold in an armored hand, or from the steadfast ethics that lift the fallen towards light? Y'all need to ask yourself that. My name's Anthony Sanchez. I was incarcerated 10 and a half years. I've been home 3 years. I understand the adversities the underserved communities face and how hard it is to reintegrate back into society. I understand the struggles that we face growing up being Latino in the hood, in the slums, in the ghettos. I'm just asking y'all to look into this. Y'all the ones that make this decision. God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your advocacy and turning your life around. That's really amazing.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Allen, and I'm with Collective Action for Youth. I'm a resident of Precinct 4. ARPA funds were meant to help communities recover from the pandemic, to invest in programs that support families, youth, housing, and public health. But instead of honoring that purpose, this budget uses ARPA dollars to cover a deficit. That may look good on paper, but in reality, it means pulling resources away from the very communities that need the most. It means programs that already are working may be cut, leaving families without support and youth without opportunities. When we use relief funds to patch up holes in the budget, we take away from tools that prevent crime and keep our communities safe. Harris County deserves a better budget, rather than a quick fix that comes at the expense of our future.
Good afternoon. My name is Jada Ottman, and I stand before you to advocate for our youth. I am a mentor, and the proposed public safety budget directly affects those I work with. While public safety is important, increasing the budget is not the solution we need. Communities thrive because of strong schools, accessible mental health services, affordable housing, and job opportunities, not from patrolling. Adding funds to the police department doesn't reduce crimes, it shifts focus from root causes. Instead, we should focus on prioritizing prevention. Youth need more than enforcement. They need engagement. They need mentorship programs, community centers, and trauma-informed care. We need to invest in our future leaders. A safer community is one where people have what they need to live with dignity. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Ottman, and I'm here to advocate for the Juvenile Justice Community Reinvestment Fund. Specifically, I am asking that the fund be put under juvenile probation and earmarked for the existing cohort of organizations so that they may continue to do the great work that they are doing. I am also encouraging you to use the ARPA funds for their original intent, which is to restore communities. Keep programs for seniors. I personally am benefiting from some of the programs that are available. At Hester House, at age 60, I learned to swim. At Finnegan Park, at age 63, I started weightlifting and doing weight exercises. So again, please keep those programs in our communities. Please keep the reinvestment fund. Continue to fully fund it. They're doing amazing work. They're able to work on behalf of youth and families and have that fund administered by the Juvenile Probation Department. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Speaking on item 2, Selena Harbor. Speaking on item 16, Jernard Brown of Precinct 3. Speaking on items 16 and 21, Palwasha Sharwani of Precinct 1. Speaking on item 16, Brady Lewis of Precinct 3. Speaking on item 21, Alexi Swarsky of Precinct 3 and Coretta Brown. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. My name is Selena Harbor. I am a member and Community Outreach Coordinator for PWN, Pure Justice, and a resident of Precinct 1. I am here today because I am concerned about the health care cuts that have been passed with the big horrible bill, because it is anything but beautiful. I am concerned about how the county will help to counteract the funding cuts in the 2026 budget. I have seen previous versions of the proposed budget. The version dated September 1st, version 3, has a reduction in goal 4, which is to improve mental and physical health outcomes of the Harris County residents. There was a $1 million reduction. So it went from $108 million.
Your time is up.
To $107 million. People are expected to lose.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jernard, who they go get Brown, and I have something to say. Commissioners, I want to address the proposed shift in funding cutting youth prevention programs while increasing law enforcement budget. This approach is not only redundant, it's short-sighted. Out of 150 young people in our Credible Messenger pilot program, only 2 reoffended. That's an incredible low recidivism rate and clear evidence that preventions work. When we cut these programs, we're not saving money. We're guaranteeing higher costs down the road in courts, incarceration, public safety strains. A better solution is a balance. Investing in programs that keep kids out of the justice system in the first place while ensuring law enforcement has the support it needs. Public safety doesn't start with handcuffs. It starts with opportunity, mentorship, and prevention. Let's keep funding what works instead of doubling up on what's not needed. If we invest in prevention today, we don't have to pay for incarceration tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. Today I stand before you echoing Judge Hidalgo's sentiment. Law enforcement officers deserve to be paid when their service is just, moral, and truly protects all communities. But I cannot support law enforcement raises that come at the expense of housing, mental health care, food security, reentry programs, and other lifelines funded by ARPA. These are the very programs that keep us safe and stable, and I am a product of them. To cut them now just to boost police salaries sends the message that law enforcement matters more than people's survival. I urge you not to balance the budget by stripping resources from our communities. Invest in people. That is real public safety. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Brady Lewis.
My name is Palwisha Sherwani. I'm a resident of Precinct 1 and CD 18. Victim services and early childhood education are investments in public safety. They're crime prevention, reducing vulnerability to being victimized in the first place or re-victimized again. They're human focused, and the more you invest in these items, the less you need the police. Victims call shelters and social workers before dialing 911 because that era of public trust in law enforcement is over. It is done. So when will there be enough law enforcement, rich enough law enforcement, to make our politicians feel like they've achieved the safety goal? When will we be safe enough, according to police unions, as poverty explodes around the rest of us? When I was victimized, my recovery needs were holistic, years-long, and costly, but I was privileged. I had an amalgamated support system. After working in the DV ecosystem as an advocate just for a summer, I am horrified by how underfunded it is.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Coretta Brown, and I represent Bridges to Empowerment. I am opposed to the constables receiving a pay raise in this budget. Nowhere does anyone get a 60% raise the first year on the job. Bridges to Empowerment have a relationship with Precinct 1 and Precinct 4, but Judge, I have supported your last two elections. This is the first time that I have witnessed such infighting, and it's important that it ends. You all have highly competent leaders on your team that knows how to go find the money via grants and such. All I would say is this: I trust you all to continue funding a program that keeps folks committing crimes, that keeps folks from committing crimes and making our community less safe. Work together or watch justice reform suffer at the polls.
Thank you so much.
I
Very good
I
message.
agree, and I'd like my colleagues to join me in negotiating this commitment that they made that is not firm yet, so that we can do that. Thank you.
Our county has a moral responsibility to protect its residents. Keeping us alive is a top priority. One of the most important ways we do this is through law enforcement. If someone is a victim of crime and murder, they can't take advantage of county programs. The elected constables are in a unique position. They are both experienced and trained professionals, and they're also elected. They should be paid in line with other appointed professionals in the county, such as the medical examiner. To attract and retain the best people in these positions, Harris County must provide pay that reflects both the difficulty and the importance of the job. As the third largest county in the United States, with over 5 million people to protect, we need the best elected constables we can get. And these county employees can turn off the phone and get a good night's sleep, the ones that are highly paid but are not constables. Constables don't have that luxury. It's a 24-hour job, 7 days a week. Please give final approval to these raises for both the high-performing elected constables and the high-performing enlisted constables so we don't lose their invaluable contributions to Harris County residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
My name is Alexi Swirsky.
Judge, that's all the speakers.
Judge,
Thank you. Thank you so much for everybody who spoke. Yes, Commissioner.
we do have one more, Constable Smokey Phillips. I want to extend a courtesy and let him speak.
Oh, yes, I did not see him. Constable, welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Law enforcement should protect every equally community in our Harris County. Well, in my precinct, we have marginalized, disadvantaged, and underserved communities, undermining public safety. In Houston Harris County, there's a list of the 10 most dangerous apartment complexes 5 of the apartment complexes are in my jurisdiction. If we know, years ago, Sunnyside was listed as the second most dangerous neighborhood in the nation. Building trust and creating safety plans are important. Years ago, when we annexed out into Southwest Houston, we accepted 18 low housing apartment complexes. Five of those are middle class neighborhoods, but the complexes were disadvantaged, underserved, and communities. We only received 2 additional deputies. I sent a form down to all the commissioners requesting more staffing to cover these communities.
Go ahead, Constable.
I brought Sergeant Jones, Captain Jones, to do a study on what we need as far as my department being disenfranchised. I'm in a building that sewage runs rapidly in my office. When it rains, the tiles fall down, and outside generators stop working. But I asked Captain Jones to do a study on disenfranchised in my community in my constable's office. Captain Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jones. I just want to briefly go over some of the things that I found in doing a quantitative analysis in some of the civil service efforts for Precinct 7. I know you have...
Captain, is it brief? I want to be respectful.
Yes, it is.
I know you all didn't sign up, but I do want to suggest you visit with the budget office, but I'll let you speak briefly. But
Thank you, Commissioner. One of the first things that we did is we did a 10-year analysis on papers that were served, papers that was executed, and papers that was returned for service and attempted service for Precinct 7 since year 2016 to 2025. And what we found is that since 2003, we have not had any additional allocation of civil deputies that was added. So typically what's happening now is we have an active attempted service of 3,500 to 5,000. And the best practices for TCO for services is 2,500 to 3,000. So what's going on right now is we have a population boom of over 50% in Precinct 7, and we have not been able to
Thank you. Your
staff-
time is up.
so your basic point is all constables are not equal. Is that the gist of it?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Well, and yes, Constable.
And I can add, each year the constables send back millions and millions of dollars to the county coffers. And those funds, we calculate the amount of money sent back from the constable's office, all 8 constable's offices, tabulate to about $5 to $6 million. That could probably cover the raises that help with the raises that people are so much against.
Thank you. And Constable, it's not that we're against, it's necessary. It just, all of our decisions need to be thoughtfully looked at and made in a financially responsible way, and it is possible to do both. When you talk about this $5 million, are you talking about the contract program, or what are you talking about?
No, ma'am. Each year the constable sent back funds. Our tabulation of this year,
it's the year-end
constable sent back $5.6 million.
I see. Okay, but that's in the budget, yeah?
We let you go.
That's already in there, Constable, but I hear you, and I think part of what you're showing is that in budget hearings, we focused on what's going to happen once the departments see the cuts, but we did not talk about what they need. And you're here talking about what you need, and same with the judges. So that's why, this false choice right now between the county's financial stability and essential services, especially problematic because not only do we need the same as last year, there are some federal funds expanding, and there are long existing issues like you have. So I think it's great that you're here. I think we ought to consider all the needs and figure out how to do it, as opposed to committing to something that we know keeps us from addressing current needs and cut services. But Director Ramos will be there to chat as well.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Constable. All right, so it's 1:13. We can take our lunch break now. Does that work? All right, 1:14. We will break until 2.
We probably wouldn't be working.
Exactly.
Okay, we'll get ready to start the meeting. It's 2:12, and this special meeting of Commissioners Court is back in session. And so we are going to start, well, first I wanted to just offer up to my colleagues, as I mentioned, these cuts are not inevitable. And I think that we need to negotiate on cutting expenses before negotiating cutting services. So my staff stands ready to negotiate. We'll chat with budget office staff, and they'll be reaching out to your offices to try to negotiate this huge deficit down. Because obviously, if we're negotiating cuts, we're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's not really a valid negotiation. So I hope that you will take me up on negotiating, reducing that, whether it's going to the voters next year, since we already missed the deadline to go this year, or only committing to cut services for 50 million worth of services instead of 100, 25 instead of 100, and putting the rest to the voters next year. So I'm mentioning this now so that when we get to it, our staffs have had time to discuss. And let's move on. Yes.
I'm in the queue. I want to go and make a motion that Commissioners Court adopt the run of show for today's budget discussions as outlined by the Office of Management and Budget yesterday, September the 8th.
Second.
How do I know if that's the one I have?
I'm sorry, Judge.
So here's what I have, colleagues, and you tell me if this is what you want. So I have setting the tax rate for the port, then setting the tax rate and budget for the flood control district, then Harris Health tax rate and budget, then county general fund, and then I guess whatever is left.
Mr. Ramos, is that the run of show that you laid out yesterday?
Oh, I mean, it's neither here nor there, yeah.
Oh, sorry. So ours, I think, differ slightly. It would be, we've done speakers, going to the port, closing out the flood control budget and tax rate. And then we had proposed doing the general fund offsets, and as well as doing HHS's budget and tax rate, because I believe there's going to be some overlap between offsets and their rate, and then doing new spending or new budget amendments.
So can I get that listed out, because I'm not sure I'm catching it. But obviously, when we use the word offsets, what we mean is taking Peter to pay Paul. Offsets are cuts from one department to give to another department. There is no real negotiation here. When we talk about budget amendments, that's a shopping list. That's going shopping. And so I think what my colleague here is offering up is that we take from Peter to pay Paul first, and then we go back and figure out what our shopping list is going to be. But that still has a, yeah.
Judge, Mr. Ramos, what's the difference in what you are proposing and what the judge is proposing?
Based on what I saw last night / this morning, it would essentially be just swapping, doing the budget amendments, so the spending first and then the cuts secondary. The only reason we recommend the opposite is, I think it would be fine for folks to lay out or commissioners to lay out their budget amendments, but I would not take action on them until we have a final tally of what the available resources are going to be.
Well, just if I might.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Briones. And I have you on the list, Commissioner Garcia, but you've gone once already.
I don't really see that much of a difference. We all know that this is somewhat of a deviation from the norm. I mean, that's a given. But I would say even if we have a disagreement on where we're going to end up, I don't think it's worth having a big argument over how we finish the day. I just like to finish it. So for my colleagues, and I'm not trying to, be argumentative, but I don't think it's that big of a difference. We know the budget. We know budget's going to have to pass. A lot of these discussions we're going to have today, we had before, and we're going to have them again when it's time to adopt it. And if there's some efficiencies that we can all work on for this meeting, I know Dr. Porce is here as an example. Would you have him come after the general fund budget?
No, I think that because there's overlap.
Port, you do him? Yeah.
Yeah, I would do port and flood control just because I think that those are standalone. There's not going to be a ton of a discussion.
And then the Harris Center, since we got to set that right. Is that what you do third? I just
Correct.
didn't hear that.
Yes.
That's what you.
Harris Health. Correct.
And then get to our budget.
Correct.
Okay, I didn't hear that part on yours. But I just hope we don't. Let's just not. I would suggest let's not get caught up in the semantics of how we do it. We know we got to do it.
I think there's going to be a lot of overlap between what the amendments are and what the offsets are going to be. But I do think taking the port and flood control up front would just be helpful to get those out of the way.
Yeah, I agree.
So I seconded the motion because I do favor the OMB recommended process, which is the same process we've used the last 3 years, because then that gives us a clear idea of what we have to invest, and then we can allocate it based on the priorities of the majority of court. So that's why I seconded, because this is the same process, and it just makes logical sense. So in sum, I second.
So there's a motion and a second to follow. I still need the details of what it is that they're proposing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-2. So can you guys write this up for me?
Sure, and I just sent it again
Okay,
to your staff.
so while they do that, I know that we gave the press this, it is without precedent. In other words, we did not do this last year or any year, and our predecessors didn't do it either, to create a $200 million deficit without knowing how we would pay for that. And as I said, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, so we have now handed the press a clarification as to what these words mean. When you say vacancy control and smart staffing, obviously that already sounds like double speak, and so we explained what this is. And the various pieces. So folks should have this document, and it makes clear again that these are cuts. And so for that reason, I would like to negotiate with my colleagues so that we don't have to cut these basic services for people, and we do what the voters would like to see by asking them what they would like to see.
Judge, just
yeah.
to get clarity on the last motion, it was a 3-2 vote. You voted no, and Commissioner
Ellis voted no.
Thank
Yeah. Okay, and I do think it's a false choice pitting raises against essential services and the county's financial stability, because we would be sacrificing our financial future and services that we have, but our children will not have. Libraries, public health, you name it. Air monitoring. We got here 3 years ago we increased air monitoring after the ITC fire, and now we're looking to cut it. We fought because our colleagues created a budget that was insufficient in 2022, but this is the worst budget probably Harris County has seen, period. Not even including the financial crisis. So we still have a chance to fix this. Please negotiate with me, negotiate with the public, negotiate with the public before you take from them. Don't destroy the county's financial future. I'm waiting on the paper.
So, Judge, if it's helpful, I can make the motion on the port, because
Sure.
that's the simplest one.
Sure.
And the clerk folks I think you guys have a copy of this. You good? So it'd be motion to set a public hearing on September 18, 2025 at 10 a.m. to consider the Port of Houston Authority, the proposed 2025 tax rate of $100 of taxable value of 0.00590 for debt service, and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, the tax assessor collector, and other relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices as required by applicable law.
So move.
That's a motion. Is there a second? Second, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Actually, Commissioner Garcia, you're listed for discussion. Did you have anything to add?
I I just wanted to begin first by saying thank you to Mr. Ramos and your team, and to the collective precinct offices for working on this budget. There's a lot of hard work, and I appreciate the regular updates I was getting to help make decisions and help guide the process. It was true teamwork on behalf of everybody involved, and so most importantly, no resident is facing programs that are being cut. The public will continue to see the same level of service from their county government. And out of nearly 20,000 employees, the budget results in the possibility, and I say possibility, of impacting 8 positions. And I say possibility because there's already work to find new places for those respective employees to continue their work in the county. And so this is just an indication of all the good work that my team and collective offices work together on, being very collaborative, being very negotiating, because not everybody got what everybody wanted. But I think overall, we are at a good place to continue the good work that the county does. So with that, I move on the motion of the port.
So that was a motion. There was a second. Again, facts are friendly. The numbers here explain the cuts in the proposed budget by Commissioner Briones and Garcia. There will be cuts. In addition, we are paying for recurring costs with $64 million in one-time payments. And we're facing a cliff of our own making. I asked that my colleagues work with me, in
Point of
fact,
order.
and negotiate.
A motion's
the,
been made.
Are we on the port right now?
Yes. But
actually.
right. So I'm just responding to Commissioner Garcia's discussion that was not about the port, to clarify for the community what the facts are, and to ask, I do not feel that I was involved in the teamwork, Commissioner. That was the unilateral decision by you all to not go to the voters.
Your choice.
We still have a chance here to not commit us to this crisis of our own making. We do not have to be cutting. And
Point of
and
order.
Yes,
There's
there
a motion,
are
a second.
cuts.
We have discussion. I'll call for the question on the item.
Judge, question's been
Yes.
called.
All right. So then, when he was speaking about something other than the port, that was okay.
It was not okay.
Okay.
It just point needs to be made to me, and I can correct him. But the
Great,
commissioner
thank you.
is correct at the point.
All
call
right.
question
Okay.
there.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Director Ramos, is it a good practice to pay for one-time expenses, for recurring expenses with tens of millions of dollars of one-time funding? Is it a best practice?
As a best practice, no, though I will note that there are generally in every budget some amount of one-time funds. For example, last year, there were 2 large settlements that the county attorney helped negotiate with Volkswagen and Purdue Pharma, which helped balance our budget. So we wouldn't want to make a habit of this, but when we do have opportunities to have one-time funding, we should be strategic about it.
Right, but we're now creating expenses with the expectation of one-time funding. Is it best practice to bring up a $100 million expense without having a way to pay for it? Is that something you've done before in a previous county? Unforced, just a decision, proactive decision to create $100 million, $200 million in expenses without a clear idea of how to pay for it.
It certainly makes my job harder, but in other jurisdictions, especially ones with collective bargaining, you typically are working around contractual COLAs that were built in, years in advance. So,
but this is not that. Like I said, a manufactured issue. That's not manufactured. Those are agreements, just as the settlements are. I mean, I understand you're trying to thread the needle here, but the point is, this is not normal.
Point of order, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner, point of order about what?
Point of order that we're not following the previously voted on run of show. So we should be
Well,
discussing.
point of order that he's not talking about
We should be
the items
discussing
here.
and voting on
Point of order?
the flood control tax rate and budget.
Point of order, Commissioner. Point of order.
so I believe both run of shows that were sent out, we would move now on to the the flood control, both the budget and tax rate. I'm happy to make the motion, but I assume that there might be some questions for Dr. Peterson.
I'll make the motion.
And I'll second it. Judge, if I
Okay, so yes, go ahead, Commissioner Ellis, and then Commissioner Ramsey.
So just to understand the process, I know we're all in a hurry to get to the county tax rate, but so we did the port, now we do flood control. Then we will do what I still call hospital district, I'm sorry, Dr. Porson, we'll do Harris Health.
That I would recommend moving to Harris Health, at least the Harris Health tax rate.
Yes, the
And
tax
then
rate,
I would take the budget and the budget amendments together because I think there's going to be some overlap.
yeah. Okay, so we should get to the broader discussion. I know we all chomping at the bit to get there, I get it, it's an important subject and so sets the tone for everything we'll do over the next year. But first, we ought to knock out flood control.
That's
And
correct.
this gives us time to negotiate, hopefully, so that we are not unilaterally creating this deficit.
So
Okay.
with that, I turn it over to Dr. Peterson.
All right, so what I have here as far as the motion is to set a public hearing on September 18th, 2025 at 10 a.m. to consider for Harris County Flood Control District the proposed 2025 tax rates per $100 of taxable value of up to .03826 for maintenance and operations and .0114 for debt service for a total tax rate of up to .04966, which is the voter approval rate, and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, the tax assessor collector, and other relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices as required by applicable law.
So moved.
Second.
Do we need to make the budget vote as well? Should we vote on this first?
You can take them separately or
Okay,
together.
so
whatever.
motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now on budget, there's a motion to set a public hearing on September 18th, 2025 at 10 a.m. to consider for Harris County Flood Control District the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget as amended and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, OCA, and all the relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices and direct the Office of Management and Budget to file the Harris County Flood Control District proposed FY 2026 budget as amended with the county clerk and county auditor. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so that is on the Flood Control District. So now we move on to Harris Health, correct?
That's correct. I would recommend taking their tax rate, and then if there's
And then moving
if-
back to offsets and savings, which was your proposed run of show?
correct, and along with those offsets would be the Harris Health budget, as that we were directed by. I don't know, Dr. Porson, if you want to come join me, we were directed by court to identify potential county expenses that could be moved over to the hospital district. I want to thank Dr. Porsa, your partnership this year. I think this is the closest we've ever, been to being in lockstep. But we were able, along with Director Barton, to identify roughly $4 million worth of costs that could be eligible to be transferred.
And again, offsets here is double speak for taking from Peter to pay Paul. I would ask Dr. Porsa to cover whether he has revenue that he does not have use for, no matter the tax rate that we find. So this would be taking from the Harris County Hospital District that everybody depends on and to fill a gap in the public health department that's created by this unilateral decision I'm still hoping to negotiate with my colleagues. But I just want to clarify the double speak. I think if we felt comfortable with what's happening, we would call these things what it is, cuts, unnecessary. Yes, Commissioner Ellis, then Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Ramsey.
So if I might, just to speed us up a bit, from my discussion with Dr. Porsa, if we go with the voter approved rate, you feel comfortable with picking up $4 million in expenses that the county health department would have to carry.
That is correct.
If you can come up with some more, we'd appreciate it. But now, if we go with the no new revenue rate, you're going to lose about $250 million, $240 million. And if you're losing $240 million, you'd be hard pressed to come up with to take it to 243.
That would be impossible.
Okay. So, Judge, just to make the point, so on this, once this is done, so the issue is, there's some conflict in his mind. I'm just trying to speed us up. I'm not being rude to anyone. But if we go with the voter approved rate, you feel comfortable you can still deliver the quality of services that is expected, knowing that we got a massive new facility coming online and a host of other issues. But if we go with the voter approved rate,
Yes, sir, that is correct. And to be exact, and Mr. Ramos, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging the partnership. I appreciate your partnership as well.
yeah.
The voter approved rate, as we presented to the commissioners a couple of weeks ago, would give us a margin of about 1.9%, which is about $54 million.
Okay.
And to answer your question, absolutely, yes. I feel comfortable that we'll be able to attribute up to $4 million for the cuts that the health department would otherwise had to
So colleagues, for what it's worth, I'm just skipping the appetizers so we can get to the entree. Everybody's chomping at the bit. So at the appropriate time, I or anyone else hopefully can make the motion for the voter approval rate. And
That
then we
would be
can get
wonderful.
to the main course that everybody's chomping to get to.
Thank you, Dr. Porsa. Commissioner Garcia, followed by Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Reyes.
I've got a series of questions. Jay or Daniel, if we do notice the VAR rate at this meeting, are we still able to adopt a lower rate?
Yes.
Okay. And conversely, if we notice a lower rate today, do we lose the ability to move up to the VAR later?
That's correct.
Okay. At the VAR level, Dr. Porsa, it shows that you would have a modest margin of about approximately 58 million on the positive side. How much of that margin is dependent on assumptions about supplemental Medicaid and DSH payments that may not materialize?
all of it.
And then what is Harris Health's current reserve?
Okay, by reserve, Commissioner, I want to be very clear. If we're talking about the cash days on hand,
Reserve.
there is no reserve.
There's no reserve. So what do you have as, that you're holding, cash that you're holding?
Days cash on hand? I want to get the exact number.
Unencumbered, there you go, unencumbered cash.
Commissioner, days cash on hand is calculated at the end of the fiscal period. So the calculation that we have officially entered is 231 days. For comparison, our peer facilities, like in Bear County, have 332 days,
How much does Harris Health have?
231 days.
What is, I need a cash number.
It's about 1.4 billion.
1.4 billion unencumbered. And so, given the size of your operating budget and the recently passed $2.5 billion bond program, can you tell us if the system is fully maximizing the potential of capitalization as we've done here in the county?
I believe we have, Commissioner. This has been part of our ongoing effort, but especially since we took on the bond proposal, we committed ourselves to maximizing exactly what you just said.
How much are you capitalizing?
We're capitalizing to the extent of our credit capacity, which is calculated currently at $2.5 billion. So we just took on additional 840. So we're over $1 billion just on that part of the debt.
$1 billion?
Over $1 billion.
$1 billion, over $1 billion capitalized?
That's on the debt. And we're going to be fully capitalized in the next couple of years.
Daniel, I'm not sure whether we're saying the same thing.
Wait,
so-
yes, if I could help clarify.
Thank you.
So they have, for the, essentially the first time in modern Harris Health history, gone and done a bond. And so a lot of things that they maybe have used cash for are being whole renovated. Dr. Porsa, correct me if I'm wrong at any point. Whole renovations or build outs of their clinics, their both hospitals, the building of a new facility. they have not as of yet done what we have done, which is look at, routine maintenance like what we're doing in this year's budget. Moving those to commercial paper. I believe what Dr. Porsa and Victoria are trying to get at is when they did the bond program and they looked at their debt capacity, it said roughly $2.5 billion. So we would risk a downgrade if we just continue to pile on additional debt. But there is like some amount of the routine maintenance which they've used cash for that could potentially go, but there are downstream effects.
So yesterday you told me that they weren't capitalizing much at all. So
Yeah, correct. There is no commercial paper program related to the normal maintenance. What they're talking about capitalizing is what they're using their bond for.
Gotcha. And is there still opportunity for capitalization as you understand their budget?
Yes, and we're redoing the analysis that we did. This question came up last year. We are asking our financial advisor as well as Harris Health to redo the analysis. We do think that there is some capacity, but again, there is some risk of a downgrade. In some ways, Finch downgrading the system created, if we're comfortable with maintaining that level and not fighting to get back to the higher one, those ratios get a lot better for us for the next year. But we can have all that analysis done relatively quickly, Commissioner, in advance of the 18th.
And to that point, do you, can you speak to what is the possibility of us returning to a AA rating from the negative AA?
As we discussed, Commissioner, I think that the downgrade was premature by the credit rating agency. We did not ask this company to do an additional one. I think that they're pre-penalizing the entire hospital system based on national news. So it had very little to do with what Harris Health is doing. We did the work to figure out how much debt we could take on and maintain our current credit rating. But yeah, there is some risk, but we can come back with what our financial advisors say is the potential capacity for a commercial paper program.
And Dr. Porsa, what's the minimum positive margin that the system needs to sustain operations and implement its strategic plan?
Commissioner, if I get to your question, but before I do that, I wanted to commit what Mr. Ramos just said, that we did this study that you just mentioned about taking on more debt last year, and yesterday in my conversation with Mr. Ramos, I committed to taking on that study again to have an accurate answer for your question. But to get to your question, Commissioner, what we proposed and was approved by our board, the 1.9% margin is what we believe is crucial for us to couple of things. One, continue to enjoy the credit rating that we have, but also for us to be able to take on the strategic plans that we have put in motion as far as the expansions of some of our services and creation of some new services. So to answer your question, what we have presented is what we truly, honestly believe is what we need to be successful.
And are you willing to help develop some metrics, some performance measures, if you will, if we were to adopt the VAR, and similarly, if regardless of whatever rate we adopt, whether it be the flat rate or a different rate, or the VAR specifically, if you would adopt performance measures that we could work with Daniel to implement with you.
Absolutely, I welcome that.
And as if your fiscal year ends in 2026 with and you're always careful not to say that you have a surplus. You always say you have cash, unencumbered cash, which is part of your cash flow. We see it as surplus. And so with a surplus larger than projected, then what are the mechanisms in place to ensure that the excess is returned or redeployed in a transparent way?
So, Commissioner, let me answer your question this way. As you just heard from Victoria, our cash days on hand, what you refer to as reserve, which again I respectfully disagree with that terminology, is actually subpar compared to other organizations in this state that are under the same situations, number one. And number two, when we have a margin, let's say you asked the question about next year. Let's say we finish the year actually with a $54 million or $58 million margin. That money is not put into a piggy bank. That money is rolled into our operations for the following year. So we use whatever margin we have into investing in our capital, but also expanding our operations, because the needs, as I mentioned last time I was here, the needs for our services is continuing to grow, Commissioner. It's not reducing.
Yeah, so of course, and it's going to be growing more so with the changes at the federal level.
Well, absolutely.
And so, but I'm looking forward to those performance measures on the VAR and on the flat rate in particular. And then we'll discuss at the next meeting if there is a different rate that we're going to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Dr. Portia, good to see you and your
Yes,
team.
sir, likewise.
You brought the whole team today.
Yes, sir.
I do want to thank each one of them. Y'all are working through a lot of details. Appreciate you working with our office on options. I think we're all looking for ways that we can get health care help in the right up front and center as quickly as possible. We're even looking at maybe not doing as much capital investment. Maybe we can partner with some nonprofits that are already out there. So the flexibility that your team is exhibiting, I appreciate.
I appreciate
Much
you.
like I echo Mr. Ramos's comments. I would say, having worked for 50 cities and 20 counties in Texas, typically a public entity, they have roughly 160 days, and you're roughly 231. And I know that our revenue, our tax revenue to you, 1.2 billion, it's a third of your revenue stream. Is that right?
That's about right. Yes, sir.
I don't know that other hospital districts have a similar situation where the revenue stream, and we've not had this conversation, but where the revenue stream of the tax, the property tax, is 1/3 of the revenue stream. Is that typical?
I don't know if it's typical, Commissioner, but it is less. It is less, but the conditions of other municipalities are also different. As you know, Commissioner, we unfortunately have the disadvantage of having the highest rate of uninsured in the country, not just in the state of Texas. So that necessitates, by definition, that we provide much more indigent care, uninsured care than other hospital municipalities. And that's why that number is much bigger.
And again, we're trying to balance a lot of needs.
Yes, sir.
As we go through the budget. This isn't a process where we're going to quit doing one thing and start doing another. We're trying to balance the needs of the whole county. Just for the record, you'll probably hear me say this again. The tax that we're proposing, the tax that we're going to talk about today, the tax we're going to vote on today, the revenue from that tax, we talk about a tax rate, but a tax rate has to be calculated based on appraisals.
Yes, sir.
And the tax revenue that we're talking about today, voting on, is $4.1 billion. Hospital district is roughly 1.2 billion of that. So I take 4.1 billion pretty seriously. Probably, besides the comments I get from folks more times than not, public safety is their number one concern. They very clearly describe what that is. But their number two concern is taxes and their high taxes that they're having to pay. So when I tell them, well, don't worry, we'll be paying 4.1 billion this year in total taxes. That's tax revenue into Harris County. That's $750 million more dollars than we were receiving in 2019. So this conversation around we're going broke, it's horrible, things are really bad. We got $4.1 billion coming in. We just got to exercise great discernment on how we spend the dollars. So it looks like to me this year, and I appreciate you working with Mr. Ramos on our health department and our needs, and Leah, in working through those details. But the increased revenue to the hospital district, based on the tax rates we're going to vote on, is $140 million. That's much more than the county. That's twice as much as the county. County's $70 million, our general fund. So the largest increment of dollars that are going to be approved in the next couple of 3 weeks is going to be to the hospital district. So that $140 million, that goes to the district, and recognizing we do have $1.4 billion in whatever category you want to call it, 231 days is a healthy balance, and maybe you wish it was more.
I do.
But there's risk involved. We all wish we had more, but I'm just saying from a public agency standpoint, those are the dollars. So I'm concerned about the rate. I'm concerned about the 15% tax increase we did last year based on the disasters, and very little of that money went toward disasters. So we did a huge tax increase last year. So this year may be time to balance things up in terms of we took probably more than we should have last year. And this year may be an opportunity to balance that up a bit. So I guess I do have a problem with taking that much of an increase, $140 million in 1 year, which is the no new revenue. I agree that it's legal. I just don't think we can afford it.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. If I may just make a couple of comments. One, considering the fact that 3 out of 4 people who voted November of 2023 to support our bond proposal, I would assume that healthcare is also a high priority for the residents of Harris County. To your other point about the $140 million additional revenue for the hospital district for Harris Health, I just want to remind the court again that about a year ago when I was here, we were having this conversation, and we were asked to take on the additional $100 million cost of correctional health care. This was part of that agreement, that when the time comes for our tax rate, the tax rate would reflect that support for the correctional health. I just wanted to remind the court of that.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Briones.
Dr. Porsa, thank you and your team for everything you do. I know there's a tremendous need, and the need continues to grow, and healthcare is one of my top priorities. So I have several questions for you, but just to level set in terms of facts, and then I would like to talk about federal cuts, current and potential, as well as the jail medical and the impact that's having. But
Yes,
just to level set, to make sure we're all talking about the same facts, 1.4 billion cash on hand, correct, is the current fact?
That is correct.
Okay. And then based on the numbers we have, we're projected to end at a 5% surplus of 138 million, which would then roll into the capital for next year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so talking about potentially 4 million when we have 1.4 billion of cash on hand, that's a small portion of the totality. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to hear the plans that Director Barton and you have discussed for the 4 million to partner and find these synergies with public health. But to focus on, given that we have the highest rate of uninsured and we know the need anywhere, and I'm committed to healthcare here, and I'm proud that we're one of the largest safety net providers in the country. So can you talk to us about current federal cuts and then ones that you anticipate this coming year and how this budget reflects it, please?
Sure. And I think, thank you for asking that question, and thank you for acknowledging the work that my team has done in partnership with OMB, Office of Management and Budget. To answer your question, Commissioner, as I mentioned a couple of weeks ago when I was here, several things. One, I think everybody knows about the $1 billion cut to Medicaid, but people don't put that in perspective. I was actually having this conversation earlier today. One thing that people, I think, are aware of is the overall restriction in enrolling in Medicaid. The state of Texas, unfortunately, has one of the most stringent Medicaid eligibility laws in the country. What has changed, one of the things that is making it even more difficult is that the duration of the eligibility instead of a year, 12 months, is now reverting back to 6 months, making it much more difficult and onerous on people to continue to apply for Medicaid. What is not being discussed, which I think is as important, if not more important, is that health systems, for as long as I know, have had the ability to retroactively charge Medicaid for those who are eligible up to 90 days. So somebody comes to us who's currently not on Medicaid, we do our eligibility process, they are eligible for Medicaid, we enroll them. We can actually charge for those services up to 90 days prior. That has now changed to 30 days. What is really important and interesting is that the average length of time for Medicaid eligibility process to complete is 45 days. So basically, health systems are not going to any longer be able to retroactively charge Medicaid. So that's the loss of revenue, the impact of which remains to be seen. In addition to that, that's on the Medicaid side. There is what I call the disproportionate share hospital cuts. That's another $850 million for the entire country. It's about $80 million. No.
That's $800 million for Texas.
For Texas, sorry. Yes, thank you. $800 million for the state of Texas that is going to be upon us on October 1 unless Congress acts, which it doesn't seem to be happening. What is even more important than that, when you consider a couple of weeks ago when I was here, I didn't have this information, the job market seems to be cooling off. So now we're going to have more people without job, without health insurance. But what is even more significant is the fact that by the end of this year, the preferred tax benefits for those who have access to health insurance through Affordable Care Act is going to end. So the cost of accessing health insurance is going to more than double for individuals, up to 4 times what it is. What that means for individuals in the state of Texas, if I'm not mistaken, 4 million people in the state of Texas have access to health insurance through Affordable Care Act, is that many of them are going to lose access to health insurance. When you put all of those things together is what I refer to, that the need for our services, not just in the fact of the population growth, not just by the fact that we have the highest number and rate of uninsured, is that we actually anticipate to have higher number of uninsured than people with less access to health insurance. So it is a reality that people are going to need our services even more than they had in the past. I can't put a number on that, but I can tell you that it's going to be significant.
So I share your concern and anticipation of the impact of the federal cuts. To go to one of the earlier questions of my colleague, again, just to level set and be crystal clear. So your ask of the court is for the VAR, correct?
That is correct.
And you're saying that if we vote for the VAR, that would allow you to continue the work you're doing and anticipate for these contingencies and grow strategically based on the strategic plan you have, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you will continue to successfully deliver healthcare for our most vulnerable with the VAR, correct?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
highly supportive of the VAR, just to further level set, but.
I very much appreciate hearing
No,
that.
very
Commissioner.
much. No, this is one of the most
Thank you.
top priorities. But my other question, just so for the voters to understand, so we went to the voters for the Harris Health Bond. Could you please talk about how the bond that was successfully passed, we had great support in the community, how that intersects with this year's tax rate, please?
How does that intersect with this year's tax rate? So I guess some of the tax rate, the totality, and I'm going to need Mr. Ramos's input on this. We have had ever since this is the first time we have actually went for a bond proposal and successfully passed it, and now had received $840 million. We have had majority of our tax rate simply on management and operations. However, now we have a debt services tax rate. And our totality of tax rate is the combination of the two. And Daniel, I'm not sure what the
split. Yeah,
57 million, but I'm not sure what the tax rate contribution of that is.
At the VAR, they're at 1.158 billion. Of that, only about 55 is debt service.
Did that answer your question?
It
Commissioner?
did.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know you're making market progress. I know you're doing town halls in each of our precincts, and so we can communicate back to the community the progress we're making on the bond work. And I'm so energized, and I thank you. Lastly, you touched on it briefly, but can you please speak to us, before Harris Health was doing the jail medical on a contractor basis, then you brought it in-house full 100% to Harris Health. Thank you for doing that so that we could improve the level of care provided in the jail. Can you please speak to us of a few key improvements and how that is enveloped into this budget?
Be happy to. As you know, this is one of my passions. So you're right. A few years ago, the commissioners asked Harris Health to study the feasibility of taking on the correctional healthcare inside the Harris County Jail. We did, and I agree with you completely. It just makes perfect sense. Majority of these patients are our patients when they step out of the jail. As one of the going down the lane of the improvements, one of the first things that we did was extend our episode of electronic health record, EPIC, into the Harris County Jail. So now when people come to our hospitals, we don't need to ask for the release of information. We can actually have access to the records. When they go back to the jail, the doctors, practitioners at the jail don't need to wait for the release of information. They actually have access to what has happened to those individuals in the hospitals. That's number one. One of the other things that we did, even though previous to EPIC, jail had a different version of an electronic health record, their pharmacy system was completely paper-based. So we have made that electronic. So now all the prescriptions are done electronically. We actually now fill the prescriptions inside the jail, also electronically using a machine. And the volume of the medications, if I'm not mistaken, at the Harris County Jail is larger than the volume of all of our hospitals. So we actually dispense more medications inside the jail than we do at our hospitals, which is truly amazing. In addition to that, we created an on-site CT scan. So I don't know how to say this. Let me say it this way. Currently, the detainees at the Harris County Jail have ample access to diagnostic imaging, which is wonderful. We have started doing mammography inside the jail. I think, Commissioner, you may remember that one of the things I brought with me from Dallas was that we found that the most number of female patients showing up to Parkland Hospital, their county hospital, with late-stage breast cancer had history of incarceration. So we are going to the jail and identifying people at high risk who are eligible for mammography. We're performing those. We have extended the laboratory services inside the jail. Now everybody who gets a lab order from a physician, within 3 days, they actually get their labs drawn. In addition to that, we have created clinics, and I want to thank Sheriff Gonzalez for working with us to allow this to happen. We have created clinics on every floor of the jail, which really reduces the stress on the sheriff's department from having to escort patients down to the clinic because they can just walk to the clinic on the floor. Those are some of the examples of the improvements, and I think I mentioned last time that when I met Sheriff Gonzalez in Austin, we talked about two things: expansion of our prenatal care inside the jail, including having a dietitian prescribing diets for our pregnant detainees at the jail, but also expansion of medication-assisted treatment. Sheriff is very passionate about it. I am very passionate about it. We currently have more than 100 people in medication-assisted treatment. We believe that we can actually expand it to about 500 people inside the Harris County Jail.
The progress you're driving is remarkable. Thank you, Dr. Porson. Thank you to Sheriff Gonzalez. So in sum, the voter-approved rate is what you're asking of the court.
Yes, ma'am.
And that will encompass jail medical plus LBJ, Bentab, community clinics, not only current level, but additionally the new strategic initiatives you want to achieve. Is that correct?
Exactly. That is correct.
Okay. And the 4 million that you're open to collaborating. And I don't mean to minimize 4 million, but 4 million in the totality is, again, emphasize a
Yes,
small
I know.
point. But you
Yes.
are willing to find synergies and work with Director Barton on this, correct?
Yes, we don't have the specifics, but I know that and actually spoke to Director Barton on Saturday in our Walk and Learn at the LBJ campus. Some of the big ticket items that just make sense for us to support is vaccination, again, maternal care, and thank you, chronic care, chronic disease management.
Thank you.
I just skipped
Well, thank you for finding those opportunities for collaboration, and thank you for having the telemedicine site at one of our community centers. Again, the more we can collaborate, I just so appreciate your open spirit, Dr. Porsa, and everything you and your team do to advance health for the most
Thank you. And
vulnerable.
we want to do more of that telehealth, Commissioner, and
I love
for
it.
all commissioners.
I love it. Thank you, Dr. Porsa.
Okay, Dr. Porsa, just circling back on some of the questions I asked you at the budget hearing.
Yes.
So one of the questions I asked you why don't we set a tax rate where you break even? Why do we go to the VAR, which you end up with this 52 million? And you said, well, we anticipate cuts at our hospitals, more uninsured people, and cuts to Medicaid. And then your staff here mentioned that the estimate of the costs you are going to have that are not in your budget is between $60 and $70 million at the low end. So anyway, I just want to make sure that I got that straight. And if you wouldn't mind repeating sort of whatever of that I missed or
So
clarifying.
not at all, Judge. Thank you for asking that question. And again, like I said previously, potential low end of the impact on Harris Health is around that range, $60 to $70 million. Again, that's the potential. To get back to your earlier questions, the why is it that we need a margin of about $54 million, which is the maximum that we can ask for under a VAR, is to allow us to safely perform our operations, knowing that we have the potential of having a negative impact on our budget from everything that is coming at us.
And what are the various potential areas of negative impact, and how much would they cost?
It's all the things that I just mentioned, Judge, the cuts to Medicaid, the eligibility that is becoming tightened, the inability to retroactively charge Medicaid patients that we care for, that we do their eligibility process, the potential cost to the disproportionate share hospitals, and the potential discontinuation of the preferred tax credit for the Affordable Care Act, which again, for the dish cuts, we still have a few weeks. So I'm hopeful for the Affordable Care Act. We have about 3-4 months. I understand that there's now movement in the Congress because they understand that they can't just keep cutting. So I'm hopeful that at least that one is not going to materialize.
Okay,
that's just
so the other ones, you mentioned the low end would be $60 to $70 million in potential cuts. What would be the high end, realistically?
Yeah, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay, and if you have this 54 million, I was saying 52
So
for the margin.
well, a third of our budget is tied up in Medicaid.
Can you approach the mic a little bit closer?
A third of our budget is tied up in Medicaid supplemental payments that are being scrutinized currently. So that is 700 million for us. Any number of that 700 million is going to be a large amount for us.
But what does the 1.9% equate to?
I'm sorry.
The 1.9% margin, what does that
What was the question, Judge, about the margin?
So actually, let me go back on, you said that that's a third of your budget. And so what is the issue? Why would that third not arrive? What's the discussion right now that threatens that third of your funding?
Well, these are some of the federal actions that we have discussed, and we have not built them into our budget.
Okay, so your margin in the current budget at the VAR would be 52 million, right? And so if we go to the VAR, you have this margin, but the costs of the federal cuts come down at the low end, 60 to 70 million. How do you make up that other 12 million? Where would you get that from?
We would then have to look into potentially curtailing our services, Judge. We would have to actually reduce services. And it depends on the delta. If the delta is small, we're going to try to make do. But if the delta is large, the only option available to us is to cut services.
And so, and then if we do not go to the VAR, you would have to cut how much worth of services?
It depends.
Okay.
What the tax rate. If you go to NNR,
Right.
I believe, what was it, $120 million in a hole.
You'd have to cut
is
services. So what kinds of services would you, and this will be my last question, what kinds of services would you stand to cut? And why would somebody who does not use a public hospital, who has private insurance, why would this be relevant to them?
Sure. So I think this question came up previously, Judge. Harris Health has a statutory mandate to provide acute hospital care to the residents of the county. Everything else that we do because it makes sense, because it aligns with our mission, which is improving the health of our community. So to answer your question, what would be considered cutting if forced to? It would be everything that is not part of a statutory mandate. So everything that we provide in the outpatient setting, including correctional health care, would be a consideration at that point.
Okay, and then as far as the Harris Health budget, the first part of my question, why is this relevant to somebody? Yeah.
Yes,
maybe
thank you.
second part of my
Yes,
question.
thank
Yeah.
you for reminding me. Yeah, so this is a conversation I've had in every opportunity that I get in panel conversations, is that why Harris Health even matters to people, to your point, who have private health insurance. I would say two things, well, maybe three things. One, Harris Health is where the future doctors in this community get their training. So almost half the doctors who practice in Houston, Harris County, did their residency either at LBJ as part of UT Houston McGovern Medical School or at Ben Taub as part of the Baylor College of Medicine, number one. Number two, if Harris Health were ever put in a position where we were not able to provide the services the way we do today, obviously patients are not going to disappear. People are not going to stop getting sick. People are still going to get sick. They're going to need healthcare somewhere. That somewhere is everywhere else. That currently Harris Health has the privilege of taking care of those patients. Those patients, when they go somewhere else, then access to healthcare for everybody else is going to be impacted. That healthcare more than likely is going to be delivered in the emergency room of the other hospitals, which is the most expensive place for people to seek care. So that increased cost of care now would have to be transmitted to the insurers, and from there to everybody else who has a private insurance. To get your question, that's everybody else who has private health insurance. Premiums for everybody would increase. Out-of-pocket co-pays would increase for everybody. So truly, success of Harris Health is the success of the entirety of the healthcare ecosystem in City of Houston, including all the hospitals in Texas Medical Center. And that's one of the reasons I think Texas Medical Center understands and appreciates the impact and the influence of Harris Health in all of our success collectively.
Okay. And so in that case, and I know there was a question about the taxes, and I do want to point to this news story, which is from Houston Public Media, and we're taking the exact same path that the city of Houston took, of committing to tens of millions of dollars of funding that we do not have a way to pay for. I don't think a business owner would do that. And so we have the city did this. We did it just a couple weeks after they did. And today, so this is September 3rd, they're looking at the ballooning deficit and calling for a property tax hike. We have, quote, this is a council member, we have to find a way to generate more revenue, and we're going to have to make an unpopular decision in order to give residents of this city the services that they deserve. So I think that talking about taxes, I don't think that's quite transparent enough, because if we indeed carry out a lower tax rate for the hospital district, not only do we harm the county and our patients, but we're also eventually going to have to make this up because we have responsibilities. And if we cut $200 million worth of services to give $200 million worth of raises, eventually our services will suffer so much that we're going to have to increase taxes. And at some point, you can't take these raises back. And so I think that actually by making this unilateral decision to cut services for people, what is happening is a decision to set up a tax hike in the future. The city of Houston is our future. We did this exactly after they did it, and we know where they are, so this is where we're going to be. So if you're on the side of lower taxes, you do not want to try to do a short-term victory of we're lowering taxes, because you're just causing them to be raised in a year or two by even more. There is a motion here. I think Commissioner Ellis made it. And so it's to consider for the Harris County Hospital District, DBA Harris Health, the proposed 2025 tax rates per $100 of taxable value of 0.17876 for maintenance and operations and 0.00885 for debt service, for a total tax rate of 0.18761, which is the voter approval rate, and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, the tax assessor collector, and other relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices as required by applicable law. I think that was Commissioner Ellis, is that right?
Judge, yeah, I'll make the motion, but I want to make a couple of points.
Sure, yeah, so motion and a second. All right, more discussion.
So just quickly, on the credit rating, Dr. Force, I know you've been with a number of systems. At least from my experience, Mr. Ramos, I want to say that it's been rare, very rare. In fact, I can't think of one when I was in the business where one can appeal a credit rating and it changes. I just wouldn't anticipate that.
Yeah, Commissioner, sorry, I wasn't referring to the appeal. I believe we've lost that already. We know we're going to get reassessed in the lead up to the next bond sale.
From your experience, Daniel, I know from mine, but when an entity is downgraded, what's generally the main reason that they do it? I'm asking for a reason, but
Usually around the debt capacity or some unforeseen loss of revenue.
so in part, from my experience at least, I used to be in the business. Usually when you're spending money, but you don't want to take the heat for bringing it in. Is that a pretty good summary of generally the way that works?
That works.
Yeah, it's just no polite way around it. I just want to say that to my colleagues, so beware. I mean, that's just part of it. At least when I was in the business, usually that was the problem. And at least when I was selling them, the lower somebody's credit rating, the harder it was to sell those bonds. So those were the entities that you did want to be a banker for. I was never a financial advisor for the hospital district, but I was for the school district for a number of years. I do want to, you talked about the number of uninsured people we have.
Yes, sir.
Why, I shouldn't just ask why we have so many uninsured people. Part of it's because we didn't draw down, in Texas, we didn't draw down the Affordable Care Act, right? That's a big part of it. But does someone have to live in Harris County? Do you take people who don't live in Harris County?
We treat them if you show up to our emergency room.
So we end up becoming the emergency room.
It doesn't matter.
Yep, for people in the region.
That is
So we're picking up a problem for the state, unlike some of the other systems where you work. San Antonio and then Dallas, right? Bear and
That is
Dallas.
correct.
Yeah. So we do end up being the place where people from other counties, so we taking on a task that the state should take on. And from time to time, there were
other counties.
discussions.
And
Yeah.
other counties.
And other counties, yeah, which would be the state. And the last point that I want to make is that it was great you took on jail health. And part of why some of us pushed so hard for that was because the discussions are going on, but it never did happen. At the rate we're going to have to look for more synergies, by the way, whether it's with city, county, health department, all those big challenges, and some of the things that you do, because we just, you just talk about a bond rating problem. We're about at that point. And just the reason there's a reluctance to go above the VAR is because that's where they put the trigger. They have to go to the voters. And if that changes in a special session for you, it's going to be even more of a problem, or we're going to have to get in the habit of just asking the voters. We talk about how much money you came in, but I can't think of anything that rises much higher in terms of expenses than health care.
Yes, sir.
You could argue property taxes, but in Texas, that's what we pay for. What is our rate compared to your peers? What's happening around the state?
Our rate
We
is
were already lower, but so are most of them going to VR as well?
They are I know that Dallas is asking for 5% increase, but their rate is already twice ours.
Yep. And San Antonio, a bear.
San Antonio is asking for VAR because they're also building hospitals like we are.
And their rate is already higher than
Is
ours.
it
We
higher?
are the lowest. We're the lowest among.
Among the large hospital districts, yes, we are the lowest.
Yeah, okay. But thank you. I just didn't want you to think that VAR was going to be for life. There may be more strings attached
Yes,
just
sir.
out of necessity.
I understand that. And Commissioner, I want to mention something since you brought in the city health department. We are actually in the works, myself, Director Barton, the new director of the city health department, and director for the Harris Center. We're actually setting up a meeting to talk about how we can do exactly what you just said. How can we synergize better in terms of services that we all provide?
Last point, when we talk about Dispro Care, is that essentially a way to take some of the benefits of the Affordable Care Act without admitting that you're taking subsidized health care from the feds?
Say that again. What was the question?
When we talk about Dispro Care, when we go and ask for that set aside for Dispro Care, is that essentially a way of taking federal assistance for health care that we could get more of if we simply drew down the Affordable Care Act money, but we get to act like we're not asking for federal assistance to do it?
Yeah, you were talking about the disproportionate share hospitals, yes.
All right, thank you. I'll make the motion.
Judge?
Yes.
On that motion, I think the one change we would have, and I think we suggested, and I think John sent around, was to use the up to and the phrase. So if I could reread it, if that's okay?
So we don't want up to, because then you're not committing to giving them money. You're committing to defunding them.
That is your call.
Right, so
Yes.
that's why,
I just want to make sure.
I made
Okay.
the motion that way, because.
Understood.
Because otherwise, we're celebrating today, and then at the next court, we're surprising the public with a cut to Harris Health. So anyway, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, quick question. Forgot to ask you about Harris Center mental health issues. There's a lot of synergy between what y'all do and what Harris Center does. Any additional conversations you can have in the coming months related to that issue? It's an important issue on our side and your side. There's got to be more common ground there to deliver, I think, a more effective, more efficient services to folks out there.
Commissioner, you're absolutely right. And I don't think it did not come up in the last Commissioner's Court presentation that I did. But we started something a few months ago, what we call the Harris Collaborative. And that's Harris Center, Harris Health, the County Health Department, and the Community Health Choice, our health plan. And the purpose of us coming together is exactly what you just said.
Has some great potential.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I believe so.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia.
Judge.
Yes.
Just for clarity, could it be reread again, just so the record's clear?
Sure. So the motion is, I scrolled past it. All right.
I have it if you want me to read it.
I found it. To set a public hearing on September 18th, 2025 at 10 a.m. to consider for Harris County Hospital District, DBA Harris Health, the proposed 2025 tax rates per $100 of taxable value of 0.17876 for maintenance and operations and 0.00885 for debt service, for a total tax rate of 0.18761, which is the voter approval rate, and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, the tax assessor collector, and other relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices as required by applicable law.
So move.
So motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, I wanted to be in the queue. I'd like to just caution that we, by doing the up to, doesn't give us any flexibility, right? It just effectively sets the rate.
That's correct. Exactly.
Right. And so my point earlier was we're either going to fund our public hospital system or we're not. And I think it's a disservice to voters to say, okay, we might fund it, and then the next court surprise them with, no, we're going to defund it. So that's why I proposed it that way, Commissioner. But You can offer your vote, and then I think if you want to
So
vote against it, I can
I-
record that.
I just, the earlier conversation was that there's work to be done between Harris Health and Mr. Ramos. So if that work it isn't allowed to move forward, then, the motion will be what it is. But I was hoping for there to be some conversation to find out just what more we can find out about the Harris Health budget.
At the point of order, there's a motion on the table. So there was a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so now we're moving on to
If we could also.
the budget. Okay, to set a motion to set a public hearing. That's what you were going to say, yeah? Okay, on September 18th, 2025 at 10 a.m. to consider for Harris County Hospital District, DBA Harris Health, the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget as amended, and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, OCA, and all relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices, and direct the Office of Management and Budget to file the Harris County Hospital District, DBA Harris Health, proposed FY 2026 budget as amended with the county clerk and county auditor. Is there a motion?
Judge, if I might, just because I saw a motion come through from Precinct 2, from Heather related to the Harris Health budget and the public health, if we could get that before we motion to notice the budget, please.
If I could, the motion would be for public health to work with management and budget, OMB, to transfer $4 million of eligible expenses to Harris Health. This transfer of costs should be used to restore the Harris County Public Health offsets in the currently proposed FY '26 budget.
Second.
Judge, I have a few questions.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
For
Commissioner
Director
Ellis.
Barton. What'll be needed from Harris Health in a local agreement? I mean, are there any concerns about this? And also, are you aware of any charity care? Will charity care be reduced? Will the charity care revenue will decrease or increase from this item?
Yeah.
I might ask, by the way, we talking about the charity care bill, I assume that I passed in the legislature in 1997?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just saying, it pops back to me every once in a while.
Yeah. So what we have discussed with Harris Health so far is looking for an interlocal agreement that would need to be approved by both the Harris Health Board and Commissioners Court that would allow us to submit quarterly reimbursement requests to Harris Health, principally for payroll, just for ease of review. Could also include some non-labor for medical supplies and other, very clearly clinical type expenses. But we really, want to make sure that interlocal agreement gets put in place quickly.
So is
County
it-
Attorney's Office is supportive. They've been meeting with us, but we want to make sure that gets.
Any suggestion, anything you think, a friendly amendment to Commissioner Garcia's item, or is this pretty much, are you comfortable with it the way it is?
If possible, I would like to retain some flexibility in how we use the funds. So if we could maybe remove the part about the offsets, that would be very, very helpful. And that would give us the flexibility to.
You got some language kind of wordsmith?
I've got no problems. Let me make sure I reread it so that it reads.
Commissioner, I think you're good. It restores your budget. I know that there are some.
Yeah,
motions
there's
to
no language
reallocate.
of offsets in here. It is to restore the offsets.
Yeah.
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 No, I think what Director Barton is saying, that there are some enhancements that she is trying to fund internally. I think that can come separately, Leah. I think the motion covers you. You're good.
But see, even with this, I want to make clear the public health department would still face cuts because, see, they're talking enhancements and offsets, but what they really mean is there's a grant expiring that the public health department is not going to have to be able to pay for because of the reduction in funding that they have. So this is going to keep them from cutting $4 million, but they're still going to have to cut that other amount. And so I just want to be transparent because we're, again, using these words that are unnecessarily convoluted. Did use that word on purpose. But okay, there's a motion on the table.
So
There's a
Judge,
second.
I just want
Yeah.
to make sure that I'm clear here. You know, when we kind of doing it so quickly, I know folks are looking for money under in every corner. But so are any costs that Harris Health picks up this year, would they be no longer eligible for charity care reimbursement in fiscal year 27?
Yeah, so because of how closely we're needing to align with the district purpose, all of the expenses that we've identified are expenses that we would normally submit for charity care reimbursement. And so what that would mean would be a lower reimbursement in fiscal year 27.
So I just want to know, because I think, I'm trying to remember what I was doing in the bill, but
currently,
I
that
think it makes,
reimbursement rate
so
is
will,
about-
will it mean that $4 million this year would create a $1.2 million lesser amount in charity care revenue next year? So I'm just trying to make sure we're not playing shell games with the money. So we're happy. We're so excited we get this $4 million.
So
Then
can
you just dug a $1.2 million hole
Director Barton,
next year.
to be crystal clear, could you please summarize for the court and more importantly, the public, what this means exactly? The pros and cons, trade-offs, what is the opportunity cost, what we gain, what we lose?
So if we were to get $4 million in reimbursement from Harris Health, that would mean we would get we would have $4 million less to submit to charity care for reimbursement. Our current reimbursement rate is 31%, so that means we would get $1.2 million less back in fiscal year 27. But we would hope to use the $4 million to restore the resident-facing offsets, to continue some of the ARPA-funded programs that are scheduled to end in June so that we have a full fiscal year of them and can kind of look at them again for next year, and expand our clinical services.
I just follow. Oh, did you have another question?
Judge?
So to be,
Sorry. Sorry. I just wanted to add one other thing to this, since we've been working with Harris Health and Public Health, is that they are limited in what Harris Health can offer. So they have to be directly related to hospital services. And so I don't want there to be any sort of misconception that there's a sort of an endless amount of money that can be transferred over. It's a very discrete set of services that can be offered, and which is one of the reasons why we would recommend or have recommended that this would be a single year ILA that would then transition to more of a larger view or long-term view of shared services between Harris Health and Public Health Services, so that's not a year-by-year cash transfer, which would be outside, candidly, would be outside the norm of what happens statewide between Public Health Services and hospital districts.
So just to be clear, Director Barton, to create optionality so that we can maximize the opportunity of the 4 million and whatever number that may be, and it has to be forward-facing. So vaccinations, right, direct medical services that would constitute for the Charity Care Fund. Could it be, since I know you also have bold visions for enhancement, would it create more optionality? And later we'll get to restorations as well. But motion for public health to work with Office OMB Management and Budget to transfer 4 million of eligible expenses to Harris Health. This transfer of costs would be used to restore the Harris County Public Health offsets and/or fund enhancements at the discretion of the Harris County Public Health Director and OMB in the currently proposed FY26 budget.
That's acceptable, yeah.
Because then it gives you the both an optionality to expand things you've been wanting to do, right? And off.
Yeah.
So Daniel,
primarily sustain, yeah, not a lot of expansion, but sustain, yes.
So that would be my friendly amendment, just to create.
I support it.
So I just want to make sure, Daniel, and Dr. Force, I want you to hear this. I know I've had a little experience with budgets and writing them on the fly. and then you get these unintended consequences, then everybody gets amnesia. So I just want to know, will this $4 million transfer trying to make up for cuts that we put in? Is this going to end up costing 5.2 from somewhere next year? I want to make sure I know at least I want to at least try to find out what.
Is it one-time funding? I had the same question.
So Commissioner, if I might, and Dr. Porcia, correct me if I'm wrong, we would not submit $4 million toward charity care, which would likely be reimbursed about 1.2. That being said, the hospital district can add every dollar that they are not compensated for care to their tax rate.
Yeah.
So it does create space in future years because it would add to their uncompensated care line.
Yeah, it's not much money, but Dr. Force, I want you to come up too. I just want to make sure, because I tell you what, I might forget, but I'll have somebody who will remind me when this comes up again.
You're correct, Commissioner, in your estimation.
Okay.
And I just want to be clear again that I have been working with Director Barton, and I'm committing here at the court that we will continue to work with Director Barton to make sure that that $4 million goes towards whatever compensation, cuts, whatever, enhancements that Director Barton sees fit.
If I could get a clarification quickly, you brought up the charity care, Commissioner, thank you. Does this preclude you from asking for more charity care? Should you do it?
We will continue to seek charity care reimbursement. We just wouldn't be able to seek it for these $4 million worth of expenses.
Okay, got it.
So just to clarify, in terms of going forward, so this same agreement you could have in fiscal year 27, 28, and so on and so forth. Is this a one-time funding, or is this in perpetuity?
As of right now, this is a one-year funding.
Okay. Okay. So just want to make clear that this seems to be another sort of patching up a hole. But even if it were in perpetuity, we're doing this math here, and my staff is gonna update this for the public as we go on. So if you look at this board, what they've put on there is that even with this exchange of funds, taking away from the public hospital to give to public health is still looking at $1.7 million in cuts. And so, Director Barton, if you could give some specificity to what are the kinds of programs or what are you going to have to cut with that $1.7 million in cuts?
So without referring to specific amounts, in general, in order to have some of those ARPA-funded programs continue through September, right? We have a number, maternal and child health, chronic disease, wastewater surveillance, that are scheduled to end in June. We would choose to continue those, and then we would keep some of our offsets for things that are currently covering some administrative services internal to our department. We would find efficiencies in HR, finance, planning, my office, as well as taking some offsets that really don't have any impact, like moving roles into special revenue in environmental public health, like right-sizing budgets that have historically had surpluses. So we would restore the resident-facing portion of our offsets, but we would have some internal administrative impact.
And presumably the administrative system is there for a reason. So what does this administrative structure do that ultimately supports the residents?
Strategic planning, supporting financial controls, supporting, we have an intern within my office, so those types of roles, HR recruiting, and so that just means that our administrative teams will need to, work a little harder, but we're prepared to do that.
And of course, you're still subject to the hiring freeze.
I haven't seen public health listed as an exception.
Okay, and then in terms of, you mentioned shifting something to another expense bucket. Is that something that can be done in perpetuity, or is that just done this year?
That would be our environmental public health special revenue fund, which comes from food inspection, pool inspection, and those do continue.
So what would exactly would happen to the pool inspection and the food inspection? I'm just trying to understand.
We have enough revenue there to support FTEs that were previously in the general fund.
Okay, and you're going to be able to continue that in perpetuity. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you are going to cut positions that normally do financial control, HR, et cetera. You could say you're not cutting outside programs, but of course you need systems to maintain the outside programs. And then, I guess my question is, if you could have this money back, do you need it, or are you saying, you know what, I've been operating with an extra 1.7 million that I didn't actually need?
If we had additional money, we would put it to use for those resident-facing programs. We would continue to invest in more maternal and child health, more chronic disease, more neighborhood nuisance abatement. We would still try and seek these internal efficiencies.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner
So
Garcia.
look, I think I'm comfortable with it. I think that when we'll get to the broader issue when we get to the budget, but I'm all right with it.
Okay, so can we repeat the motion?
So
There's a amendment, let me
with
read
a
it.
friendly amendment,
Yeah,
Commissioner Garcia, if you please accept the additional language, but motion for public health to work with management and budget, OMB, to transfer 4 million of eligible expenses to Harris Health. This transfer of costs would be used to restore the Harris County Public Health offsets and/or fund enhancements at the discretion of the Harris County Public Health Director and OMB in the currently proposed FY26 budget.
I accept that amendment.
Okay, so did you get that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so motion by Commissioner Briones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, now,
The motion to. Okay.
Made it earlier. You just read the language.
yeah, to set a public hearing on September, is it that one? Okay, we've already read it a couple times, right?
Yes, Judge.
Do we need the second one, the budget one? So we did, the tax rate one was made, but not the budget. So just to be
It was
clear.
read out. It
Yeah.
just wasn't
I'll move
acted
it.
on.
Okay, so do you need us to read the budget one again?
Second.
We're good.
Okay, all right, so motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, so now we move on to the general fund, right?
Is that right? General fund is next.
That's
So
correct.
I'd like to make a motion by acclamation, take a break. Regardless, I'm leaving.
Praise be.
Okay. All right, it's 3:38, and we'll be back 10 till. All right, it's 4:04. Commissioners Court is back in session. There was a question about whether we could do items 1 and 9 briefly so that the clerk, the district clerk and county clerk can return to their duties. So my question is, can you guys do it quickly? Yeah? Colleagues, are you okay with taking 1 and 9? Those
Sure.
are the, okay. All right, okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Marilyn Burgess, Harris County District Clerk, and we are here to submit to you the record of 610 Harris County residents who were on the grand jury in 2024 and eligible to serve on this committee. We need direction from you as to how many people you want us to reach out to. Last year when we did this, we contacted 45 to get 9 on the committee and 3 alternates. We recommend you do the same thing again this year. We've got a little bit more time in this than we did last year, so we feel confident we can get them out of that group. But we also need to know if you want an alternate, how many alternates, and if you want them to appear in case someone doesn't show up, or just to be there in the event that someone lets us know ahead of time that they're not coming. We're prepared to send the email out to the people today. We've got everything in place to get it going, have them respond by close of business Thursday, and then send out an email to the people on Friday of you've been selected to be on the committee and give them the details. So we need to know when, where you want them to report. Last year it was at 10:30 and they reported on the 5th floor, and then you escorted them down here after you, Clerk Hudspeth had checked them in. So we need that information as well, and then we're ready to proceed. I do have to present for the record the list of the grand jurors. It's marked confidential as we can't release grand juror names, but it is for the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Garcia.
So I just want the legal department to walk us through the process. What are the options before we just jump to? And thank you for the recommendation. But what are the options? What could we do?
So,
Hey, Commissioner, Jonathan Felmon, Deputy County Attorney. We've been speaking with different court staff throughout the day. I recommend that we go to executive session on this, given the statute's a little ambiguous, so we can explain the options for selecting the committee.
Okay, I was told that this could be sort of a simple thing, and you guys, the budget is just like a whole thing. I'm so sorry, but I think we're gonna have to, maybe we can call y'all when we finish the general fund budget, and then we can come discuss this, because there's another executive session item, and anyway, if we tried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back, thank you, John. Let's go back to the general fund discussion. And we are now working on the cuts, or sort of finding money places.
Correct. So at this point, I turn it back over to the court. I've been seeing a few motions come through on this. I would ask, so 2 things. One is we have $2.7 million that is unallocated in the budget. Those were offsets that we found in other, prior to this latest iteration of the budget book, that did not have a designated purpose or had been voted on court at this point. So that's 2.7 million for court to reassign or reallocate. I would also ask at the end of, when we're done with the offset discussion, that we just take a break so my staff can reconcile and I can send something out, a tracker to all of the court offices, so we know exactly where we are at this point.
Okay. So I guess these are motions to find funds, and so this $2.7 million, where did it come from exactly?
This was from reallocating the 2.75 million for each court office for park security to a consolidated $5.5 million contribution to the sheriff to do park security for all 4 offices.
Right. Got it. Okay. Commissioner Ellis, then Garcia, then Briones.
So we're sending up to discuss the amendments now?
I think it would make most sense for folks to go through their amendments and to.
So, and I'll go through mine.
And as far as amendments, just to clarify though, right now the amendments are to cut,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
so
cuts.
These are
Cuts
cuts.
first.
These
Yes,
are not just to
And to
follow
clarify,
their-
we're going off of the budget book number 4 and all of OMB's recommended offsets that have been weeks and weeks of work amongst the 5 offices, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're adding to what is in budget book version 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Okay, just to level set.
All right, so Commissioner Ellis Garcia, Briones, and then Ramsey.
Judge, so if the process is, you're saying the only way we can add any money, Mr. Ramos, is if you cut something.
Above the 2.7 million.
So that means out of, just walk through, the total amount of budget is what?
2.7 billion.
So $2.7 billion.
Close at 2.8.
And so we're here to discuss what you can cut on something that's in there.
In addition to the cuts that have already been made.
And if not, that's $2.7 million.
For amendments at this table. That's correct.
Well, so in that case, if that's the rule in which we're playing by, the only way you could make any real differences other than just trying to move the chairs around on the Titanic would be that if the court made a decision that it was going to phase in the law enforcement pay raises. So my motion would be that we do 75% of the law enforcement pay raises now, so at least that would leave us with $25 million to make some of these cuts. Or if it hadn't been something we had done so quickly on May 22nd, you had a budget, in my old vernacular, we call it a base budget. So you had a budget. I just like calling it a base budget. And then we've come in and people were told to cut 10% most departments out of that budget, correct?
We were asked for 10% worth of options. That's correct.
And then you presented that budget, not necessarily a public document, but at least we had it. That budget was presented. And then on May 22nd, a decision was made by the court, majority of the court, obviously is the way it works, to add another $105 million to
101, 102.
101 to the deficit we had at that time. We thought was about 135, 140 million.
Yep. And the original law enforcement number was 142.
So I would say to my colleagues, in simplistic terms, in my judgment, just based on my experience, there's no way we could cut an extra $100 million out of this budget and not feel the impact of services. I mean, we can give the impression that we're doing it. We just can't do it. It just cannot happen. Mr. Ramos, in your professional opinion, you're the budget guy. You got to come up with numbers. When you came up with that initial budget, if we were going to add another $100 million to it, would you prefer we do that in phases or do it all at one time? I know it's a tough question, but you're the budget guy. I'm sorry.
What I would say is the decision was early, so it was a double-edged sword. One, that number that we were climbing back from was significantly higher. The flip side of that was it did give us much longer to prepare for it. We were able to amend the CLS process and the budget process to go from, I believe we were originally going to ask for 7%. We moved that up to 10%. So it certainly made my job and my team and frankly, your job much harder to be able to get to a balanced budget.
So I'm going to walk through a series of items I'd like to add so we're clear on what I would like to do. It would be my preference that we come up with the funding to add that $1.6 billion to the Institute of Forensic Sciences in order to maintain funding for current positions for evidence testing and medical examination and to replenish lost federal funding for evidence testing. I think most of us saw the press accounts and it was just heartbreaking. I think that's extremely important. The second one I would do would be, I would propose that we prevent the cuts from and any exemptions, I would propose that we fully fund our holistic assistance response teams that we've all committed to try to, at least majority of us have committed to try to expand. And in addition to doing that, I would add $1 million to expand the HART response teams to increase the number of responders and case managers. I'm just going through why I'd like to delay doing all of the law enforcement pay raise at one time. I would propose that we restore $494,000 for 5 positions for air monitoring, emergency environmental response, and field investigations. I think that those are important areas. The department made a compelling case. I watched as many of the hearings as I could for public health. I would like to propose that we include $2.5 million to perform 1,800 home visits per year. Participants are connected to medical coverage, pre and postnatal care, child visits, lactation consultants, and more. Significant outreach by way of the Maternal Health Bill of Rights, education and community baby showers. Another add money, I think, is $600,000 to do from 14 to 450 home visits for weekly outreach. Programs continue in fiscal year 26, $1.6 million for chronic disease prevention, $1.7 million for wastewater to allow early visibility into COVID, RSV, flu, measles, H5N1, and emergency diseases, and a motion for $1.4 million for nuisance abatement. That would ensure that 430 nuisance violations are abated per year, 130 self-resolutions by way of direct abatement. And I would also hope that we would give resources to Harris County Resources for Children. I'll make a motion that we provide additional funding for Harris County Resources for Children for a total of $900,000 to continue to provide mission-critical services to serve foster youth in shelters, conduct psychological evaluations, and address statutory mandates. And the last one would be for the PIC, knowing what's happening on the federal level. We've seen press accounts about what's happening on the federal level. We never know if we're going to get another disaster now or not, but I would propose an amendment to contribute the $10 million to the PIC contingency fund to protect Harris County's resilience and ability to respond to disasters. I looked at a breakdown on a quick chart on what we've done in the past. I know you initially recommended 10 million. Is that right? Or was it 20? 10 million was what you recommended, what I'm calling the base budget. In 01, we put in 2021, 87 million. In 2022, 67 million. I would suggest that we do that. I guess I know what I'm looking at is historical contributions to the PIC. So in 21, 87 million transferred into the PIC, but not reimbursements. 22, 67 million. This is what I got from the staff. Is that correct?
So those were year-end surpluses. Those were not budgeted transfers, just to be clear.
Oh, so we went from 87 million in 2021 to 67?
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with me starting here in 2022.
Okay. Yeah. And then in 2025, it's at 20 million?
20 million.
Yeah. So
And part of that, just to provide, I hear you, Commissioner, but just to provide context, the reason we had slowed down, one, was our budget was a lot closer than it had been in prior years. And then number two, we were starting to see the reimbursements come through the door, which offset any the criticalness of continuing to contribute. And then, if I might, just as a reminder, I think it's fair for folks to put up their budget enhancement requests at this point. I would recommend not taking action on any of the enhancements until we have voted on and finalized what's available in the budget.
For the offset.
With the offsets.
And that was going to be, and I'm happy to consider these at the appropriate time, but we had voted in terms of order, right? Jay, point of order.
I got you.
We're taking motions for
the
offsets
point,
now.
yeah, the point I'm making is
Cuts.
if you are saying that we only going to have $2 point something million to put in, at some point you got to have a discussion about what someone would like to add into it. So I'm saying I would propose that we do 75% of this pay raise, which would save us how much? Which would give us how much money to distribute?
It's about 26 million.
Now, and I'm not sure if my amendments came to 26 million. I could go down to 50, but I'm just making the case that what we did was certainly unorthodox to decide on May 22nd. At least we knew what the so-called base budget, we knew the budget that you were shopping around. We knew what that was. And then when we made a decision, I'm not knocking it, but we made a decision on May 22nd, 3 months ago, that we would change that. And I know we've gone through it on how we got to a shortfall. We made the decision that we go to 8% in the last budget cycle. I happen to have been the person to make a motion saying, well, ask the voters, can we keep it? What was that, 65, $70 million, $80 million? $80 million. I didn't know what we'd use it for, but I just assumed something was going to come up. That could have been used for a pay raise. I mentioned that at the last court. I couldn't control where it would have gone, but we did not do that. So at least for me, I think a more prudent course would have been to phase in the law enforcement pay raises. And if our friends at City Hall make a decision 6 months from now or a year from now, they're going to increase it even more. What do we do? And then we know our friends went to Austin to get parity. We didn't go through a discussion about efficiencies in law enforcement. We could have decided if the pay parity provision hadn't passed, would you look for some efficiencies there? Am I right? Have we looked for efficiencies in law enforcement?
Yeah, the sheriff's office, and we have worked with the constables.
And what do we find?
I think
Just by comparison, dollar amount, just by comparison. How much
across the board, I think it's somewhere in the $16 million.
$60 million, but we somehow think inefficiencies on our budget, we're going to find $200 million, right? I mean, I'm just laying out essentially to the public what we've done.
Yeah. So, and just to be clear, the proposed budget that's on the table today, which is being amended, is balanced. It just if Commissioners Court wants to amend budgets to either make restorations or do supplemental funding, then we're going to need to find additional offsets above what OMB has recommended today.
But I'm just making a point because of what we did and what we didn't do. We didn't go ask the voters for extra $80 million that we took and spent in the last fiscal year. And then we added another $101 million to that. And then all of these other items that in all of the amendments that I've sent around, we're not going to fund. So even if we work a process today to limit the discussion on it, I just want to make sure I'm putting on the record that we are making some very poor budgetary decisions. Nobody would run their business or their household like that. And for us to act like these freezes are balancing the budget, and then every court, somebody's going to walk in and ask to get around the freeze. And we're going to grant some of those decisions if somebody raises enough cane to do it. So it'll be balanced on paper, but we're going to walk into a situation we're going to have an even bigger fiscal hole. And with all of the one-time expenditures that we're going to have in this budget. Give me a rough idea. How much in one-time expenditures?
67.7.
67.7. Total amount, one-time expenditures.
One time, it's really revenue and savings options.
Okay. So it's fair to say we're going to walk into a deeper hole unless something happens unique that's going to give us a windfall.
Unless something dramatic happens. And my guess would be what's going to determine that is outsourcing and indigent defense for fiscal year 27.
Well, and sometimes when you outsource it, that can cost more money. And you and I know from budget freezes, sometimes that costs more money because you may keep employees that maybe you wanted to replace, or you're going to work the ones that you keep so hard, they're going to quit. And you're going to have to reduce services. And then you outsource and it'll cost you more money down the road. Okay, so I'm going to set up a motion saying to reduce the law enforcement pay raises.
I'll make a second to the motion to
75%.
to do
The first year. and put the 25 in the next year.
Okay, so that's just, and then put the 25 in the next year. And Commissioner, is that, or I don't know if, Director, but I'll second that motion is, how is that not kicking the can down the road? It would be, because then we could, in theory, go to the voters next year for the rest of it.
I'll admit it's kicking the can down the road with a lot of prayer. Pray
At
before you
least
kick
it gives us the opportunity to not completely put the county in the total red. Okay, well, yeah.
If I could get 50, I'd go for 50. Or I know that there's some experts who were saying phase it in over 4 or 5 years, but not do it that drastically and not give these departments some warning on what was coming and give the public some warning on what was coming. I just, for one, when I refuse to put blinders on and act like there won't be a drastic cut in services.
Yeah, so I second that motion, Commissioner, to try to save our county from what the city's going through. Commissioner Garcia, then Briones, and then Ramsey.
We could probably vote on it.
Just take a
if you don't
vote,
want to
yeah.
be there all day. Yeah.
Say that again?
We could probably go ahead and take a vote on it.
Okay, I do have additional discussion on this motion, which is, I just want to read this piece here. It says, the 2025 fiscal period that wrapped up in June saw the largest gap between revenue and expenditures in city history, 145 million. So 200 million is even more than that. Because of slash spending, they project the deficit will be 76 million in the next year, but the deficit could reach $500 million in 2030 if the baseline continues. Even without accounting for disasters, that untenable trend would exhaust the city's 346 million emergency fund balance over 4 times over. So this is what we are signing up for if we don't vote yes to a more fiscally responsible pathway, is to a consistently growing item and deficit. And you guys, we love to copy the city, right? So the city is actually phasing their law enforcement pay in 5 years. So I would say there's no reason why we can't be at least as responsible or lack thereof as the city. So if we don't even follow that, then we'll be in a worse situation that they are in. So anyway, that's a second for Commissioner Ellis's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Judge, if you wouldn't mind just reading it clearly.
I'll let
James, you got
James, you should have it.
Yeah, but don't we have him read it for the record?
I thought he did, but I can read it for him. Motion to stagger law enforcement pay
Oh,
raises.
I got it. Yeah, motion to stagger law enforcement pay raises over fiscal year 2025-2026 for a total cost of $75 million or 75% of the costs allocated in the proposed fiscal year 26 budget book. Does that sound right, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm in favor. So I have another set of motions related to that. Should I make them now or should I wait? I guess I'll wait, but then, I'm going to propose that we at worst do what the city is doing, and other important points. All right, Commissioner Briones, Ramsey, and Garcia.
So Precinct 2 and Precinct 4 have worked on an array of motions. So later when we get to the enhancements, we will have them, but we have our offsets. And just, again, facts matter. The City of Houston references, the City of Houston, they tapped reserves to make their budget balanced. Our budget is not tapping reserves. And again, to level set, we have approximately $344 million in reserves, plus we have a PIC of about $206 million, plus we are anticipating reimbursement from FEMA of approximately $150 million. That is not being touched at all. We are not touching reserves. And the pay parity for law enforcement is a 5-year deal, and everyone who participated in the negotiations knows that this too is a 5-year deal. But the offset motions that P2 and P4 are proposing are the follows. Motion that Commissioners Court accept an additional $3 million offset from the Office of the County Engineer. OCE will work with OMB to confirm those offsets. Fund 2417, motion to transfer 4.5 million in eligible expenses to Fund 2417. Third motion, that Commissioners Court accept an additional 2 million offset from Universal Services. OCE will work with OMB to confirm those offsets. I'm sorry, that should read, Universal Services will work with OMB to confirm those offsets. And then motion to direct OMB to include in the proposed budget the additional $812,621.10 in ARPA reallocation recommended by the steering committee composed of our 5 offices.
Second to all.
Okay, Commissioner Ramsey, Garcia, Ellis, any discussion on this motion?
I do have some discussion.
Commissioner Ellis.
So where were the ARPA reallocation? Which money is this? Which ARPA fund?
This is the item 16. The ARPA Steerco came up with $800,000 more than what we had originally budgeted, which was $20 million.
Okay.
And I want to note, these motions I read were circulated, and then our offset ones were circulated, the restoration offsets last night. And again, we're going off of the version 4, which again has been a highly iterative process with the 5 offices, the Office of Management and Budget, and all the departments. And I just want to say thank you again for everything that's gone into this. And again, we are not touching reserves and not touching the PIC.
So one quick question. On the ARPA money, are these cuts from existing programs?
Yes.
Okay, and which programs are being cut? These are programs that we were doing, so
Tom,
which
can you
ones
help
are
me out
being
here?
cut?
So just to give a recap, in the original recommended budget, we made a recommendation to find $20 million of ARPA funding to cut to replace general fund to be able to balance the books. And
And I remember the money from the guaranteed income program. Is this that money?
no,
That part I was for.
So you made the motion for $11 million, and I don't know what that made up. So that left $9 million. That the Steerco was. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Tom
Yes.
Hargis,
Yeah.
Director of Grants and Partnerships in the Office of County Administration, here with Romeo Solis, Director of the ARPA PMO. I think, so originally, the court had asked us to work with Steerco to identify $20 million in ARPA to help support the FY26 budget. And when Steerco went through that process, they actually identified more. The total is $800,621.10, which is, I think, what Commissioner Briones is mentioning. We attempted to include that in the rest of the RCA, but we're told by and guided by the county attorney's office that you couldn't do that at this point because of the Open Meetings Act. I don't know if they want to comment on anything like that. So, yeah, that's where that.
It's only the 800,000, right?
No, Tom, would you walk through with the 11, it's actually 11.9 million, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Did
So
someone-
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So
What are
can
we
you
cutting?
walk
What are we
through-
stopping?
At the last court, you identified 8.8 approximately $1 million in unobligated funds that would get reallocated from the ARPA budget. So that happened at the last court. And then Steerco came up with recommendations for a variety of programs, including the Shine Facility Fund, an offset there, Accessible Child Care Training Supports, ACTS, Single Family Rehab, Early Learning Quality Network, and this is a variety of different funds throughout this. Access Harris, lead abatement, Single Family Owner
So
Assistance.
those are programs we're canceling.
No, do you want to?
These programs would be ending early. Yes.
Okay, so we won't call it canceling. They expected to do it until the end of the cycle.
Yes,
So we're going to reduce the cycle for lead abatement, as an example.
Correct. Yeah. So, for example, lead abatement, I think they would be reducing the number of homes by 17 less. So, yes, we would be reducing the amount of service.
And I'm only just, Commissioner, just so I know what we're doing, so I can say whether I vote for it. So this means we are cutting what services? Like how many homes for lead abatement?
Lead abatement would be 17.
17 homes.
Yes. So they would, and I will let Director Barton elaborate on this, but my understanding is that they would finish all the homes that are currently in the pipeline and those families. They would help those but they would now be able to help an additional 17 households.
And just run me through the rest of it, just so I know. I don't want to vote on it, and then after the fact, say I didn't know what we were cutting.
And do you all have a copy? There's that copy of the chart along with the votes of the 5 offices. Most of them are five, like unanimous or 4-1. Do y'all have that chart? It is super helpful. Maybe we could put it up so everyone could see clearly.
As well as the logic in why these programs were selected. I mean, there's a budgetary logic behind each one of them.
So these are all programs primarily funded through ARPA interest or flex. These are not programs that are a part of the $915.5 million that we report to the U.S. Treasury. And so when court asked us to go through this exercise as part of the budget process, we worked with departments, DEO, public health, housing, with them to look at what programs might be we could end early, and then identified the impact that each of them had, and then SteerCo voted on each of those. Some of the votes were unanimous, some of them were 3, some of them were 4, and we can go through all of those if you'd like.
As well as that they were just not moving. There were some programs that were just not moving.
Some of these have had some delays. Some of them, the vendors are able to meet the obligations from their contracts with the reduced amount. They're exceeding targets, actually.
There you go.
So yeah, it's a combination of both, and based on department recommendations.
They weren't just arbitrarily picked. They weren't just drop-offs just because. But the reality of it is, this money goes back if we don't find other ways to spend it.
So for example, Access Harris, $3.8 million for Epic. This now can be capitalized, so we don't need ARPA funds, therefore freeing up ARPA funds. So also it's matching the right revenue source and expense, and then some can meet KPIs without the funds, and all 5 of our offices were involved in this.
So, at least for me, on the Shine facility, my staff voted no. What is the Shine facility?
Shine Facilities is a program that invests.
Shine Facility Fund.
Yes, Shine Facility Funds, $17 million to invest in early childhood facilities to improve. It can be the physical aspects of a classroom, it can be outdoor space, but there are actual infrastructure investments.
Okay. And then on Access Child Care Training Support, what is that? My staff voted no.
This one.
1.468.
And to clarify, I have the votes. So Shine, it says, please correct me, but Shine was a 5-0 vote. I can go through each one, but do you all have your own records?
Yes, we have them up.
If my staff voted for it, they voted the wrong way. It shows we didn't violate open meetings.
Just to reiterate, these are consultations they've had with the staff, and they essentially polled your staff. These are not votes in a classic sense. Every one of these
Just want to make clear.
It has to be, yes. There's just, I
I got
just want to be really
staff,
clear
but
about that.
They're not mind readers.
Yeah.
Yes, it was to see where there was the most agreement. We knew that not every court office is going to vote for every single one of these. It's just where we saw the most consensus.
And just before we ask Director Gonzalez to come up, in the impact on the Shine, when we worked with DEO, they did indicate that it will have a minimum impact on the program's ability to meet their originally stated KPIs, and gave some additional context. But I'll let Director Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. Yes, the Access does workforce training for childcare providers, and that is also one that we felt comfortable could meet original KPIs, even with the reduction of budget.
So you for all of these?
Yes, in consultation with the offices and my director of early childhood, yes.
So at least for me, that's the downside of when we are rushing to go get this done because we had a shortfall. I'm assuming that's part of why the decision was made. We'd go on the hunt looking for money. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner, court directed SteerCo to go back and find additional funds because we were looking for 20 million, came up with 9 last court, and SteerCo was directed to come up with additional recommendations.
And was part of the discussion, either you can come up with it here, we're going to cut something else in your budget?
No, I don't believe that was the conversation anywhere, Commissioner.
I can assure you that guidance didn't come from me. I believe we met with the SteerCo first week of August, last week of July, to just prep that this was likely to be part of our budget after we had briefed all the court offices and gotten some general consensus. From there, I think the formal motion was August 14th to go and do 28.9 was identified and voted on by court. The remainder went back to Steerco, and they've done deliberations up to this point on the remainder.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Garcia.
We're going to vote on this first?
I have discussion questions too. Is your question about something else?
Well, I'm just, my comment on this, I'm queued up because I'm next, I guess, on the general discussion. But we all knew ARPA programs were going to come to an end next year, at latest the year after. So that was something we kind of knew from day one. So these look reasonable. I've got two or three to consider as well. But with regard to the ARPA and the other offsets that are referenced, I'm going to be in support of them.
So may we please vote on the 4 motions on the table, please?
So I have I'd like to have discussion on the motions on the table. I'm not even sure which ones are the motions on the table, but I do have a question about this ARPA money. So, okay, so we, in order to try to fill the hole caused by the unfunded raises, the American Rescue Plan programs were asked to find $20 million, right?
Court on August 14th, court directed us to work with the ARPA steering committee.
Right, but it was 20 million, yeah?
20 million total.
Okay, so can I just understand, I'm trying to figure out what it is, what adds up to all of that. So I have 4.6 million for emergency nursing, and it sounds like we don't need that because we're receiving a FEMA reimbursement.
That is correct.
Did we receive the reimbursement yet?
It has not come in yet. It was just confirmed that we will be getting it.
Okay, so that will mean that they can continue the emergency nursing until the project.
Emergency
Okay.
nursing has already concluded, and we did. So
Oh,
those are
got it.
expenditures.
I
that we-
remember that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wastewater, $2.6 million. So that was also, we wouldn't have renewed something that already ended, right?
Correct.
Okay. 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 So are we really finding new money if these were programs that had already ended?
So the some of them have ended. Some of them are new or existing programs.
Okay, but it seems like you're adding all of that toward the 21 million. Okay, so then there is disparity studies, 1.2 million. Sounds like that also ended.
This is a budget that had not been allocated to specific vendors that were in the procurement process.
That has not been in.
They had not been allocated to specific entities yet. There was also reimbursement from Lone Star because they canceled their contract. So there was about 600,000.
So are you saying that the disparity studies are no longer happening, or what's the deal?
Some of them are happening. I believe there's 3 school districts that are ongoing, but not the full budget that was allocated for disparity studies was allocated.
Okay, so we're cutting the extent of disparity studies. Is that what I'm hearing?
The one with the 3 ISDs is still ongoing. We had funds that were returned from Lone Star College, so that was 500,000. And then we always had extra as we were looking for additional ISDs to join the disparity studies, but we didn't have anybody after the last LOI that went out. So this was not allocated to any particular vendor.
Okay.
We're still ongoing.
Okay, so again, this is just stuff that we were not going to continue. I mean, this thing's a little cute, but okay. I think it's a little bit like saying that we reduced the law enforcement cost by 40 million when that was already done a while ago. Okay, then we have reentry capacity supports. So did that already finish as well?
This was an FTE that was approved before the program started, and then the program was reallocated. So that FTE that position was never filled, but the budget was there. So that is being reallocated out of this portfolio.
Okay, gun buyback events, are those over?
Those ended, yes.
Okay, 911 tapes, what are those, what's that one about?
That was used as part of court backlog. There was a PO that was being used to process 911 tapes in the sheriff's office. These are just funds that were never allocated to a PO.
So we don't need it for court backlog?
That was never allocated as part of it, or it was not obligated within the time frame, so that was just leftover funds. That 15,000 is just leftover from that project.
Okay, Shine Facility Fund, so this was gonna expand the program, and this will meet the original goals, but says no to the expansion that was planned. And this is on childcare facilities.
It wasn't an expansion. It's just saying if we were to keep the money, then we would exceed the KPIs, but we're still able to meet KPIs with a smaller budget.
By exceed KPIs, you mean you would have provided services to more childcare facilities or more services to the same ones?
That is correct.
Okay, so what I'm getting here is, again, I get it that you guys have to report to 3 commissioners to keep your job, but I just like to be direct on this, and I think it's kind of like what the director has been calling the budget surplus. It's like, well, they were going to use it for training, they were going to use it for maintenance, and so now we're not gonna have more support for early childhood facilities. We're gonna limit that, even though we could have had more support. So we are sacrificing that support for early childhood facilities in order to plug a hole. And children don't have a vote, and I may not be a teacher or a mother, but I know kids are important, and I'm seeing early childhood here, and then the callousness with which the court refused to put early childhood to the voters, literally killing the program for 20,000 families who need childcare. I don't understand why we're picking on children. Okay, Centrise, if you want to jump in, please do. And okay, so then that's early childhood. Can you guys add this stuff that we're figuring out? Thank you, because I do want to make it clear. So, okay. So what I have so far, nursing was done, wastewater was done, so there's no more need for wastewater analysis?
Wastewater is ongoing.
I guess my question is, if the 3 members had not created an expense that did not need to be created, if they had not gone to you and say, hey, we need you to find $20 million so that we can pay for this $200 million raise, would you have returned this money to the general fund, or would you have provided better services to the community? Emergency nursing, I mean, we're not needing emergency nursing anymore, so I can understand that would have probably just gone back or gone to other ARPA programs. What about wastewater?
So these, all of the first items that you walked through that were passed at the August 14th court were already unobligated and potential cost savings that we identified. That's why we kind of proposed that first.
I get that, but the vote for the $100 million was in May, right? And so this is after May, so this is already when there's been pressure to take away, right? So as I said, if there had not been that, and okay, let me keep going through this. There's accessible childcare training supports. You're cutting $1.5 million. So what is this one again?
That's for the workforce trainings, and Centrise, if you want to add.
And I'm hearing folks whisper, call the question. Of course, I'm trying to explain to the community these cuts: single-family rehab, early learning quality network, Access Harris, lead abatement. So you'll notice these are important programs focused on children and focused on health. And so I think it's very important to be able to be transparent as to what is being cut before we vote on the cuts. So what is this accessible childcare training supports? What does it do?
Accessible, good afternoon, everyone. Centrise Jones, CEO, Early Childhood Initiatives Director. Accessible Childcare Training Supports provides professional development, upskill, and training to those in the early childhood workforce.
Okay, so transport yourself to April before before we received the surprise from the city of Houston and from 3 colleagues here that they wanted to give an unfunded raise, you have this money. What were you going to do with it?
So this program is going to be utilized to upskill between 500 to 700 early childhood professionals across Harris County.
Okay, and then now what's happening?
It's also one of the ones where we will meet the contract KPIs.
I get it, but if it had been April, right? If we didn't have this political pressure to say, "Give me your money back," we would have served more families.
Correct.
That money had already been allocated to you guys, so they are taking money that they had given you that you would have served families with, and now you are not serving those families. You would have served 10 families instead of 8. Initially, you planned for 8, but hey, we have enough funding for 10. So you were going to fund 10, but now actually you've cut it back to 8 because there's pressure to give money back that you had not yet spent, but that would have helped children and families.
If we would have the money, then we would be able to serve more, in this particular program, more professionals in the workforce.
Okay, yeah.
I want to make a suggestion.
Yeah.
That might help us move forward on this. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. I think most of us would be for it. Then they can go back and do the other ones. So first I want to say for the record that my staff sent in writing an email to the Steerco staff saying that for Precinct 1 is participating in the exercise. This does not indicate a commitment to support the ARPA reductions at the official court meeting. The elected principal will consider all information related to revenue and offsets before making a final decision. Some of these items I'm for, but not all of it. So here's my suggested proposal. I would make a substitute motion or divide this so that we would reduce the 7.5 million from the ARPA portfolio. In addition to the 8.9 million I moved for on August the 14th for a total of $16.4 million in cuts. Essentially, what I want to do is vote to preserve. And then the other colleagues that want to get rid of these things can go do it. But I would, my motion would preserve 4.3 million, and that would go to 1.15 million for the Shine Facility Fund, 1.47 million for the Accessible Child Care Training Supports, ACCTS, $500K for the single family rehab for low income homeowners, $754K for lead abatement, $500K for reentry mini grants. So that part of it, some of it I'm for, but not all of it. I get it on the disparity fund. One school district, community college, is returning money because they canceled their fund. They wouldn't release the study. They have it. And 2 or 3 school districts, I think A-Leaf and a few others are still trying, right?
Yes, 3 of them or so.
Yeah, they're still moving forward. Right. So there's money left, and we shopped it around. I think it was $2 million in that fund. We shopped it for 3 years.
So it sounds like your substitute motion is to save the following programs from cuts:
4.3 million.
The Shine Facility Program, the Accessible Child Care Training Program, was single family rehab one of them, Commissioner?
Yeah, $500K for single family rehab for low income.
Early Learning Quality Network.
And $754,000 for lead abatement. $500,000 for reentry.
And then reentry. So we're still okay. That's a substitute motion. I make a second for that to save.
So point of order. There's 4 motions that I have made and have received a second. Don't we need to vote on the motions on the floor first that have received a second, and then the second motion?
I just offered a substitute.
Yeah, the commissioner made a substitute motion on it. If there's a motion and a second, the substitute would you vote on the substitute and then you can vote on the main one?
And then you can vote to kill the programs.
And even if it's confusing, Tom,
always vote on the substitute first.
You're voting on the substitute first.
Even if it's a little confusing,
you're going to take a vote.
Essentially, what I'm saying is, if we vote on my substitute, it'll get rid of. I think you agree to the substitute, and then you go back and vote on the other items. So you get all of it. Am I right?
Is this item 16?
No, your substitute does change the impact of the
Correct.
previous motion, so it is not
Okay,
parallel.
we'll just vote down the substitute.
Yeah, so this is a substitute motion to save funding that would have gone for childcare facilities, childcare provider training, and additional support for young children. So there's a motion and a second. If they vote no, they're voting for millions of dollars in cuts to those programs. Again, I'm a cat mom, but I know the importance of children. All right, motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
No.
All right, so in addition to ending early childhood education for 20,000 families, my colleagues here are deciding to end the programs, take funding away from early childhood programs. And I hope somebody is showing this to the groups that endorse in primary elections.
And now the original motion is on the table.
Okay, so the rest of the motion, I don't remember what the motion was. I don't remember there being four. Do you, James?
Therefore, yes. Would you like me to reread them? And they
Yeah,
were
we need-
circulated in writing as well.
Right, that's what I
James,
need.
would you
That's
like me
what
to
I'm asking
reread them?
for.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, absolutely. Number one, motion that Commissioners Court accept an additional $3 million offset from the Office of the County Engineer. OCE will work with OMB to confirm those offsets. Motion number two, motion to transfer $4.5 million in eligible expenses to Fund 2417. Motion number three, motion the Commissioners Court accept an additional $2 million offset from Universal Services. Universal Services will work with OMB to confirm those offsets. And then with regard to ARPA, motion to direct OMB to include in the proposed budget the additional $812,621.10 in ARPA reallocation recommended by the steering committee comprised of 5 court offices.
Second.
Then, Commissioner, if I might, it might make sense to, since we voted down the substitute motion, to move 16 as presented.
16?
That's the ARPA, that's the list that we had previously been discussing.
Can we vote on these first, just for clarity, Daniel, before we further, and then we can do the six? Okay.
Second.
So,
Call for the question.
Can we vote for them one at a time? We don't normally vote on 4 different things together. And I'm just not sure. That was a lot.
okay, so motion one, motion the Commissioners Court accept an additional $3 million offset from the Office of the County Engineer. OCE will work with OMB to confirm those offsets.
Second.
Okay, so that's a motion and a second. And then obviously, Director Rahman, what is it exactly that you're cutting or not continuing or not expanding or whatever? What would you have done with this funding?
Good afternoon, members of the court. Milton Rahman, County Engineer. Jazz, at this time, we'll have to go back to the table, find out the least impactful cuts that will actually impact our resident the less.
Okay, but it will impact your residents. What are the kinds of impacts that you think this might have?
Judge, in the original cut that we proposed, some of the impacts includes office cleaning that will drop 40% from 5 days to 3 days. That mostly in carpet cleaning and things of that nature, but we will still be serving the restrooms, so 5 days. Landscaping services where we mow the grasses around the court buildings, office room, all of our county buildings, that is going to be reduced from bi-weekly to monthly. And preventative maintenance work that we do on our HVAC system, our plumbing, our roofing, we're going to reduce the preventative maintenance, and we're going to be only doing reactive services. So if a roof is leaking, we'll be coming back and fixing those. So those are some of the services we looked at. With its additional cuts, one of the things that I have been discussing with Director Ramos is county engineering is usually funded by multiple funding sources. That includes mobility funds. That's almost 40% of our budgets are from there. So we'll have to see if there are some of the positions that is our functions that is eligible for mobility funding.
Yeah, and just for the record, one of the big changes 3 of us made when we first got here was to move from that reactive maintenance to proactive maintenance, and we're now setting just the stability of county buildings and the efficiency of the use of public dollars back to force through an unfunded raise instead of going to the voters. Thank you, Director Rahman. Okay, so there's a motion and a second for less cleaning of offices, reactive maintenance instead of preventing structural problems to county buildings that the public and employees use, and also potential additional impacts, including landscaping around the courthouse complex. So we are deciding to cut this. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Are you in favor? No. Okay, I'm opposed to. So the motion passes 3-2. And again, these we are three of us just voted to fail to properly maintain county facilities. Okay. What was the second motion?
Motion to transfer 4.5 million in eligible expenses to Fund 2417.
Second.
Okay, so this is a fund that is unencumbered. Can Daniel, somebody explain where this came from and why we hadn't used it before?
Sure. This is a brand new fund, or this is the second year in use. It just slipped through the cracks. This is the first year that the auditor listed it on the final estimate of available resources. So this was one that the Commissioner Briones' staff found independently, and we verified it and believe we can find eligible general fund uses.
Great, $4.5 million out of 200. Thank you. All
And I
right,
want
so
to
there's
thank
the motion.
Joe Madden, Hank Griffith, and all of the team again for your tireless work. Thank you.
And these are folks that helped create the efficiencies that they're now destroying. So,
Can we please note?
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to run the court, you can run for judge, and then you could run the court.
Could we please vote? There's a motion and a second. I believe in following process and procedure. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the discussion. Motion second. There was a discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Okay, what was the
third
fourth
one?
Third
Motion the Commissioners Court accept an additional 2 million offset from Universal Services. Universal Services will work with OMB to confirm those offsets.
Second.
Okay, motion a second. So this is a cut to our technology and cybersecurity department. If Sindhu could explain what if this $2 million were not taken from you, what would you do with this $2 million?
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sindhu Menon, Executive Director, Universal Services. So to answer your question, Judge, our department runs, general fund from our department runs the operations in 3 different modes. One is to maintain the existing services, in order to add additional functionality. That's the second part. And the third one is to take the county forward, as in implement new functionalities. So with respect to the prior cut, we did stop any possibilities of us moving the county forward. So we cut that out. With the second one, we would not be able to enhance, as in if we have an existing services and a department request, can you add additional services? We would have to cut down on that, or it would take us a little longer to provide those services to those departments. Additionally, if we have service down situations, we would not be able to reach out to our vendor partners and ask them to support us in bringing up those services in a timely fashion. Those are the 2 critical aspects of the impacts.
So it sounds like delays in bringing up critical services because you're releasing some vendors. Is that?
We depend on vendors sometimes.
Yeah, and you're not going to have funds to reach out to vendors. Okay, so we know we have had justice system technology failures already a couple times since I've been in office. Vendors have addressed this. Now we will not have the funding to pay vendors. That's one. The second piece you said we cannot move forward. What exactly did you mean?
As an example, generative AI has been one of the common topics that I've heard from all the departments as well as from your offices, in terms of moving the county forward using generative AI solutions. We will have to put a pause on it and come up with a strategy on how to address that.
Okay, so there will not be efforts to respond to the growth of AI in the 3rd largest county in the nation. Okay, so let's 3 of us vote in favor of these cuts so we can get a law enforcement endorsement for our re-elections. We could have gone to the voters as well. So there's a motion and a second to cut AI proposals and help when systems are down. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Motion carries 3-2. All right, thank you. And I'm keeping tabs on that here so that the public can see all the various cuts that the three of my colleagues here are making. I remain open to going to the voters next year to see if they want these cuts or law enforcement raises, or maybe they want to keep both, no cuts and law enforcement raises. I don't understand why we're so afraid to go to the public. Was there a fourth motion?
Yes. Motion to direct OMB to include in the proposed budget the additional $812,621.10 in ARPA reallocation recommended by the steering committee comprised of the 5 court offices.
Second.
Okay, so what's this one about, ARPA, folks?
Judge,
We
we were
just
just going
discussed that.
through the list of things, and all those programs identified came up to 812,000 more than the 20 million. And so in discussions with county attorney, we needed a separate motion to include that 812,000 as opposed to just approving item 16, which has all the allocations.
So this formalizes those cuts to
Correct.
ARPA programs?
That's correct.
Okay, so we've already discussed those important programs, several of them childcare programs. I imagine most, if not all of us, had childcare
you.
for ourselves and our children, the children of our staff. All right, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, Ellis is opposed. I'm also opposed. Motion carries 3-2.
No. He voted yes.
No, I voted no.
You voted no?
No,
He is opposed. All right. So this, the $4.5 million, is that a recurring funding source, or is that just this year?
2.25 of it's recurring.
Okay, so some of it is just a patch for this year, kind of smoke and mirrors. Will you note the two of it is recurring and the rest of it is one-time funding? All right. So what else are we trying to cut here? Any additional cuts?
I think moving
I'm
16.
up next.
And so you want to move 16?
Because
second
we have the
ARPA
we
piece?
have the corresponding. I would recommend moving 16 at this point since we've
And
allowed.
move to approve as presented.
Second.
So 16 is the cuts to the American Rescue Plan programs, several of them early childhood programs. Motion a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed to the callousness with which we kill early childhood programs, even though I'm not a mother or a teacher. Motion carries 3-2. Now, Commissioner Ramsey, did you have additional cuts that you wanted to
do.
make? All right.
Again, we started the day with a balanced budget. Thank you, Mr. Ramos. The details are important. I think we've made much progress. Being a person who's actually operated a small business for 40-plus years, I know what it's like to go through years where you have to make hard decisions. This is pretty normal in the real world in terms of what we live in. I also want to affirm, we haven't mentioned it today, but the hobby poll, which was widely communicated some weeks back, affirms the priorities that this budget adopts, and public safety at the top of it. And recognizing that last year over 500 people were murdered in Harris County. Recognizing last year over 500 people died in crashes on our roadways. Just making it important that public safety and infrastructure are important. And to the final point, I think the budget in terms of what we should be doing is, I think, reflective of that. And while we're talking about patching, I've lived through 4 or 5 years of patching. Seems like every time I look up, we're advocating a new program we don't have money for. And when I ask where the money's coming from, we just blindly go down the road. So recognizing the patching that's been going on for the last 4 years is rather interesting. I would tell you that the cuts that I think would be appropriate, some of which have already been mentioned in Commissioner Briones' point, but I think, again, we've got $50 million in our pay equity pot. Last year, we spent, I think, over 40 million.
37.
37 million, so we didn't spend 40. What I would think would be reasonable is have 10 million, reduce that by 10 million, have 40 million in our pay equity pot going into next year. That would, I think, still allow a significant amount of money. So my motion would be to reduce the pay equity budget allocation from 50 to 40. My second motion would be to reduce the temporary staffing that is in the county. I don't know if y'all know it, but we've got temporary staffing budget in Harris County is $50 million. I can tell you, having operated a business, the most inefficient thing you can do is temporary staffing, because about the time you get someone trained up to do a job, they're put on another assignment or whatever. I would think if we took 10% of the temporary staffing, that's $5 million, and I think that's what we should do in any case. So that would be my second motion, reduce the temporary staffing budget for the county from 50 million, reduce it by $5 million. Third motion would be a countywide freeze on new software purchases. You can't imagine how much we spend on software. And we've kind of had this conversation before with Universal Services. This isn't any reflection on that. We've got software for certain computers. We don't even have that computer anymore. I think it would be healthy to vet through that. So if we took just 10% of the $60 million we're paying out on software licenses, that's $6 million, and I think that would make a lot of sense. That's my third motion. And my fourth motion is to eliminate the usage of out-of-state consulting due to their poor performance over the last 4 years. That's $40 million, and just take 10% of that, that's $4 million. So I think that totals 6, 4 is 10, 25 million would be, those are my cuts. I can go back through each one of them individually and look for a second. We'll see if there's any one there.
Judge, if I might.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner, did you want to do them one at a time, or
We can just do it.
message and we just do them all right real quick?
Well,
I have some questions. There's just I don't know. We normally don't do it all together. I, for one, cannot keep track. I had not received them, and I think for the public, we can try to go by quickly.
I think I'm the oldest member here. Y'all younger than me. Y'all could keep up with all of them.
I can't. I
But, you know,
can't.
the
And I'm-
cognitive test,
let me
mean-
just read them individually, then we can act on them individually. It might be easier. My first motion to reduce the pay equity budget allocation from 50 million to 40 million, that's a $10 million saving.
Can we discuss that one?
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, Commissioner Ramsey, I miss you. You became my compadre. You were my partner on that one when we did it. I certainly hope it's not going to pass. Hope you don't get a second, but I will say this, that we jumped out of the box and without a lot of forethought, gave a significant amount of money in pay increases to people at the top. And I think that's partially why it was a unanimous vote, and I appreciate you seconding it, to create a fund for those people at the bottom. You know, whether we like it or not, I was a business owner too. A number of small businesses, a couple of them failed. Just thank God I didn't have to declare bankruptcy on any of them. But, you know, one of them got pretty successful, and I sold it. But, you know, I've always realized that those people on the bottom really make the folks who lucky enough to climb up the staircase look a lot better. And, you know, I never forgotten the first business owner I knew was a yard man over in Sunnyside. He didn't pay his help that well, but the help learned a lot about hard work and the ethics that comes with it. But, you know, I know when this study comes back I asked for that study long before we end up giving pay raises to folks at the top. And I'm convinced when it comes back, it's going to call for a significant amount of money. And what we have put towards it is going to be pretty small. I asked you the other day, Mr. Ramos, I can't remember. Did you tell me 150? What do you think it's going to come back? It's a guess, I know, and I'll give you that. It's just a sophisticated guess. You tell me 150 or 250.
I would say, after discussing with the consultants, I would say about 100 minimum.
And
And we did
about 100 minimum. That's what you think it'll minimum.
correct. And we did 37 last year. It's the annualized cost about 41 million, so it got us closer. So my guess would be
And I know a couple of years back, I can't remember. I think it was Commissioner Garcia that seconded when we did the COLA for folks at the bottom. We went for a good period of time and hadn't done any COLAs for folks here. Sakita, are you here? Can you pop in?
if you ask a question, I think I can help.
Yeah.
answer it.
I just want to ask you about that pay equity study. But what did we do on the COLA?
So the largest COLA we did was in fiscal year '24. We did a 7% COLA, and then it was I think it was 12% for detention officers.
And how long have we gone without doing a COLA?
There was a COLA for folks for deputies, which was 4%. So they got an additional 3%, and then it was 7% for everybody else. I think before that it had been some time. I want to say 4 or 5 years. Since the last COLA.
So, Sakita, give me some sense of what's happening with that multi-year study on inequities and our compensation.
So we are almost at the end, Commissioner. On the October 30th Commissioner's Court date, there'll be a final presentation with all of the data. Daniel is correct. The cost to address pay equity that we've received so far from Gallagher is in the $100 to $115 million. Obviously, that's
Additional.
a multi-year. No. In totality, I was agreeing with his comment. It's around $100 million to address it.
So 100 million so going forward, not counting whatever we spent from what we created. Like we did give that 2,500.
Correct. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other thing? Anything additional I could address for you in regards to?
When you think it's coming in? When you think it'll come in?
Oh, we'll be doing briefings with court offices this month in terms of the final report. And Gallagher will be here in person on the last court date in October, presenting all of the data here in Commissioner's Court.
And Commissioner Ramsey, I just want to remind you and our colleagues that despite how long we've been waiting on that report to come in, or how long it took us to go ahead and issue RFP to go in and do it, then we take another 10 million or so out of that fund. It would just sort of make the case to those folks that we really weren't serious about it. So that's why I would hope it would do it. But I appreciate you seconding that motion last year, I think.
Well, I think we started in the lower 2 or 3 quartile. And that was great that we did that, and that's why I was proud to second it. I would hope that we stay there. And I think there might be another motion in the future related to some things that Korn Ferry has done and got us out of sync, I think, and on the other end of it. So I think there's some adjustments that are needed. Some of them, maybe on the bottom, we need to do better, and some on the top, we may need to call back.
Well, that mistake, I will point out, I was the 4th vote. I voted for it, but only because I clearly saw that there were.
So I feel very passionately about the pay equity work that we've been waiting on for these results for, and I'm happy that we're finally going to get them in the coming weeks. I feel very passionately about it and don't want to cut it because this is important to all of our approximately 20,000 employees. So I want to make sure that we have the funding to the greatest extent possible to be able to implement the recommendations from Gallagher. So thank you, Director Douglas.
Could I make one follow-up comment? The nature of pay inequity is that it grows when it goes unaddressed. And so while Commissioner Ramsey, I certainly understand and don't disagree with some of your recommendations, the reality is that the price tag increases as long as it goes neglected.
Just a quick question on, so how much would we need? Is that where you said 100? So we would need 100, but we have 50?
Well, the approach to addressing the pay equity issues at Harris County the plan has always been a multi-year effort. It's not anything that we've planned, certainly not from a budgetary perspective.
I guess my question is, was the $50 million fund adequate already?
It was not. It was 50 million for last year, 32
Okay,
of
so we
it.
were already selling it short, and we're not. I think this is one of the reasons for the temps, because we don't pay enough to get people hired for the positions, and I also think this is one of the things that we ought to be looking at increasing rather than picking the folks that endorse and only increasing their pay. So I'm glad to not worsen the hole from 50 to 40, but we really could be addressing this.
I don't disagree, County Judge. I would also say I think there are a number of really different reasons, if you want to even say overuse, candidly, of temporary employees in Harris County. I don't think it is simply salaries. I think that's a whole different conversation for a different day. And whenever you're ready to have it, we'll be prepared to discuss it.
Yeah. What's another quick thing, because the next thing is to cut the temps.
Another quick thing in terms of reducing costs.
No, in terms of the reason for such a large reliance on temporary staffing.
I think that it is, and again, I think this is a much bigger conversation. I think one is it's fast. Just being really honest with you, it's a quick solution when departments are in a pinch for labor. There's also a plethora of so many staffing agencies that have contracts with Harris County. And some of the service and quality is questionable, which again, I think is part of a bigger conversation. But I think temporary staffing is quicker than going through the process to identify and hire permanent staff. And sometimes there's a valid need for it. I'm not suggesting that there's never a need for temporary staff, but I do think the commissioner is correct. It's a lot of money on temporary staff. We also have some temporary employees that have been legacy employees in temporary positions, which I think you're all aware of as well. That's problematic, both from a legal as well as operational perspective.
Okay, so would you cut the temporary staffing budget? Do you recommend that?
I think that it is an opportunity for efficiency. I also think we really need to understand in terms of where those cuts, if that's the recommendation, how that would impact services for departments. And I can't necessarily speak to that level of detail, just understanding the sheer number of temporary employees across the county.
It sounds like we need to study it a little more. Like we had an evaluation and 3-year program on early childhood, but that was half-baked. But this, we need to study the impacts, and presumably if you turn some of these into permanent positions, wouldn't you need money for those?
Absolutely, you'd need general fund dollars.
Okay.
In most cases.
Okay, just make sure I understand. Okay, so there's a motion, a second on the reducing pay equity budget from 50 to 40?
There wasn't a second.
No second, there was no second. Okay, so we're not doing that, but we're also not meeting the huge need. Thank you. Then there's Commissioner Ramsey had made a motion to reduce the county's temporary staffing budget by 10%. Is there a second? No second on temporary staffing budget. We'll see.
If I can make one quick comment, please.
Sure.
Director Douglas, I totally agree with you that I want to work with you, Commissioner Ramsey, because I agree. I'd rather hire the people, retain the talent, have them productive as opposed to train, and then it's a revolving door. I do think there's some exceptions, like elections, for instance. God bless you. That is a very valid reason why we have temporary staffing. And then there's other departments that have been overly reliant, and we don't get the highest quality of talent because it's a revolving door. So I would want to be as thoughtful as possible. And I think that's a kind of longer term, but I agree. I'd rather have them as Harris County employees getting the benefits with our training than as a temporary worker. So, but thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
I would just say, Sakita might ask you about this. I'm just assuming that, a hiring freeze is about $25 million in this budget. At least from my previous experience. Usually when you do a hiring freeze, it leads to finding more temporary staffers, also to outsourcing various products.
I'm sorry. Not necessarily in this scenario. it's not uncommon, but that's not necessarily the goal or the objective in this particular cost-cutting measure. I think that the collaboration between OMB and OCA, as we've worked to develop a standard operating procedure and identifying exceptions, exemptions, what the process would be for those exceptions, will be really critical in ensuring a degree of continuity of services, particularly as we think about hiring freezes. These are not easy decisions. I recognize there's been a great deal of planning and discussion that has gone on with both you and members of your staff. But the goal in this endeavor is not to interrupt or deplete the services that departments are giving, but really trying to find cost-cutting measures while maintaining the existing level of service in departments across the county. And again, I know it's not perfect anytime you're talking about not backfilling a position, but it is, it's complex and it's challenging, and I think it has to be given thoughtful deliberation in terms of how it's operationalized and for how long.
If it's such a good idea, why don't we do that every year to, why has Harris County not done that since the financial crisis?
Honestly, Judge, I can't answer that question for you as I've only been in the ecosystem since 2021. But I am aware that there was a hiring freeze. The last hiring freeze was in response to the economic crisis of 2008. So that was in 2010. It wasn't as long. The hiring freeze was only for 2 quarters, 2 quarters in the fiscal year. But I don't have the historical
But we're not
context,
facing a banking crisis right now, are we?
not to my knowledge, no.
No. So, I appreciate all the departments trying to look at sort of the bright side of, well, this is what we still get to do, but I just want to shine a light into the fact that this is not normal. This is not appropriate. If it were, we would be doing it every year to help fund other things, all the things that we care about so much. I mean, why don't we pay for the equity study or equity fund by freezing salaries each year or freezing hiring each year? So I appreciate the positive angle. I think we just also need to be really direct with the community, but I'm happy to do that for you. Okay. Yeah.
So, Judge, I was just going to say, although I guess, Cindy, we're going to be cutting your generative AI, but you could just do a quick little AI overview. It'll say governments impose hiring freezes as a temporary stop on filling positions, primarily to cut costs and maintain financial stability during budget shortfalls, economic uncertainty. In short, we haven't been broke since the county did it before.
Yeah, and it's economic uncertainty, which we're not facing right now. We have created a shortfall, which we can still not create. I still am pleading with my colleagues to not create this $200 million shortfall that we don't have to create. We're not facing economic uncertainty as a county. We're creating a problem that doesn't exist. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so did we already vote on the temporary staffing? Yeah, there was no second. All right, so this is the countywide freeze on software purchases.
So motion to place a countywide freeze on new software purchases until further notice, and instruct Universal Services to conduct a comprehensive assessment of all active software licenses to verify compliance, ensure efficient use, and identify and eliminate unused licenses. In our estimate, it would be $6 million. Now, if y'all don't have an appetite for doing something to me that's so obvious, at least instruct Universal Services to do the part of conduct a comprehensive assessment of all active software licenses to verify compliance, ensure efficient use, and identify and eliminate unused licenses.
I will second that, because if we have licenses for programs we're no longer running, I highly agree with that. I will second that.
And Commissioner, I think some of that work is already underway. Is that correct, Sindhu?
It
Yeah.
is.
So.
Yeah.
Props to Cindy.
It is. When will it be
Just helps
completed?
to validate it.
Because I know it's ongoing, but when will it be completed so that we can be more strategic
And just
with the licenses?
props to Sindhu that she was a great partner and co-designer of the 5-year financial plan. I believe we have $4.5 million of savings baked into the budget already for kind of IT rationalization.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners, for that question. The pilot phase of that project was able to realize about 1.4 million of saving, and we are embarking on the next steps. There are other opportunities also that we're exploring. So yes, we can do this. It would take time. It would need your support as we push things forward because we are dealing with elected offices and some of the departments that are not under OCE.
And Sindhu, while you're there, how are we doing on consolidated technology purchasing? Do you need a motion for that today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It
If you
would be
write it up
helpful.
for me, I'll make it.
Yes, sir.
Is that going to cost money, Sindhu?
It'll
No,
save
the
money.
consolidation
It'll
is
save
basically
money.
making
Okay.
sure.
All right.
Yes.
All right,
This
great.
one, so are you, with the motion by Commissioner Ramsey, are you for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To place a freeze on new software purchases?
The freeze or the assessment?
I'm just doing the assessment.
Okay,
Just
I think,
assessment.
and you're already doing it, and we didn't need a $200 million hole to do an assessment, but let's vote on it. Okay, so Commissioner Ramsey's made a
No,
motion.
she's not already doing it, Judge. Would you quit misrepresenting the motion?
Did you are you already
Quit
working on that? Sindhu?
misrepresenting the motion. The motion is the software will be a comprehensive assessment of all active software licenses to verify compliance and ensure efficient use and identify and eliminate unused licenses.
Second.
And we've worked great with Universal Services, got more ideas. This is what businesses do.
So have
They
you
look
not
at
worked
things
on
and they
this?
look at how they can reduce them.
Sindhu has not worked
Thank
on
you,
this.
Commissioner. And to answer your question, IT assessment is happening, IT asset management program. So we are doing the asset management program. I think this is more comprehensive, looking at everything.
Yeah, so you weren't going to look at this.
Sorry?
You were not
Not
going
to
to
this
look at
degree.
this.
We were, as a part of the asset management in the future phases, we would be looking
Yeah,
at it. But now,
she's real smart. Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so that's countywide, and
I'm
then,
assuming y'all don't want to eliminate any out-of-state consultants and save money. So I don't get a second on that, but I
I
can
don't
tell
think
you,
legally.
If
there's
there's a
money
case
there.
by case,
There is
yeah.
money there.
Do
If
we have the
case by
ability
case
legally?
basis, I would.
Do we have the legally ability to say you cannot go after a contract because you're out of the state?
Well, there's 40 million. I'm saying there's 10%. I'm not saying eliminate it altogether. Just look at that select group of people. We're spending $40 million out of state doing consulting. Reduce it by 10%.
Yeah. I'm
But
just
if
saying.
we're not comfortable reducing out-of-state consultants, that's fine.
And can I, because County Administrator Dickerman, what are your thoughts? Because I do think on a case-by-case basis, as we saw, for instance, rolling Hart in-house, now we're able to expand it countywide for the same amount of money, right? I'm all about trying to find more strategic ways. And so have you looked case-by-case in terms of all of the out-of-state vendors? And then I'd love to hear the legal answer. Are we able to put it kind of Texas first, Harris County first, kind of local focus within our
we have-
RFPs and queues?
We have not looked state by, case by case in every department at all the consultants. We have not done that yet.
so, I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but we don't have the details right now. Would you feel comfortable with saying, let's cut 4 million, or would you want to look at it and then come and discuss?
I mean, I think, I think there probably is stuff to cut, but I mean, there'll be choices. I think there'll be things that the court may want to move forward that.
I think it's a good idea, but to use my colleague's word, half-baked. Of course, this has not gone through an evaluation process in 3 years of programming for children and families.
That's all my motions. I'm done.
And legally, Jay, could you please answer my second question?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to look into it. I don't have an answer now.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a second for Commissioner Ramsey's motion? No second, and I think, can we just direct you guys to take a look at these cost savings and bring them back? I think it's a good idea. All right, so then, does anybody else have motions on cuts? I have a couple motions on cuts. Let me just get to that. Okay, so on this question of the reserves, what are our reserves? Is that the PIC fund or?
So there's two separate reserves. One is the PIC fund, which is completely separate. We actually have it in a different bank account in case something were to happen with our existing bank. We also have what I think reserves in what we would call fund balance, which is, there's always some residual cash that we have on hand. That number varies because of the way revenue happens in the county. We get 90% of our revenue in the December to March and then have to live off that throughout the course of the year. So we go as high as, high 1.8, 1.9, all the way down to, I say the comfortable number is about 300.
But we don't depend on the reserves. I mean, it's like if we get more money, then we can afford more things. But it's not like, I don't understand.
So there's some amount of our cash that is unencumbered. It is not assigned to spending that is planned within the fiscal year.
Yeah, so they're funds with obligated purposes or not?
Non-obligated.
Not obligated. And so it's just a matter of we don't know what the appraisals, we don't know exactly how much money is going to come in through property taxes, right?
So we budget up to I'll try to say it a different way. We budget up to how much revenue we expect to get in the new year.
Right.
We do not budget up to how much cash we have in total.
Right. Okay, right. So, yeah, you would think that we do that, but still paying for things that we can't afford with one-time funding, isn't that going to cause a deficit next year?
It'll cause a planning year. We are required by law to pass a balanced budget. So next year we're gonna, if there is a deficit, we're gonna have to be back here on some version of this process.
But these law enforcement raises next year, do you project a deficit next year, and do you project for it to be larger or smaller than this year?
Gun to my head, if I had to guess, I would say we would have a much smaller deficit than what we have this year.
With the law enforcement increases?
With the raises that are slotted for next year, backing out any one-time funds. But we also keep in mind in this year's budget, our budget was essentially flat because we did the disaster rate last year. And so in a good year, our revenue grows roughly $100 million.
Right. So this coming year, revenue grows less than last year. So, okay. Wouldn't that go the other way around? Anyway, okay. So my motions on how to have some cuts here. Page 7. Okay, thank you. All right. So I make a motion to remove the following. To remove the following one-time budget patches from the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. A $2 million reduction to general administration final benefits reserved, a $10 million reduction to expected PIC fund contribution, a $20 million reduction to ARPA projects, a $15 million transfer of general funds to special revenue funds, and a $25 million reduction in spending related to the proposed hiring freeze. And I see this as a cost savings because next year we're going to have to figure out where to get this from. So that would be that motion. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Ellis. My motion was to get rid of all these one-time funding items.
Jay, I don't think this is within the adopted framework for the budget.
We're looking at cuts.
Cuts, Judge. Yeah, so these are cuts that you're laying out?
Right, these are cut. Yeah.
These are hurts. We would need to go and identify additional cuts in other departments.
So are these enhanced?
These are one-time items that if I'm hearing you
But
correctly.
I don't want us to commit to.
So that would require additional cuts. So
Okay, so these aren't actual cuts, Judge? I think
Okay, so let me do the really obvious cut that I've begged my colleagues to negotiate with me on. I have a motion to delay implementation of the law enforcement raises until fiscal year 2027, contingent on voter approval in the November 2026 general election. This was, as Speaker said, it was not baked, not half baked. It was raw dough. So since we like consistency and all the things that evidence-based and evaluations, I've not seen any of that for this. We killed early childhood for 20,000 families. because it was not evaluated and it had only been worked on for 3 years. This came out of the blue. So I just want to see if folks would like to put it to the voters, because the voters obviously should decide before we have to implement all of these cuts. So my plea is, can we please put it to the voters? Commissioner Ramsey, I understand that public safety is important to voters, but they didn't ask the question, would you like to cut?
I'll second if we can vote on it
would
real
like to
quick
cut
before I have
this
to go.
instead of public safety?
I'll second it. if we
Yeah,
can vote on it
all
real
right,
quick.
motion, this is the motion, is to go to the voters instead of shoving cuts down their throats. And then there's a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, and again, the poll did not ask voters, do you want to see a pay increase and at the same time cut childcare services and at the same time cut public health services? That was not the poll.
Effectively,
The
Judge.
poll,
That's why my precinct would like to make.
So, Judge, so what's the
you're
vote?
you're
3-2?
basing it on the poll, so you can't have it both ways,
I'm talking to
Commissioner.
precinct.
All right, yes, Commissioner Ellis. All right, and then what about the colleagues,
Judge,
so
we didn't call a
compassionate?
vote
So we
yet.
made the vote.
Yes.
What was the vote, 3-2?
Yes,
It was
yes.
2 to 3.
And then, of course, the folks that are extremely callous are voting that same way. All right. Here's
Also,
another.
2-3 failed. Commissioner Garcia, you voted no.
No, it felt the GOP 3 voted no. So and then there's another one here that I have, and this is let me see. Then the second one is to remove the exemption, a motion to remove the exemption for court offices from the proposed hiring freeze. The proposed hiring freeze includes exemption for court offices, effectively allowing court offices to continue to hire while departments face serious hiring freezes. This motion seeks to hold court offices to the same standards we're holding our departments to. So that's my motion. Do I have a second on that one?
Jay, again, point of order, this is not an offset. This is a restoration.
I've seen some motions on the SOP. I would recommend let's take it after the break so everybody is just on the same page about what number we're on.
So we don't want to vote on hiring freezes?
The SOP is attached to this item, and we have in the agenda for it to go after the break.
Okay, I'm just getting that the colleagues don't want to support this. I mean, why are you
saying
delaying it?
the time to vote on this is when the hiring freeze item comes up?
Correct.
Just so that's what he said. Make that motion then.
Or I mean, we can take them up, but I know I've seen
Why
two
can't we
other
just
motions.
take them up and y'all vote no? What are you afraid of?
I'm not.
I don't
afraid of anything.
understand.
Judge, we think there's other motions potentially on this item, and so I think that's.
But how does it affect? I mean, they either want to do the same thing they're forcing others to do, or they don't. Like, it's not.
No, we have no issue with the vote. We're just.
Well, look, I can have. I'm allowed to have a motion in a second.
Yeah, this
There's
is a
a
cut,
motion
so
in
we're
a
not
second.
debating that.
Okay,
All
I'll
in
second.
favor? I'm in favor. Is there all opposed to doing the same thing that you're demanding of departments? No. Does motion carries?
No.
4-1. All right. So
Get to the
so
item when we get to the
motion fails. So they are not willing to implement a hiring freeze to their offices, but they do want to see it in the public health department, and they want to see it in the libraries and the juvenile probation department. Okay, and then the other one
To make a
is
substitute motion that it apply only to your office.
that's
I would
funny,
second.
Commissioner.
And let's, if everyone
right.
could turn to the updated hiring freeze SOP that was worked on with HRT, OMB, OCA, and the 5 court offices so you can see the actual facts.
Okay, and then I would like to move to restore, since we're not cutting anything, I would like to restore all departments to their full fiscal year current level of service budgets. Since everybody says we're not cutting any services, then we should just have the current level of service repeated for next year. So I would like to see if my colleagues are willing to have the same level of services next year as we've had this year. I would like to vote that all departments keep the same level of service. Do I have a second for all departments to keep the same level of services? I think,
Well, we can't do that because the money has to come from somewhere, right? This process we've set up. I'm for it, but we can't do it. So when the decision was
Right.
made,
Well, I just want to make it clear that three colleagues here, they say there are no cuts, but they're not willing to second a motion to keep the current level of service. So that means there are cuts.
It's 4 colleagues that don't want to make
Okay. And
so Judge,
yeah.
we bought it that time. Now, when you're 71, you kind of know when you
Well,
gotta
I'm
take a
just
break.
not going to vote for these additional. I'm not going to vote for this whole, and I'm not going to vote against my constituents' interest. You represent a certain party, Commissioner Ramsey, and I respect that. But the rest of us ran on something else.
1.2 million people.
I represent the
colleagues,
whole county.
Colleagues, we got about 5 more items, right?
Yeah. All right.
I
Why don't
move that we take
10-minute
a
break and
bathroom
then come
break,
back to these
please.
5 items.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
I'm gonna let you continue with the court. I don't want to be a part of this nonsense. All right. Thank you.
Let's take.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Commissioner,
Yes.
can we take a little bit longer so
Okay,
we can
how long do you
reconcile everything?
How long do you need, Director Ramos?
Can we do 6:05?
6:05?
Now, is that enough? You want longer? I'd like to have my dinner if you don't
Let's
mind.
do 6:15.
6:15.
Okay, it is now 5:45. The court will take a break until 6:15. Is that all right? 6:15? You want 6:30? No. 6:15.
Okay, it is 6:20. Commissioners Court is back in session. And so now we're talking about the additions for certain departments. And so there are proposed additions. So this is paying Paul, right? We robbed Peter, now we're paying Paul. And so we robbed $13 million from Peter. That's how much we cut. So technically, we have $13 million worth of these increases, or these, going back on the cuts. But there is a lot more here. It adds up to way more than 13 million, adds up to 93 million plus. So what we were talking about doing, these are organized with the costlier one at the top and the smaller cut reduction at the bottom. So the thought was to just make a motion on these real quick and see if there's a second to advance it. This is not to pass it, but just to advance it to the second round. So we make a motion. If there's no second, it doesn't advance. If there's not 3 votes to advance it, it doesn't advance. So then we'll have a whittled down list to go through again. And at that point, we will see, okay, maybe it's not 90 million, it's 45. So do we want to make additional cuts to meet the 45, or do we want to reduce the cut reductions to get them to 13? So does that make sense? Yeah.
I just want a point of clarity. Daniel, on public health, do we need to make the motion for public health?
No, you took over that with the motion to Harris Health.
Thank you.
So are you guys good to go through these, just real quick, motion to advance, second,
So Judge,
and, yeah.
now, I just want to make sure we operate on the same sheet. Did you email it out, or is this it? They printed something for me.
That's the
So we do
tracker.
all-
Yes,
we
sir.
all have this. What is this?
It's the same thing.
Would it be helpful for me to just read out?
Yeah.
Okay, so the
This?
Yes.
Like this?
Right.
okay,
This is just,
so this is
Judge-
basically what everybody submitted in order of,
no.
Judge, would you
costlier.
give us 5 more minutes? We can print out the same copies for everybody. And so.
I don't have a copy yet.
And is it this one, just so? I know
That's
we
the
like
document. We just want to make sure that nobody's filtered anything off that. So if we get 5 more minutes, Judge,
If I can please have a copy, thank you.
we'll print out 5 copies.
Okay. So, I know, right? Okay, so we'll break till 6:25 or whenever they get here. All right, it's 6:26. Commissioners Court is back in session. So while the Budget Department comes back with the PDF, let's go to these simpler items.
Item three, maybe.
3, is there a motion?
Also moved.
If we can just take, call all the items and we'll just
Yeah.
accept them as presented. So I would say items 3 to 7.
I'll second it.
3 to 7, 10 through 15, 17, 18.
I don't
20?
think that's going to work because Commissioner Ramsey probably do you have any motions for 17, Commissioner?
These are all on the agenda.
Audit
That's the auditor.
Let's just take, we just start off good, 3 through what?
3 through 7.
Let's just do those.
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay,
moved,
so there's a
moved.
motion for items 3 through 7. This is
As presented.
bonds. And then the 7th is the authorized budget appropriation transfers for flood control district and certain county departments. And that's just routine, Jesse?
3 through
Item 7?
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
Yes, Judge.
so there's a motion by Commissioner Ellis. I forgot who the second was.
Garcia.
Garcia, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I move on 10 through 15.
All right, so 10 is a donation, 11 a grant, 12 is an amendment to an agreement, 13 a grant, 14 a grant, and 15 grant modification. All right, so that's 10 through 15. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Move
Motion
on item,
carries unanimously.
move on item 17.
Okay,
18.
so Commissioner Ramsey, do you have your own motion on 17? Or just,
I think we're all good.
okay, so motion by Commissioner Garcia on 17. Is there a second?
17, he said 18,
And
and
18.
19.
17 and 18.
Okay, 17 is audited claims, and 18 is a
Settlement.
settlement agreement.
And
So
20.
motion by Commissioner
And
Garcia
and
on.
20. And 20.
Resolution.
All right. 19 is
No, 20.
executive session. 20 is a resolution. Can we approve the resolution, or do we have speakers for the resolution? I guess they would have already spoken, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no speaker, Judge.
There's no
We just
speakers?
run it past.
Okay, so then is there a motion
So
for
that's 17, 18, and 20.
Yeah.
Not 19.
17, 18, and 20? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then you guys got the PDF? Perfect timing. Okay, so here's the idea is to, are these still in order of size?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the idea is to go through and a couple of rounds. So the first round,
Judge,
can I finish my sentence?
I was just going to say that the order we adopted was restorations would come next. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, these are restorations. And the only amendment I would suggest, Judge, is
Yeah,
that.
why don't you let me finish my sentence? Okay, so what we're doing, and as I said, if you'd like to run the court, you can run against me next time.
I would think, I'll give that
and then
serious thought.
give it some thought. Okay, so here's the thought is we all have this PDF, and then they're in order of highest to lowest, but we have $13 million, correct? We have $13 million in cuts, additional cuts, and then we're trying to eliminate the cuts worth $95 million. So basically, we have to reduce this list. So the thought was, let's go through the list once, and then, or $40 million. Let's go through the list once, and then we can see which ones advance to the second round, for lack of a better word. So that way we can see which ones have 3 votes, or if there's some that don't have a second. And then, so this is simply to advance it. It's not to approve it. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Judge, can
Yeah.
The budget team's working really quickly back there, so if you or your staffs, if we missed anything, I think that would be the first step, is there anything that y'all wanted on here that you don't see or that you felt like you had put on there before?
Oh, good.
I don't see the salary freezes, but
we left it off the list because there was no second prior to.
so there was no second to stop the hiring freezes.
Correct.
That's
Wait a
correct.
minute.
I think
These are enhancements. The salary freeze would be a cut.
Correct.
Right, we're on
Well, it's enhancement in the sense that you are taking back a cut. You're not actually enhancing anything. And so to get rid of the hiring freeze would be to get rid of that cut. So it is you could describe it as an enhancement. Like, this is what happens when we use these weird words.
So for what it's worth, I'm for getting rid of the salary freeze, period. So we can just vote on that and dispose of it.
Right,
I know what the vote's going to be.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So that 25 million, in theory, would be row one. So my first motion would be to contribute $25 million so we don't have to do the hiring freeze.
Okay, so we don't have to vote.
Okay.
We'll do second, I'll just vote.
No,
Okay.
just vote real
So how many
quick.
for that? I'm for that.
Okay, so I'm a motion. You have a second. All in favor?
No.
Any opposed?
I think you oppose it.
Okay, so the motion to give $25 million from the raises so that we don't have to do a hiring freeze has failed, 3-2. Next, is there a motion to contribute $10 million to the public contingency fund so that
I'll pull it down because I went through it earlier. So I'll pull it down. Obviously, I'm for it, but we don't
we
have
already
a 13
voted on
million.
that
I'll
one?
pull it down.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Commissioner.
All right.
Could I ask a question? The item 21, which deals with the constables, are we going to deal with that separately from this list?
I think we'll make sure to add it to this one. We have the
That's an add, but we'll talk about that later.
Is that the pay raise?
Correct.
Yeah.
Pay raise for the
we can put it at the very end if you want. That way we'll remember
if
it.
it were to advance, it would come out of that 13.1 million.
Okay. Is there a motion to restore to current level of service and grant service enhancements that are not salary increases? Commissioner Ramsey, this one is yours. Maybe I'm not reading it right.
There's another one later that restores a certain amount. This is the
Institute of Forensic Sciences. So this is to restore Institute of Forensic Sciences to the current level of service as opposed to cutting services.
it's actually an enhancement. It's an enhancement.
So I think for IFS, I think there's 4 motions to help restore. That might be one that seems to have a green light from everybody. What we're really talking about is the dollar amount.
Okay. So that was my motion, and
Okay.
So we'll advance all of the IFS ones because I believe I heard it from all 5 actually.
batting 1,000. Okay.
All right. So we'll advance the IFS ones, and then there's the HECTRA funding.
This is resources for children and adults, and same thing. I believe that this is one that will be unanimous. What we're really talking about is the dollar amount. So
Okay.
we'll put a placeholder there.
Okay. So is there a motion to restore the resources for children and adults?
Do we need it?
No, let's hold off on any action.
No, this is to advance.
To advance,
Wait,
yes.
right? Didn't we agree on the system?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a motion to advance the restoration of the, okay, motion by Commissioner Ellis, is there a second?
And just to be clear, are we talking about the multiple items with regard to children and
Yes,
resources?
we'll
But see, if we're taking it,
It
like,
could have been helpful.
why
if it
don't
was,
we
like,
just
by
go line by
department.
line, because this, like, then we're skipping.
Okay.
I mean, everybody wants to run the court, and y'all can, but, okay, so let's just vote one by one. So this is, the next line is to restore the resources for children and adults. Motion by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? This is just to advance it to the next round.
Yes.
Yes, there's a second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that one advances to the next round. Then there is $2.5 million to fund the emergency response dockets with a focus on lower level felonies and jail cases.
So moved.
All right, so motion and a second. All in favor of advancing it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're all in favor of advancing it. Then there is a motion for $2.5 million to restore $2.5 million to the district attorney's office.
So moved.
Motion by Briones, second by Garcia. All in favor of advancing this?
Aye.
Okay, so we're advancing this to the next round unanimously. There's $2.5 million to advance to restore funding to maternal and child health. Motion by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? I'll make a second so that we can advance $2.5 million to perform approximately 1,800 home visits per year, connect participants to medical coverage, pre- and postnatal care, well child visits, lactation consultants, and conduct outreach. We have a motion and a second to advance this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, voting to not advance maternal and child health. Then we have an item to advance $1.7 million to wastewater testing to allow early visibility into COVID, RSV, flu, measles, H5N1, and other emerging diseases. So this is to restore funding to this program. Motion by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? I'll make the second. All in favor of continuing wastewater testing?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, 3 opposed to continuing wastewater testing to allow early visibilities into diseases. Then there is another motion to restore funding to the Institute of Forensic Sciences.
So moved.
All right, so we'll advance that one, and then there's a second motion to restore lost federal grant funding for the
Right,
federal
that one's
DNA
covered in
backlog
there.
reduction.
That one's
bank.
covered.
Yeah, that one's, we just took your language directly, but the 1.670
Covers both?
it covers both motions.
Okay, so we're advancing this IFS line 1.67 million. Then there is a 1.6 million to address the leading causes of death in Harris County, continuing to serve 3,000 to 4,000 people through diabetes, prevention, nutrition, physical activity, tobacco and vaping education, tobacco cessation. Is there a second to continue the chronic disease prevention program? I'll make a second to continue chronic disease prevention program instead of defunding it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, 3 would like to continue defunding chronic disease prevention. Then there is $1.4 million to continue abating nuisances, approximately 430 nuisance violations. And this is cleaning abandoned lots, abandoned buildings where bad actors congregate. So that's $1.4 million. We have a motion to not cut the nuisance abatement program. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there a second? I'll make the second. All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so 3 do not want to do the nuisance abatement program. Just to make the point here, this is a law enforcement public safety item that we have. It makes neighborhoods a lot safer, so they don't have people with drug issues or criminals congregating in an abandoned lot. Okay, then we have a $1 million motion to allocate to support the implementation of SB 9. Would you like to expand on that, Commissioner Ramsey?
Oh, you skipped one. You skipped a heart response, increased in number of
I
responses.
have SB 9 first, and then I
I'm
have
sorry, I
heart.
didn't see it.
I have nuisance abatement, then SB 9, then heart.
Do I have a different list?
Maybe, but I'll cover both, Commissioner. Okay, so let's do the $1 million reserve to support the implementation of SB 9. So that one is
This is really based on, the reserve is based on preliminary annualized cost estimate of approximately $872,000, which assumes weekend and holiday coverage by visiting judges and includes overtime for the district attorney's office, public defender's office, pretrial services, and the clerk's offices. While the estimate is still rough, based on broad assumptions, we believe this reserve is appropriate given what we know now.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to advance this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we all want to advance this. Then there's $1 million to expand the holistic assistance response teams.
I'll move it.
So there's a motion. Is there a second to continue this?
I love
crime
HART,
prevention?
but HART is already fully funded countywide, so I will not be supporting that since we've already found ways to support it countywide.
Okay, so there's obviously a whole lot of need left for this, and we're deciding not to meet that need. All in favor of trying to meet the need for crime prevention through the holistic assistance response teams?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we will not be meeting the additional need. Now, there is an item by Precinct 3. Commissioner Ramsey, this is $944,008. CCO.
It's the county clerk
Thank
restoring.
you. Okay, so restoring the county clerk as opposed to cutting them, putting them at their current level of service. Is there a second to restoring the county clerk to current level of service? Okay, I'll make the second for that one, Commissioner. So we have a motion, a second. All in favor to supporting our elections and other and other related items.
Aye.
Aye. I'm for it.
Okay, any opposed? So it passes? Okay, so everybody actually
To
likes this
advance,
one.
to advance
okay.
it.
Okay, so then,
It's 515 CCO. It's right below SB 9, Commissioner.
okay, then there is a request to do the service enhancement that the Children's Assessment Center requested. That's $920,810.
I'll move it.
Commissioner Ellis moves it. Is there a second to support the Children's Assessment Center? I'll make the second for that. These are kids who've been sexually abused. All in favor of advancing this request for much needed additional services? Any opposed? Okay, so did you say aye, Commissioner Ramsey? Okay, so this advances to the second round. Then we have funding for Harris County Resources for Children and Adult, $900,000 to continue providing mission-critical services to serve foster youth psychological evaluations. Okay, motion by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second to advance this to the second round?
Second.
All right, all in favor? We all are good to advance this. Then there is the JP salary increase of 30%, $696,000. Commissioner Garcia would like to advance that salary increase.
Second.
Commissioner Briones would like to advance that salary increase. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? I would not like to advance it. I don't think we have money for more salary increases. In fact, I think we should put those to the voters, but it'll advance. Okay, then we have a salary increase of 29%.
That's the same thing.
That's the same thing. Okay, then we have a $615,000 increase or restoration to kill the cut to the Department of Economic Opportunity so that they can preserve their Early Childhood Initiatives position and continue supporting the Early Childhood Impact Fund and the RAND evaluation and restore funding in support of policy analysis for the programs. Motion by Commissioner Ellis to continue the evaluation of early childhood programs. Is there a second? To continue to not cut a necessary early childhood initiative position. I don't know in what world we decided to just hate on the children, but okay, so this will not advance, and I know that there was a desire not to continue early childhood for 20,000 kids because there was no evaluation. Allegedly, there was an evaluation, but this kills further evaluation. Okay. Again, for the record, I think this is really important. Then we have restoration, so not cutting $600,000 in air monitoring for emergency environmental response and field investigations. Commissioner Ellis moves it. Is there a second to not cut air monitoring? Okay, we will remember this next time we have a chemical fire. And been through a lot of those with my colleague here. So we will keep the cuts to air monitoring. That's what we're doing right now. Is there a $580,000 to convert temp staff to permanent positions, a pilot program?
That's within the tax assessor collector's office. She has identified, I think, 36 positions. And I think it would really stabilize a lot that's going on in that department.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a second to run a pilot to convert temp staff to permanent positions. Is all in favor?
Aye. For the tax assessor collector, to be clear. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so tax assessor collector on that one advances. Is there a desire to restore $500,000 to the Harris County Resources for Children and Adult? Is that not what was
Yes.
already voted on?
Agreed.
Is this different?
So they're different dollar amounts.
Different dollar amounts. Okay, so that's moving.
I agree.
Then is there a desire to restore the funding for our juvenile probation department to support youth who are under the jurisdiction of juvenile courts? So is there a second to support kids under our juvenile courts? I really don't understand why we're picking on kids, but I'm going to go around and make sure the community knows what's
Which one is
happening.
this?
I would
Which one
reconsider
you
this if I were you guys. JPD.
Juvenile probation.
So we're like literally taking
I'm
on
okay on that
children.
one.
Oh yeah, no, I know you would support it, Commissioner. And you may not be a teacher, but you do also have children. Okay, so we're not advancing this, the support. We're deciding to cut services for kids in our juvenile probation department so we can keep them from going to jail. Okay, so then let's do, is there a desire to eliminate the cut to the library, $300,000 to restore cuts to library circulation materials, ensuring residents have access to
Yes.
books? Okay, so that will advance. So what does that add up to, you guys? Can you do that math real quick?
I'm sorry, did the library?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that advances. So initially we had $65 million. Now we've killed all the children-related ones, pretty much.
We're at 20 million, Judge, but there are multiple proposals for some of these departments. So I know this is annoying, but it
What do you mean? Explain that, because there's a table. And so when we add up that table, you're saying that it doesn't add up to 65 million anymore, and now it's up to 20 million?
everything that adds up to 20 million, but there are multiple proposals. There's different funding level proposals for resources for children and adults.
Oh, so you want to
IFS.
combine them? Is that what you're
Correct.
saying? Okay.
No, what you probably want to do is take the lower one, since we had 20 and you got to get down to 13.
Right.
Right.
I'm happy to take the lower one, but I think that would
What were you going to propose, Director Ramos?
to take a break so we can come back with what's left on the list
Okay.
and then see if what combination of different numbers can get us under 13 million. Yeah.
You got to cut 7 million, but it's all right. You can come back. You
All
come
right.
back.
I think, okay, so I think we need to take a break. So
Judge?
thank you all. Yes.
I was going to
Is that
suggest, instead of
executive
taking a
session?
break, there is item 8. I know the county engineer needs to speak on that. If you can do that while they're doing,
And what's item 8?
it's related to the cost recovery,
fees.
the fee schedule.
Fee schedule. The county.
I'm just
fee
trying to
schedule,
move things along so we don't have to come back
Fees
to
for
it.
his services, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, correct. Item 8.
Okay, so item 8 is to permit fee schedule implementing cost recovery fees. So, yeah, I don't have any concerns with these motions. Do you guys? All right, so there's a motion by Commissioner
I had
Garcia.
some questions.
All right, there's. Okay, so yes, slight amendments. So, so I'm okay. I frankly, I'm just totally crushed that we seem to be totally immune to not supporting and in fact harming our children.
Point of
I
order,
don't
we're on item
understand.
8.
So I'm gonna leave it, Commissioner Ellis, to you.
All right, thank you.
And I'll just, again, for the record, colleagues, I don't know what we're doing here for not standing up for children. Shame on you.
Okay. So Daniel, while we doing this, you all want to stay in here? If you need to step out, it's okay. And we'll let,
Do you,
yeah, well, we want
But
to take
we're-
a break.
we're doing
We'll
a
let you do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And if we get
we'll
off
keep
this,
working.
we'll wait for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rahman.
thank you, Director Ramos. Thank you, Bhumet.
Good evening, members of the court. We do have a very short presentation. Back in October 29th, Commissioners Court directed OC to assess the Harris County permitting fees and present an implementation plan. We have not adjusted the fee over a decade. Currently, we did an assessment and we recover 74% of the actual direct and indirect cost that the effort we have spent from Office of the County Engineers. So we went back, we hired Ernst & Young to do a comprehensive review of our permits department, not only just on the fee recovery, also on the service delivery approach and how we can improve. With that, I'll let Chief Pina kind of go through the presentation. We have done extensive outreach in terms of discussing with our stakeholders. Chief.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. Well, good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Sam Pena with the Office of County Engineer. And as Dr. Rahman mentioned, if we can move, advance to the next slide. Next slide. Dr. Rahman covered this one. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Previous one. Anyways, let me two previous, please. Slide number 3. As Dr. Rahman mentioned, the court directed the Office of County Engineer to do an assessment on the permit fees. We contracted with Ernst & Young to evaluate over 500 fee types. And we also engaged the stakeholders in this process to arrive at the proposal that we're going to be presenting. The truth is that the fees hadn't been adjusted in over 10 years. And right now, we are recovering about 74% of what it costs us to deliver that service, which represents about a $4.8 million gap between what we're recovering and what it costs to deliver the service. We have, and we'll present the numbers here, but this is slide number 3. Before we do that, I want to speak briefly on the performance for the permitting division. And I'll start here with the current demand for performance. As you can see, the increase in permit volume has increased about 20% from 2022. The staffing levels have remained essentially flat. The information that we're going to be presenting, the source for this information, and I listed it here, is for all the permitting functions, it's going to be from e-permits. And for the platting information, it's going to be from the CRM system. So as you can see that although the performance indicators have remained essentially flat over the years, the additional capacity is creating stress in the system. And it'll be evident if we don't make some investments, whether in technology or personnel, it'll be evident in the performance and the quality of service, both in inspection times or technical reviews or deferred maintenance. Next slide, please. In terms of the permit approvals, as you can see, as I mentioned, over the years, it's remained essentially flat, but the 20% increase is creating strains in certain levels. The residential, the most simple and highest volume permit type, as you can see, is the residential. On that one, the review process is faster. The 90th percentile for 2025 is 3 days or less. But the more complex and the more the commercial and development sites are feeling a little stress. And if we don't do anything about that in terms of investments, we are really going to start feeling the pinch. Next slide, please. You know what? Before we move before we move forward, I want to stress one point here. On the residential aspect, we can go back one slide. In 2024, we saw an increase in the residential, the time it took to approve to rise up to almost 5 days. That was the same time that we were doing disaster recovery for the derecho and Hurricane Beryl. The permitting division staffing does double duty. They're the same persons that we use to do disaster recovery and assessment when something happens. So, I mean, we don't have any surge capacity in that respect. We're taking folks from their primary duty and then reassigning them to the disaster recovery. So that's the reason for having this increase during 2024. In the plating aspect, the 20 days that we list here is for the time that the Office of County Engineer directly controls those documents. And I'll explain a little bit more on the next slide, please. So I want to take you through a high-level walkthrough of the timeline. The Office of County Engineer controls essentially 8% of that entire timeline. It's represented by that time in yellow. And 16%, really, if you look at the green part, which is the time it takes to bring the item to Commissioner's Court for approval. But 8% is what we control. However, the responsibility seems to be entirely on the Office of Engineering, right? But as you can see, the system has multiple handoffs with undefined accountability. So the first 154 days are with the City of Houston process, the contractor or the developer, before we even see it. At the time that the Mylar is accepted, then and logged in, there's about 13 days before we get it back as a completed product to do the evaluation. We have 21 days where we coordinate and collaborate with other departments, whether it's civil, traffic, flood control, and the consultant. And then it goes back to the consultant to do the completion. And then it comes back to the Office of County Engineer, and that's when the 20 days happen. So as you can see, we control a small part of the entire process. The entire process takes about 250 days, but we're controlling essentially 21 of those days. However, in that time frame, we're already doing some things to try to find efficiencies within that period. We're working with staffing on technical reviews. We're engaging with other departments on the collaboration for the handoffs and more efficiencies. And based on Commissioner Garcia's motion last court, we're going to bring an item to court that will allow delegation of approval for those plats at the end of the process. That should cut down that process by almost half, those 20 days, those last 20 days. So those are some of the things that we're already doing. Next slide, please. I want to speak in terms of our application approval rates, because there's been some conversation about the length of time that it's taken. We have seen some consistency since 2022 over through 2025. The residential aspects were at 77% approval on the first iteration. Those are the most simple evaluations, but those are also our highest volume permit types. Those are approved at 77% the first and at 90% by the second evaluation. However, the commercial sites and the development performance, although stable, we do need additional personnel or technology to assist us in improving some of these, especially the first and second iteration on the approval rates. Next slide, please. What we have been doing already, even outside the approval of the proposed fee schedule, is internally we've looked for improvements that we can do now, and I've listed them here. We're moving to a continuity of reviewer, so it's one reviewer going to be receiving the same application back after it comes back with comments. That's going to provide some consistency and hopefully move that process through more efficiently. We are also investing in personnel training, as well as engagement with the industry to ensure that we have a complete understanding of the technical requirements on the initial intake to speed up the approval process. The third thing that we're already doing is providing an escalation pathway for any discrepancies or any disputes where the applicant has the ability to go to the assistant director in permitting to resolve those issues on the second or third iteration of the review process. In addition to that, in engagement with the stakeholders, we've agreed to the following benchmarks. And these are some of the items that specifically GHBA had asked for. And we've committed to meeting these benchmarks through internal redeployment of resources and focusing on the priorities that are important to industry. In terms of transparency, we've committed to the dashboard and making the data available within 6 months and our website. So we'll be working those items. Next slide, please.
Can you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Finally, this is the schedule, the plan schedule. The proposal is a gradual fee increase over the next 3 years, Commissioner, to reach the target 95% cost recovery in year 3.
Move to extend the time?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You want to motion?
Yeah, so I move to approve as presented.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Ramsey got some
Oh,
questions.
okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought this was old.
Yeah, before we get to the motions, I've seen the motions. I have a problem with increasing fees when our service is not there yet. I think it's, and the folks I've talked to, we had one of the groups, I think it was the home builders, showed up today, and they expressed concern about the one you referenced, spent some time on, was plating. But I think we've got much work to do. I get more phone calls on permitting than I do anything else.
Yep.
So I think we need to look at what we do and how we do what we do before we start talking about raising fees. Now, if we need to raise money, I guess that's one way to do it. But to raise money when we've got some work to do internally, to raise money, well, we'll hire some people as soon as we can get additional fees. I'm not going to be supportive until we get some solid changes within the permitting process. And you and I have spent a lot of time on this. I'll not go through the hour-long conversation we've already had. But I think, one, thank you for recognizing you got a problem. Because the first step in solving a problem is recognize you got one. So at least I'm hearing y'all agree we got a problem in permitting. And money's not going to solve a process problem. So you better look at your process before we start looking at increased fees. Now, you can proceed with your motion.
Thank you. But recognizing that, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll be very brief. First of
Commissioner
all,
Brianna.
Dr. Rahman, Chief Peña, thank you for your work on this. Thank you. I know we have not raised fees in over a decade. And similarly, with Precinct 4 being one of the fastest growing areas, approximately 60% of permit requests originate in Precinct 4. So I get so many calls, given the massive volume in Precinct 4 permit requests. So I appreciate the continuity of reviewer, the dashboard, the transparency, the improved KPIs. And so I know our motion language that P2 and I and P4 worked on together, and thank you to our teams, has some of this ongoing stakeholder collaboration, ongoing process improvement, so that if we're charging more, we're delivering better service. So I appreciate your commitment to that. And that's all I wanted to say, but it's something we'll be tracking very carefully given the massive volume in Precinct 4. So thank you.
Good deal. And Dr. Rahman and Chief Peña, thank you for your collective work on this. I tend to agree with Commissioner Ramsey on the hesitation to raise fees. However, given where operations are currently at, I think it's necessary. So my motion is going to read as such. It's going to be to approve as presented the Office of County Engineers Year 1 FY 26 fee schedule beginning October 1st, 2025. Funds collected will go back to the Office of County Engineering to cover permitted expenses, including the cost of staffing and continued improvement of operations and system updates. Secondly, it will be to direct the Office of County Engineering to report back to Commissioners Court by November 13, 2025, with a plan for using artificial intelligence and other software improvements to make the permitting process faster, more accurate, and easier for the public to use. Those are my two motions.
And so I totally agree and second those two prongs. There's three others that relate to this. Direct OCE to return to Commissioners Court in 1 year for discussion and possible action on a fee schedule adjustment for FY '27. Another prong is direct OCE to establish a quarterly working group, including representatives from all 5 court offices, relevant county departments, and external stakeholder groups to identify process improvements, performance benchmarks, and KPIs to continuously improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability in platting and permitting operations. And then direct OCE supported by other relevant county departments, including the Harris County Fire Marshal and Flood Control District, to create a public dashboard displaying performance benchmarks and KPIs for process improvements for platting and permitting.
Commissioner, would you be willing to add the Public Health Department in that list?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Second.
And I see Director Barton excitedly shaking her head and thumbs up.
And one footnote to add.
Thank you.
To either one of these motions would be consider a penalty for the bad actors that bring you a set of drawings that aren't ready.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
we
agree.
charge everybody the same, but the people that are causing the problem should pay more. And if y'all could look at that from a fee schedule, some logical fee schedule, I think that would be helpful.
I agree very much.
So how much money will this raise?
Commissioner, the projected, once we reach the 95% recovery, we're going to be recovering about $4.6 million out of the 4.8 gap.
I want to think about it, so we ought to hold this item. If I had to vote on it tonight, I'm going to vote no, much as I hate to agree with Ramsey. You know, I might be persuaded, so we just hold this to the next court. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And really quickly, Dr. Peterson,
Motion. Vote.
Yeah, as a motion, second, you want to vote tonight or fail tonight?
Yeah.
Or you want to hold it?
Nope.
I think it,
Let's move.
Okay, let's vote.
let's go.
For
So-
clarity, where was the amendment going to be added for the public health?
That was going to be in Commissioner Briones' last motion.
Yeah, and direct OCE supported by other relevant county departments, including Harris County Fire Marshal, Flood Control District, and Harris County Public Health, to create a public dashboard displaying performance benchmarks and KPIs for process improvements for platting and permitting.
If it includes a penalty, I'll vote for it.
Okay.
So move.
And
You want to put that in?
motion to
That's what.
determine a penalty
I support
for bad actors.
I support it. You know the industry better than we do, so
Yeah,
I'll.
because I know they suck up more resources when they're not following the rules, so I support that.
Okay. Members, you've heard the motion.
Yes, sir.
Properly second. All those in favor vote aye.
So yeah, the motion by Commissioner Garcia, seconded by Commissioner Briones.
Correct.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Okay. 4 ayes and no nays. I'm glad to bring you along, Commissioner Ramsey. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman and Chief Peña. And Dr. Peterson, I know we don't have time to discuss today, but I really would please love your thought partnership on appropriate fees with regard to flood controls portion of the review, but we don't need to talk about it today. But thank you so much.
Let's go back to the budget item. Mr. Ramos, you want to?
Yes, Commissioner. So by taking the lower of the items that advance to the next round, that got us to 11.6, which if folks were accepted, we now have a balanced budget with some pending items.
I move to accept.
So let me say this. You have
Do you want
900,000.
me to read them out?
Yeah,
That might be
yeah,
easiest.
yeah. We have them here.
Did you send a version to all of us?
Yes.
Okay.
And your staff has a
Thank
copy.
you.
It's
Can
this
you
one.
give me 1 second, please?
It's the printed one, Commissioner Briones.
It equals 11.68.
So how much money you have left?
It would be about 1.5 million,
So
which I think Commissioner Ramsey might try to take portion of for the constables on item, I forgot what item that is.
21. We still
21.
got to do 21, but that one can be budget neutral this year because they're taking the money out of their own funds.
Okay.
Exactly.
So Commissioner, if you wouldn't mind, if me just
Yeah, go through them.
Okay, so we have the emergency response dockets, 2.56 million. Restoration for the district attorney's office, 2.5 million. Restoration and covering the grant lapse from the federal government for IFS, 1.67 million. Reserving $1 million for SB 9, that would mostly be overtime for the various justice departments. Restoring the county clerk's budget, 944,000. Children's Assessment Center restoring their cut and granting their enhancements, 920,000. The JP salary increase of 30%, 695,000. One thing to note, John, I don't know if you want to jump in on the JP salary, what the mechanics would be.
Well, the issue is you've noticed those salaries and the grievance process has started, so you cannot make the amendment today because we don't have the time to notice this. So I think the proposal was to create
Set
a
a
resolution in support, right? Yeah.
Resolution.
Yeah. So if we can just clarify that. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk about
I
that.
move to support.
Yeah.
I think your original motion covers that, so I think we're.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Tax assessor collector, 580,000. Resources for children and adults, 500,000, and then public libraries, 300,000. And that equals 1,681,580. And it's okay to leave a little in the for a rainy day if.
The total is
Very little.
11,681,580.
Correct.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you,
Would you like
Director
to move
Ramos.
them as a slate?
Yeah. Is that motion to move it as a
So move.
Second.
second? Motion made by Garcia, second by Ramsey. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. For ayes and no nays, item passes.
And Daniel, did we pass the hiring freeze?
We did it, so that would be the next item. I know I've seen a couple amendments come through if folks want to read those out.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And
Thank you again, Director Ramos and team.
yeah, that's item 2.
I have a great team that I'd like to take a moment to thank them for all the work
Seriously,
that they did.
it's been thousands of hours. It's amazing.
Right.
I'm so impressed by y'all. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to item 2 on the hiring freeze.
Yes, sir. So just really quickly, we can make the amendments and adopt today, or we can make amendments and I can bring it back for final adoption on the 18th, whatever Commissioners Court would prefer.
Let's try to get it done today.
So just to be clear and to level set, to make sure we're focused on facts this evening, can you very briefly summarize how we all worked, all 5 offices, OMB, OCA, HRT, to come up with this, and then very clearly exempted many departments from this? Could you please go through that? And I support these additional ones right here.
Sure. So the genesis of this one was, Commissioner Garcia has been ringing this bell for a while. We reached a point where additional cuts was going to become very difficult, so we looked at something more blanket. So we drafted an initial policy which went to the court offices along with all of the county departments, and before that, it actually went to HRT for some of their technical advice. From that point, we heard lots of feedback from commissioners' court offices, from departments on various exemptions. We did our best to be judicious. We felt it was a very high bar to be exempted as a department, mostly departments that are SB 23 related, revenue generating, and also anything related to elections, just given what a huge undertaking that is. From there, we submitted this, a more final version, which includes the exemptions on the last page. I think the 2 motions I saw were to add a couple additional exemptions.
To exempt HART, RISE, and purchasing expressly. I support adding those to the last page of this policy.
So that's a
Team,
motion.
what do you think?
You do it as a motion, or you can do it later?
I think that's a motion.
So I move to pass the hiring freeze SOP with all the exemptions included, with these 3 additional ones, exempting HART, RISE, and purchasing.
Motion
In
made by
addition-
Commissioner Briano, second by
Me.
Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays, item passes.
And then if we can adopt the policy as amended.
Okay, and now the motion by Commissioner
So moved.
Briones, second by Garcia for the overall policy. All those in favor vote aye.
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 Those opposed vote no. Ellis votes no. 3 ayes and 1 no. Okay, what's left?
We have a budget, Commissioner.
Okay, is there a
All right.
motion on the budget?
Congratulations. So move.
Oh.
So
there's the-
are we gonna, we're not gonna
Sorry.
vote on the tax rate today?
No. We voted on the, so on the
The noticing.
notice, we are recommending the no new revenue rate, which does not allow us to notice a rate if there's a desire to go.
So we're not voting on that today.
No,
We voted on the others, but we not voting on that.
unless there's a desire to present a rate.
Well, there's a bit of a nuance, and I'm just gonna ask the question. Because the interesting thing about this no new revenue, it's higher than the VAR. We're not allowed to do anything higher than a VAR. Are you perfectly fine with adopting a tax rate higher than the VAR?
Yeah, the statute reads that way. It's kind of odd, but that's how it reads. And so our advice is you can follow the statute and default to it.
That you're fine with that?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to be sure.
So to be clear, to default to the NNR.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
So
Because
move.
that's the penalty for not doing it, okay.
That's right.
This is
very
a
odd.
flash in a pan, Commissioner. This is not going to be the case in most years. It's just we've been very
I know
aggressive
why it
about
happened. That's,
buying down debt. This will likely never happen in all of our 10 years again.
and we need,
Move to adopt the proposed budget.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Garcia. Is that second?
Sorry, a motion to notice the proposed budget.
To notice it again, you get it for the record. Motion is to,
Can you say it out, Jay?
Just to set a public
need to
hearing.
do 21 before we do this.
If the constables are going to,
I think we need to do 21 before we have that vote.
okay.
Yes, I would like to, please.
okay, let's go to item 21.
I think we voted on this before. We'll look at it again. What I'm proposing is that we give the constables, the 8 elected constables, move their pay to $292,796. This is approximately 17% spread between their chief deputies. I think the spread between the sheriff and his chief deputy is a bit more than that, maybe 33%. So I think it's a reasonable number. There were some conversations we had previously, and that would be the motions related to that. The other thing I would say is the constables have dollars in their accounts to fund this. So this is budget neutral in terms of impact to the budget.
So I voted in favor of it before, and I stand by that vote.
Commissioner Garcia.
I cannot support the numbers presented. However, I do want to thank the constables for at least meeting me halfway. They have met me halfway by submitting the MOUs to consolidate the property rooms, which will save money, will alleviate some liability to them individually, and get me closer to where we can actually have a more comprehensive way of doing some public safety business. So the current proposal is that the constables are currently making $178,505. This would take them up to $292,796, which would be an increase of about $114,291, which is about a 64% increase over last year. But the year before, their salary was $133,598,000. And they got themselves a raise through the grievance process, which they're currently in, which gained them $44,907. So that's a total of $159,198, 119% increase over 2 years if these new raises pass, which would be more than double. So we voted to give parity to our deputies with HPD, so they're getting their raises. And, but none of them are obviously getting 119% increase. However, again, I'm grateful that they have met me halfway. They've heard the opportunity that consolidation can bring. We've had some conversations which they did make the case that there could have been savings had we created some consolidations much earlier. With that being said, the whole argument behind this particular issue is that they would not be making or they would be making less than their second in command, their chief deputies. I think every one of us has a chief of staff that makes more than we do, which I'm absolutely good with because I could not do this job without the competent and capable chief that I have. But since that's a bit of a discomfort, but recognizing that the full proposal that I had requested was consolidation, not only on the property room, but also on dispatching. And dispatching would make Harris County, consolidated dispatching would make Harris County much safer. It would help alleviate the pressure that the sheriff has in terms of all the call volume that he calls for service volume that he has. It would allow us to collaboratively make good use of all the resources we have on the street. But I have not gotten any MOUs on the dispatching. So I'm willing, Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Briones, to meet us halfway. So I will support raising the salaries to 235, but not the 292.
235,
235.
not 260?
If we can, I just hope that if we can get your support, Commissioner Ramsey, on moving the conversation of consolidation of dispatching forward, I'm absolutely, I can go with the 260, but I really, really would like for a commitment on the, on continuing the work on consolidating dispatching.
Well, I don't know that we can, I don't know if you can make those kind of commitments tonight. And you mentioned, Jonathan, that there was a posting issue?
Yeah, so the issue with all this is you cannot amend the budget to set those new salaries. The grievance process has to play out, or you'd have to notice those new salaries and kick out the budget adoption meeting past the 18th.
But you could post a special meeting past the 18th.
Of course. There's a practical issue, which Daniel can explain regarding PeopleSoft. I have spoken to some of your offices about a way to get around it that I think would work. But
I would need 3 votes to have a special meeting.
Yeah.
So
odds are I don't have 3 votes.
So Commissioner Ramsey, let me just ask a question, because there's something else that's been brought to my attention. Jonathan, would I be able to, or would the court be able to make some request, short of a demand, that that our county law enforcement not cooperate with ICE?
I would like to take the discussion into executive session, given there's tremendous legal risk around that. And I do think there's some things we could do around that, but there have been some executive orders on the topic that I'm sure you know.
Gotcha. But Commissioner Ramsey, I'm willing to meet you halfway. I'll do the 260, but I cannot go to the full 292.
So I got a couple of questions. Is this item broad enough to take into account other elected officials? I stated when this came up that I'm opposed to it, it strikes me as rather unseemly with a $200 million shortfall. I mean, everybody wants a pay raise all the time. But to go and do that, regardless of who it is, during a time when you severely cutting programs that matter to everyday people. But if you are going to do it, what I asked for, knowing that we got an Office of County Administration, a lot of great people, was that if this item was going to come up, it'd be broad enough so we can take into account the tax assessor, the clerk, everybody else, other than us. Only because I didn't want to go so far, but that item was not.
Commissioner, this
So,
item.
so I would be for a special meeting, by the way.
Yeah,
You get
this-
my vote to do a special meeting, but I want to have a special meeting where everybody else is on there. I'm stake now. I'm against it. But if you're going to do it, I think you ought to do it for all of these other elected officials with the exception of us, by the way.
My caveat, Commissioner Ramsey, because you touched on it earlier, is that this come out of their existing budgets.
All right, so just to be clear, I made the motion for 292. You responded and you said the highest you could go was 235.
I came back with the 260.
So we are at 260?
Correct.
I'll accept 260, recognizing we still got a posting issue, which I would have to expand my motion to, I'll modify it and make it 260 with the understanding we're going to have a special meeting on the 18th.
That will.
No, after the 18th, Commissioner.
I mean,
That's
after
the
the
challenge, yeah.
So if I might, I want to go back to that other issue just for 1 second. So is this broad enough to include all the elected officials?
So this one isn't, but item 2, which is about the entire budget, which contains
right.
all those salaries.
So you all start working that up. So whatever we're going to do, I just want to make sure.
And Commissioner Ellis, if I could just ask, Jonathan, we could include the JPs on that special meeting, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. So, and what I'd like, Mr. Ramos, you all prepare is a motion. Whatever, I know some elected officials may make more than this amount. So I just want to take whatever this dollar increase is and put that on the other elected officials.
Daniel, can you explain the PeopleSoft process and
Sure.
how this might trip up this whole issue?
So the issue is that it takes about 10 days for OMB and Universal Services and the auditors to upload the budgets in advance of October 1st. So all the budgets are loaded, encumbrances can be made, people can get paid. So I think, John, what we talk about is.
I think what you would need today for this to work is to direct the budget office to upload is the term, upload the proposed budget that you just approved. And you all have to agree that you can't come back and make those changes at the next meeting, right? We would have to redo the vote on it at that special meeting, but the special meeting would be limited to just those salaries. And if you can agree to that, I think that would work. Because
Sorry,
Daniel's
you would
team
still
could,
need to. So we would notice today.
we would notice it whenever the commissioners.
We would notice tomorrow, and then we'd have to have a special meeting 10 days from now.
That's right. Yeah.
To adopt the budget and those salary increases.
Correct.
So that would be, I think, the 25th through the 29th.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So, this is the budget is broad enough to do that for those other elected officials. So you want to run that number, so at least you know what we're voting on. And what I want to do is, I'm not sure, I haven't looked at the list of what the DA makes as an example. But so whatever this dollar amount is, I want to add that to the salaries of those other countywide elected officials.
Commissioner,
Dollar amount to 260, whatever is 260.
178 to 260.
Yeah, 178 to 260.
And then, Commissioner, I know we have other executive session items, so maybe you guys can go to executive session.
And you can
come
work
back
it
with
up,
the
so at
numbers.
least we know what it is.
So the motion on the table right now is to provide the constables an increase up to 260. And we're going to notice a special meeting. Do we need to define what that is?
We can come up with some motion language if you give us a few minutes so that you can.
So you can do that after executive session, is that what you're
Sure,
saying?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
And you got my part clear on other elected officials
I think
as well?
I think we got it, Commissioner.
Okay. Daniel, you clear on that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Understood. But it's a dollar amount, right? Not a percentage, not
Because
anything.
someone may, I don't know what they all make, somebody may make more.
Yeah, it's the delta between the 178 and the 260.
Yep.
Are
Okay.
all the other members of court on board with that? Oh, we'll need
I think we need to vote
We got to vote on
separately,
it.
frankly.
Yeah, or they
And
may
then
not
just-
be, but at least, yeah.
But
And just to confirm, again, just to level set, so the whole effort that we went forward with regard to pay parity for all of our sheriff's office at various ranks, and then constables, various ranks, and I know that was, again, countless hours of everyone working together, came to an agreement. And then obviously HPD was a 5-year salary increase of approximately 36.5%. We have reached an agreement with both the sheriff's office and the constables for all of their officers. And because the chief of police for HPD makes $325, our Harris County Sheriff deservedly $330, and that's included in version 4 of the budget book, correct?
that's correct.
And so then the number, just to level set, the number 292 was the number OMB gave the constables based on that like 17% delta that they had discussed.
That was the agreement between the sheriff and the constables.
So that was an agreement between the sheriff and the constables based on number 1, number 2 in their office. So there's a whole litany and history behind these numbers. And so to me, the reason why I voted both for for the sheriff to make sure, given that to me, he has an even more complicated job than, and I love Chief Noe Diaz of HPD, but the sheriff, there's more people in the unincorporated, plus he has, than in the city of Houston, plus sheriff has the jail. So deservedly, the 330 is memorialized in the budget, correct? And then
Correct. And that was
then that
was the
number
motion that
292 was given by the budget office to the constables based on the
Just
sheriff
to be clear,
agreement,
that I
based
did
on the
not-
agreement in the negotiations. correct?
Just to be clear, for the supervisors, we asked them, the unions, the sheriff, the constables, to sit and make a recommendation on the supervisors because our supervisors don't match like for like
Right.
with
No, I agree.
HPD. There was, for lack of a better term, there was a gentleman agreements between those offices on how they would handle executive pay. I have never nor will ever make a recommendation on elected official salaries.
Okay, so this was all part, again, so the way I see it is about being consistent and clear. We have this 5-year deal, and this was within the context of those salary negotiations that they had their deal, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then just to be clear, these constable raises, whether the number ends up being 230, 260, 292, they have offered to have it come from their own budgets,
That's
correct?
my understanding.
Okay. And then meanwhile, we've had complications with additional new laws passed at the state, which we also have to contend with, correct? And it's a myriad of topics, but we don't need to get into that. So in sum, there is, in addition to all the grievances, which I know we're going to talk about in executive session, there is a kind of holistic approach that we have worked on with the sheriff's office and the constables to achieve this parity, which all leads back to HPD, right? So there's a genesis. So to me, we need to vote on the two motions separately because there's just a very different than the pay parity that we've worked tirelessly on, and then all electeds, and then some of those electives have already filed grievances. So I would like to chunk it out just so we can be crystal clear on what we're voting on. And so I just appreciate, again, I know that was another colossal effort that you helped champion. So with that, I know we have to go to executive session on the grievances for the other ones
But we can still vote on salary. John?
with the notice language and the special meeting
we're working on
language.
some language for you. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. So
We'll- we'll get the
district
math
attorney as an example. And we talk about pay parity. I mean, I'm just worried about how would the DA feel or these other elected officials feel? What does that do for their morale? If they got to take it out of their budgets, take it out of their budgets. If they're worried about morale on their team, don't take it. You know, I know of instances around Texas where a pay raise is given to an elected official's office. The elected official opts not to take it, maybe for political reasons, opt not to take it. But you got it clear. I'm working that up.
I will do the math. John will do the legal the motion language, and we'll marry those two.
So, John, I mean, what's our item to go back on executive session on?
So I know we have 19, and we need to, what's the item?
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah.
So in this, just to.
And
for
one in
clar-
nine. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, sorry. For clarity, this $82,000, like we had a JP increase of 30% in this.
Yeah.
That's less than the $82,000.
I'll leave them out then.
Okay.
Okay.
There's just a lot of nuance, so I appreciate y'all working through it so that we're crystal clear and in compliance with all applicable rules. So thank you.
Thank you very much. What are the items for executive session?
There's 1 and 9 on the grievance. There might be a question, and then 19 on the economic development.
Does that work? So it is 1, 19, and what else?
It's 1 and 9, I think, are the grievance committee items, right? And then 19 for the economic development.
So we're all right, we're good, colleagues. It is now 7:37, and we will go into executive session on items 1, 9, and 19. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, it's now 7:59. We're back in session. Jesse? Or Jay, which item we on first? Which item we want to do first?
I think that's good.
Yeah, okay, I'll send it.
Budget,
Actually, I got two motions for universal services that she
Okay.
needs to have done. The first one is a motion to direct universal services to assess technology across the county, including all departments that utilize the county's technology infrastructure. Universal Services will propose a plan focused on consolidation of technology services across the county that is within the core competency of Universal Services, including network, data center, licensing, applications, and other proprietary hardware and software solutions. The plan will come back to Commissioners Court on December the 11th, 2025. That's a motion.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Second
What
motion.
item is this on?
I just
this
put it under
is-
item 2.
What is it?
It's under item 2, correct?
Item 2.
Under item 2. The second motion under the same is motion to direct Universal Services to work directly with the purchasing office to evaluate all technology purchases that interact with the county network regardless of the cost, including but not limited to P card purchases and any other form of technology purchases across the county. Universal Services will provide an audit report on a quarterly basis to the Commissioners Court starting January of 2026.
Motion's been made. Is that second?
Second.
Motion's been seconded by Commissioner Briones, made by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye. All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. The motion passes.
Now, motion on the grievance?
Okay, the motion on the grievance process. That is item 1.
Yes. I move to direct the Office of Management Budget to present options in the FY 2026 budget for increasing each elected constable's salary to $260,000, providing 82,000 salary increases to the wait a minute. Oh, revised version. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me read this over. Move to direct Office of Management
Commissioner,
Budget.
what
to
item is this on? Is it on the grievance committee or on the
on
budget?
the-
On
on-
2. Yeah, this is on 2, Jay.
on the.
Can you hold on a second? They just print me a quick copy of it. Make sure I got the right
You
one.
had the motion I need to make?
Jay, did you send them?
Yes, on the budget ones?
Yeah, on all of them.
Yeah, I sent it forward to the confidential. I sent it forward to the confidentials. I think,
I think Commissioner Garcia is reading through all of them.
Yes, this does not include the grievance.
You got 2 copies.
This is all the budget.
Give it to one of them.
So the motion is to move to direct Office of Management Budget to present options in the FY 2026 budget for increasing each elected constable's salary to $260,000, providing a $82,000 salary increase to the following elected officials: county attorney, county clerk, district attorney, district clerk, justices of the peace, tax assessor collector, and the treasurer.
No, Commissioner, not justice of the peace. You agreed on
Yeah, we
something
took them
else.
out.
Okay, so scratch, that one's written in here? Okay.
That's my fault. I apologize.
Okay, tax assessor collector and the treasurer. Move to direct HRT to send and publish notices and take other action as required under applicable law. Move to set a public hearing on September 24th at 10 a.m. or at the next earliest date that can be properly noticed in accordance with applicable law to consider the Harris County proposed FY 2026 budget as amended and to direct the Office of Management Budget, Office of County Administration, and all relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices.
So I want to stress as much as we can, stick with that September 24th date so we're not scrambling to get 3.
And one more motion, Commissioner, that didn't make it in there. It's a motion to direct OMB to post the budget that was agreed upon today into PeopleSoft.
So move.
Added to it. Okay.
So let me be clear on what the motion, my original motion was to direct OMB to present options in the fiscal year 26 budget for increasing each elected constable's salary to $260. As I said earlier, they're paying for it out of their dollars. So that's a budget neutral. So is that one motion? This looks like four motions.
Separate motions that are all related.
All right, and then the second one, providing an $82,000 salary increase.
That was Commissioner Ellis's.
That's mine.
So we'll
so
vote
maybe you
on
want to vote on
one.
each one separately, but what you're doing essentially is restarting the budget process so you can approve salary increases for elected officials. So if you want to have a discussion on which elected officials will get those increases and which won't, and if you want to vote independently on that, we can vote on that. Was it the second motion, Jay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second motion.
So maybe we should take a vote on that first. Yeah.
So let's a motion to direct OMB to present options in the FY 26 budget for increasing each elected constable's salary to $260,000. That will be coming out of their existing budgets.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ramsey. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. I vote no. The second one,
Second motion is to provide a $82,000 salary increase to the county attorney, county clerk, district attorney, district clerk, tax assessor collector, and the treasurer.
I'll second it. And I'll state, if I might, reason I voted against the first one was I prefer we not do it at all. But if we are going to do it, I think we ought to do it for everybody. So that's why I'll second the motion on this one. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
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 Okay, 3 ayes, 1 aye, 3 noes. Is that correct? Okay. The next one?
Move to direct HRT to send and publish notices and take other action as required under applicable law.
Motion made. Is that second?
Second.
All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Move to set a public hearing on September 24, 2025 at 10 a.m. or at the next earliest date that can be properly noticed in accordance with applicable law to consider the Harris County proposed FY 2026 budget as amended and to direct the Office of Management and Budget, Office of County Administration, and all relevant departments to execute and publish all related notices.
Second.
Motion's been made by Garcia, second by Brianna. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Move to have Office of Management and Budget load the budget into the PeopleSoft system. Is there like a date?
I'm good. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion made by Garcia, second by Brianna. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote nay. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
And
Now we need the motions on the grievance committee. Those were circulated earlier, but
before we do those, John, just to be 100% clear, for today's purposes, we have passed every motion with regard to the budget, posting it, that needed to happen today, correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the first motion will be to approve resolution and to direct the Office of County Administration to submit the resolution to the Salary Grievance Committee and to take a position supporting the increase to the Justice of the Peace salaries at the committee.
Commissioner, I
I'm
think
sorry, could you please-
we'll just renotice the JP salaries.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
So do you need the constables in here?
No, we're good.
Okay. So you don't need this motion at all?
No.
Now, the motions we need are just for the composition. You want me to just read them out and then y'all can
Yes.
vote?
Could you
Yeah.
please?
My understanding is you want to approve the composition of the committee with the elected officials?
Correct.
Okay. So move to establish the Salary Grievance Committee pursuant to Local Government Code, Section 152.014A1.
Correct. So move.
And that is elected,
Yeah, that's with the
not
elected.
the way it was done before.
Correct.
But just to be clear, it's a mix.
It's a mix of electeds and members of the public.
So move.
Okay. Then
Second.
Second.
I second it. All those in favor?
next- You call the vote?
Yeah, all those in favor, vote aye.
No.
All opposed,
so
vote
it's
no.
3-1.
3 ayes.
And I And I move to appoint the tax assessor collector to be one of the
She will be on the.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Number two is move to adopt and enter into the minutes the randomized list of individuals eligible to serve as public members as provided by the county clerk and the district clerk. And so they provided that earlier.
So move.
I'll second. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote nay.
All right,
Three ayes, one nay.
Third one, move
no.
to select in the order of the randomized.
That was a unanimous 4-0?
Yeah, 3-1.
3-1, okay.
Tom?
Aye.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, if I didn't agree with the first one, I would
Yeah.
agree with the second.
And then the third is move to select in the order of the randomized list provided by the clerks, the number of public members required to compose the grievance committee and 40 alternates.
Motion.
And if, for example, in this mixed composition that got the 3 votes, if one of the electeds can't go, isn't that person replaced with a
Yes,
member
you
of the
have to have
public?
9 members on the committee, so whoever can't
Public
show
person,
up.
not another elected.
That's
Right,
correct,
okay.
yeah.
Thank
all right?
you, Mr. Fonbon.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia. Is that second? I second it. All those in favor vote aye.
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 All those opposed vote nay.
No.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no.
And does that take care of our business? Okay, I
Think
guess.
so, Commissioner.
Commissioner, let's get one thing.
Sure.
Earlier this morning, we started the meeting by recognizing a moment of silence for the life of Judge Amy Martin, who had so much life in front of her. I just learned a little while ago that, the degrees of separation are pretty small. She was married to a Houston Police Department captain, and so prayers and condolences to Captain Becker in this tragic loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, anything else? It is now,
Just for clarity, item 21, no action.
that was it. You don't want to go home? You want to stay here? What else? Daniel, something else?
It was taken as a vote on 2, but it's the same thing. Yeah.
So I'll show 21 and 19 was the executive session item, no action.
No action on
No
it.
action.
Judge,
Daniel, go ahead.
I think the motion to notice the general fund budget, did we do that one already?
I thought that was part of the motion.
Okay,
too.
then we're good. Yep.
Okay, hey, you did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you,
It is
team.
now 8:11 and Commissioners Court is adjourned.